The National Briefing on SAfM. Clarity, context, and conversation. This is where the day begins with Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
It's 8 after 6 o'clock. You're listening to the National Briefing. Welcome to the show as we step into the day with you. My name is Kathy Mutlatlana, and I'll be with you until 9 o'clock as we bring you clarity, context, and conversation. Well, what can you expect on the show this morning? We'll continue tracking the fallout from Phala. No one has, or very few people rather, have had the opportunity to watch 3 ANC presidencies up close, at least from outside of the governing party. The former leader of the Democratic Alliance, Tony Leon, will be weighing in on the latest developments and on the government of national unity that's coming up in the second hour of the show. And then in the Western Cape, we're going to be tracking disaster teams who are still working through the aftermath of devastating floods. 6 people confirmed dead, thousands displaced. Parts of the N1 near Worcester still inaccessible overnight. We'll take you live to the Provincial Disaster Management Centre. And then the economy. South Africa's unemployment rate now sits at 32.7%. That is not venturing into the expanded definition. More than 8 million people are without work. Youth unemployment is nearing half of that population. After 8, the briefing debate will take a look at a matter increasingly raised by civil society and economists. When unemployment reaches the scale, does it become a national disaster? And should we be declaring unemployment in this country as a national disaster? That's what we'll unpack on the show over the next 3 hours. As always, we invite you to be part of the conversation. The numbers to dial to get in touch with us, 086 000 2032. That's 086 000 2032. On the WhatsApp voice note line, 0614 104 107. That's where you can send your WhatsApp voice notes and text messages. And of course, Rob Byrne is standing by with your traffic, Zai with your sport, and Ntauleng with your market updates.
The National Briefing on SAfM.
All right, it's 6 after 11 o'clock. Let's take a look at what's on the front pages of the national publications. I'll start it off with the Business Day. And in fact, the Business Day, also their main story on the front page. It's separated into 3, but what's emphasized is joblessness rate beyond depressing. A surprise surge to 32.7%. A war makes outlook uncertain, and it's on the unemployment numbers. Young people were once again hardest hit as South Africa's unemployment rate surged more than expected in the fourth quarter, with little prospect of improvement for the rest of the year, as the Middle East war weighs on the economy. And COSATU there warning that joblessness is becoming a ticking time bomb for the country. And these numbers just make you stop, right? And we're going to get into it a bit more in the final hour of the show on the briefing debate. But we are beyond a state of crisis. Government describes it as a crisis, but we cannot continue at the rate and at the level that that we have been in as far as unemployment is concerned. Also, on the front page of the Business Day, ports hit 15-year high as recovery gains traction. That's the seaports that have handled more than 300 million tons in the 25-26 financial year by Transnet. This is their best performance in 15 years and is an indication of green shoots that are emerging in the freight and rail entities' recovery efforts. So you can read more about that on the front cover of the Business Day. The front page of The Citizen, missing billions rather, leave tots stranded. And that's 10 billion rand to subsidize each toddler, with 24 rand a day for food, over 200 million rand for early childhood development infrastructure, and 326 million rand for a nutrition pilot. But it's all on paper, with centers not receiving the funds and children going hungry. So it's a question about where is the money that has been committed to the development of early childhood, and there are big questions then being raised about it, because this allocation seems to be there on paper, and in the annual reports of the Basic Education Department, you have 10 billion rand that was committed, and in the 25-26 financial years, 6.3 billion rand. But the question is, where has that spending gone? That's what the Sowetan is asking. The front page, the front page of the Citizen. On the Sowetan, however, the DA ready to risk GNU collapse. Gordon Hill Lewis says the party won't shield Ramaphosa if he's found in the wrong. And he says if the truth absolves the president over Phala, then he has nothing to worry about. And it's got a big picture there of the DA leader. And then the front page of the Star, impeachment changes mooted for Phala. MK Party wants to address defects that use majority vote loophole, and it's proposing to Parliament that there be amendments to Rule 129 of the National Assembly. This is following that judgment on Phala. So you can read a bit more about that on the front page of the Citizen. So that's what you can expect. Not a uniform position like what we saw yesterday. I think this morning you can see everybody was scrambling a little bit. What do we put on the front page? All right, let's get into weather shortly.
You are listening to the National Briefing with Kathy Mutlatlana.
All right, it's 15 after 6 o'clock. Let's take a look at your weather. I must say a significant reduction in the warnings that we have for today, especially given the last week. We have a yellow level 4 warning for damaging winds and waves leading to danger to navigation at sea. That's expected along the coast between Cape Point to Plettenberg Bay. We also have a yellow level 2 warning for storm surge, leading to localized flooding of low-lying coastal areas. That's expected between Saldanha Bay and west of Cape Agulhas. There are no fire warnings for today. Advisories: the public, especially the elderly and small stock farmers, are advised that very cold, wet and windy conditions are expected over the southern parts of Namakwa district and interior of the Western Cape. In Pretoria, the weather's fine, low of 8, high of 25. The expected UVB sunburn index is high. Johannesburg, fine, low of 6, high of 22. In Vereeniging, fine, low of 7, high of 22. Mbombela, fine, low of 18, high of 30. In Polokwane, fine, low of 9, high of 26. In Mahikeng, fine, low of 5, high of 23. In Vryburg, fine, a low of 7, a high of 23. In Bloemfontein, partly cloudy and windy with isolated showers, low of 7, high of 16. In Kimberley, partly cloudy and windy with isolated showers, low of 7, high of 18. In Uppington, partly cloudy with isolated afternoon showers, a low of 8, a high of 20. In Cape Town, cloudy becoming partly cloudy, wind light to moderate southwesterly, low of 14, a high of 17. The expected UVB sunburn index is low. In George, cloudy becoming partly cloudy, wind strong southwesterly, a low of 14, a high of 17. In Gqeberha, cloudy and windy with isolated light showers and rain, wind fresh to strong southwesterly, reaching near gale at times, low of 15, high of 19. In East London, cloudy at times with isolated light showers and rain, wind fresh to strong southwesterly, low of 16, high of 22. In Durban, partly cloudy with isolated showers and rain, wind light northwesterly, becoming light to moderate southerly to southeasterly from the afternoon, low of 19, high of 28. The expected UVB sunburn index is low. And in Richards Bay, partly cloudy with isolated evening showers and rain, wind light northwesterly, becoming light to moderate southerly to southeasterly from the afternoon, low of 18, a high of 29. And in Pietermaritzburg, partly cloudy with isolated evening showers and rain, a low of 9 and a high of 28.
The Global Briefing on SAfm.
It's 19 after 6 o'clock. Let's get into our global briefing this morning. We'll start it off in London. Sir Keir Starmer is fighting for his political life. 3 junior ministers have walked out. Meanwhile, Labour MPs are openly asking whether he can survive. And it's amidst government's borrowing costs spiking following Labour's deep losses in last week's local elections. Thembisa Fakude is a senior research fellow and director at Africa-Asia Dialogues. Thembisa, good morning to you. Thank you for your time. So it looks like Keir Starmer's premiership looks shakier by the hour. Is this about the local election losses, or is there something bigger here?
Well, it's both. It's both the local elections, which were disastrous for the Labour Party, and the general politics of unfavorability against Sester Kamal. So this is the very difficult time for the Labour, and it looks as if Starmer might just be ousted, given that very senior members of his cabinet are showing signs of wanting to push him out of his current power. So Starmer is in a much more difficult position. In fact, many expected that the local elections were going to be more of a referendum for him, and it seems as if that has come through. And you have these young politicians rising, Zach Palensky, for example, of the Greens, showing a different politics and presenting himself as an alternative to Labour, which has always been a party of the workers and the leftist or left-leaning party in the UK.
Thembisa, can we say that we are seeing a pattern here, and perhaps it's more revealing about the people than it is about political parties? But the fact that, every time there's a leadership change, at least in the last couple of cycles, it has not been under good terms. It has not been out of the leader's own volition. They've been kicked out, effectively.
Indeed, but it's also an emergence of this young leadership, not only the UK. You see what's happening, for example, in the United States with the rise of Zahran Mamdani and other places. So there is a new wave of politics, and we're seeing these young people coming up, and it's, as you correctly put it, an automatic, unexpected push out of the current leadership. So this old two-party system that has dominated politics in the UK, including the United States, is, I think, running out of its flavor. And you are seeing more and more young people, for example, getting involved in politics. And we can't discount the fact that there is a very strong pro-Palestinian, anti-Israeli movement that is emerging, particularly within the young people. We see it happening in with Tucker Carlson, for example, and the likes in the United States. So in the UK, it has also got to do a lot with what happened in Gaza, and that's what is influencing politics around the world at the moment.
Let's take a look at what's coming out of Washington. Donald Trump will be visiting Beijing for the first time since 2017. He's already confirmed that he'll raise arms sales to Taiwan when he meets the Chinese President Xi Jinping. Are we expecting this visit to also come with a potentially explosive moments given the US-China relations currently?
Well, I don't think so. I think what's important is to look at the delegation that's going to be accompanying Donald Trump. He's taking Tim Cook, he's taking with him Elon Musk. And we also know, for example, that the Taiwan semiconductor manufacturing company is one of the biggest semiconductor producing company in the world. So this is business trip for Donald Trump. This is the man who refuses to move out of Mar-a-Lago or Washington. He doesn't visit anyone except for Israel, of course. But this time around, we're seeing him jumping in his aeroplane going to Beijing, accompanied largely by businessmen, because I think he realizes that Taiwan is threatened, particularly after what happened in the Strait of Hormuz. If the Chinese decide otherwise on Taiwan, it's going to be a big problem for the United States, particularly when it comes to business. So I think he's there to push a certain agenda, promoting business. He's not going to be digging in his heels as he always does. And if you've been following him, he's been very careful in terms of what he says about Xi Jinping or China. So he's there to promote business, and he's there to ensure that he ring fences Taiwan, and he gets some guarantees that China, whatever happens, is not going to attack Taiwan.
And Tembisa, if we're to take an African vantage point, what does this intensifying US-China rivalry mean for the continent strategically, and I would imagine also particularly on trade and on critical minerals, because we know that's part of where, shall I say, the focus and maybe slight panic in the US might be?
Well, the American charm offensive was neglected in Africa, and China and Russia came in, and we saw what China's done. China has dropped the tariffs at least to the 53 countries outside, except for Eswatini. Tariff-free trade with African countries. The relationship has always been improving. China has adopted a see no evil, hear no evil foreign policy in Africa, which, of course, many of us have a problem with it, but at least in terms of business, it continues to promote the business direction. It has entrenched itself in many countries that are mineral rich in Africa, particularly countries such as South Africa and the DRC. So it's not been helpful for the United States to have the position that is taken, particularly with Donald Trump at the helm, which has been anti-Africa and to a large extent disrespectful to Africa. But we're seeing what the embassy in South Africa is doing at the moment with its charm offensive in trying to resuscitate those relationships, notwithstanding, of course, some reservations many of us had when the ambassador to the US, to South Africa from the US was appointed. So United States will have to start afresh in terms of re-establishing relations with Africa after what Donald Trump has done. And I think China will always maintain a very strong presence in Africa. And with the rise of this AI technology, you are likely to have China moving far much more ahead than what the United States has been doing over the years.
All right. And Tembisa, very lastly and briefly, please, the snap election called for in the Bahamas, it seems nobody saw this coming. Why did the Prime Minister Davis call for this election, especially if he's seeking a second term?
Interesting times. People hardly talk about Bahamas, but now we're talking about Bahamas for some reasons we'll discuss some other day. The snap election, of course, is a political tactic. You call for snap elections, catch your competitors unawares, and you catch your competitors unprepared. And chances are, of course, you'll win the elections because your competition is not prepared. And this is political tactic by the president of Bahamas. So this is it, and there's no other explanation except that Philip Davis is using his political tactic to win elections.
Geez, one just has to wonder, can you even imagine a scenario like that in South Africa where, they just a snap election? But I guess we have very clear processes that outline how elections are run. Is that the case for the Bahamas, Tembisa? I mean, how is he able to just do this?
Well, he came up with an excuse that, there's a hurricane season coming, which has been happening since the beginning of time. One wonders why this time around they'd plan elections in October during the hurricane season. And he decided now he's a responsible leader and is going to be calling for a snap election so that people are not caught between electing their leadership and the hurricane. And again, as I've said, is a tactic that's used by many of these people who want to cling on to power. You call snap elections, you catch especially in countries such as Bahamas, 700 small little islands all over the place. You need a lot of organization for elections. So if you call snap elections, you are likely, for those at least who have got resources, to win elections.
Sure. Tembisa Fagude, let's leave it there for this morning. Yeah, what a fascinating one there. Thank you for your update on the global brief. Okay, let's just take some of the voice notes you've been sending through on the different issues already this morning. And unemployment, really a big one. And I think it should be making all of us stand up and pay attention.
Kathy, good morning. It's Brad from Pietermaritzburg. On Ashraf's show last night, a caller called in and basically said, look, we've got to treat this unemployment as sort of wartime. And I agree with him 100%, but no one in government does. And so many of your listeners just say, well, that's because all the top guys have cushy jobs and it doesn't affect them and they get free state petrol and cars and houses. And it's true. The only way we get through this is to get a more open approach to business, i.e., scrap BEE. It has to go. Get rid of these policies, the land expropriation, all the stuff that makes these oaks nervous. When I say these oaks, I'm talking about big business, and get business going. I think Helen needs to win Johannesburg. She needs to prove to the country she can do it, and hopefully we can go from there. Brad Marisburg.
KC Mugeti Rama Citizen Botaville again. In the case of Mr. Ramaphosa, he started the war now for the people to fight for Palapala. It's not the end, it's the starting of the problem. People are coming to encounter what he has to say. People are coming to encounter what he says he's going to do. Thanks, Kathy.
Kolofelo Defo has your latest headlines at 6:30. Good morning, Kolofelo.
Thank you, Kathy. Good morning. In the headlines this hour, suspended National Police Commissioner Fani Masemola is expected to join controversial businessman Vusmusi Kat Matlala in the dock at the Pretoria Magistrates Court this morning on charges of contravening the Public Finance Management Act. National Coloured Congress Member of Parliament Fadil Adams is expected to apply for bail in the Pinetown Magistrates Court in KZN today after being arrested last week. He is facing charges of fraud and defeating the ends of justice. And the Western Cape Education Department has announced that all schools in the province will reopen today. The department's decision is based on guidance from the Provincial Disaster Management Centre and the South African Weather Service. I'll have details on this and other stories at 7.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Very good morning. Joburg 10-3 already heavy from Elon's up to Van Buren. What you see it every morning, you could just expect that until those lane restrictions, delineators lifted from that section around the Heldnace interchange. Over in Durban, a crash on the M2. It's happened between Umgeta Road and Spaghetti Junction. Looks like it may be clearing. There is a little bit of a slowdown, but clearing rather than worsening. M2 North is already busy, jam-packed from M7 side going up to Westwood Mall. There may be a little bit of the onlooking of that crash causing delays. And the M2 North, very heavy in the central Amanzimtoti area. If you're leaving the south coast on your way to Durban, unusual queues down there. The R66 blocked halfway between Ging and Gluvu and Eshowe. That's due to some protesting that has erupted again in that area. A lot of road closures just inland from Cape Town. The N1 closed until further notice between the Huguenot Tunnel, effectively Paarl, right through to Worcester. That's likely to be closed for some time. Mitchell's Pass is closed. The Franschhoek Pass is closed. Routes around Worcester are all shut down, including the R60, Worcester through Robertson and Worcester through Villiers-Dorp and then down to Grabo. That section of the R43, R321 still shut to all traffic both directions. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAFM Sport with Zai Khan.
It's 6:33. Zai Khan, good morning. Yo. Zai Khan. Huh?
What
An upset. What an upset. But good for TS Galaxy, right?
Oh, yeah. TS Galaxy, let me tell you, they've turned this title race, Kathy, into a Netflix thriller because I have not seen anything like this in a long time. And I'm sure the Orlando Pirates fans slept with smiles last night. But let's get to the results. 3-2 was the loss to Sundowns against TS Galaxy. All happened at Mbombela Stadium. The defeat comes just days after Sundowns' record-breaking 7-4 win over Siwelele, and it leaves coach Miguel Cardoso frustrated.
I don't know if you imagine what it is to do something like that. It's almost not sleeping at home. So obviously that I knew that the energy would not be high. The character had to be very, very, very on top. Very much on top, but of course we made mistakes that we cannot do. In the last two matches, due to fatigue for sure, we exposed ourselves and we suffered goals that we never suffered.
In the meantime, South Africa, the countdown is on. SABC3 is your official home of the FIFA World Cup 2026. 34 matches live on SABC3, streaming on SABC Plus, and bringing the action straight to you on SABC radio stations. Let's go to the England coach now, Thomas Tuchel. He has submitted his provisional 55-man list for the 2026 FIFA World Cup, with Luke Shaw, Danny Welbeck and Alex Scott amongst those believed to be included. Real Madrid defender Trent Alexander-Arnold is also understood to have made the cut despite missing recent friendlies. The FA will officially announce Tuchel's final 26-man squad on the 22nd of May ahead of the tournament in the USA, Canada and Mexico. Cricket action. South Africa's fast bowler Kagiso Rabada starred with the ball as the Gujarat Titans thrashed the Sunrisers Hyderabad by 82 runs in the IPL. Rabada claimed 3 for 28 as Hyderabad were bowled out for just 86, their lowest ever IPL total, helping Gujarat move to the top of the table and closer to a playoff spot. After cycling, and Ecuador's Jonathan Navarez sprinted to victory on stage 4 of the Giro d'Italia. Now, it was Britain's Ben Turner who impressed as well. We also had Oli Ola in Cosenza and Italy's Giulio Ciccone finishing third to claim the leader's pink jersey. And finally, tennis. Coco Gauff surviving the toughest battle to reach the semi-finals of the Rome Masters, having to fight back from a set down to beat the 8th seed Mira Andreeva in a match that lasted more than 2.25 hours. That's your sport. We'll be back at the top of the hour, serving it up some more on the National Briefing Sport. I'm Zai Khan.
The Market Brief with Ndauleng Lechela on SAFM.
Ndauleng, good morning. Let's start with the higher energy costs in the US. They're pushing up inflation to a near 3-year high.
Good morning, Kathy. And this comes despite the US being an oil exporter. It is still feeling the inflationary impact of those higher global energy prices. Now, consumer prices rose 0.6% in April, marking a second straight month of strong inflation and pushing the annual rate to 3.8%, the highest in nearly 3 years. The jump follows a surge in oil prices earlier this year after tensions involving the US, Israel, and Iran disrupted global markets. While the US exports oil, domestic fuel prices are still heavily influenced by international crude prices, meaning higher costs at the pump continue to filter through the broader economy. More expensive gas, as they call it, and diesel are now adding pressure on consumers, businesses, and airlines, while strengthening expectations that the Fed will keep interest rates higher for longer. Now, moving over to corporate news, retail giant Walmart is reportedly cutting around 1,000 corporate roles as it speeds up the integration of artificial intelligence across its business. The restructuring forms part of a broader strategy to combine technology and AI teams, streamline operations, and strengthen its position against competitors like Amazon. Walmart has been investing heavily in AI-powered tools to improve customer experience and boost operational efficiency as competition in retail intensifies. Now, the move reflects a broader shift taking place across global industries where businesses are reorganizing around automation and data-driven systems to improve productivity and reduce costs. In the bigger picture, it highlights how AI is increasingly reshaping hiring trends, corporate structures, and the future of work, even in traditionally labor-intensive sectors like retail. And moving over to market action, a hotter than expected US CPI print rattled markets overnight as investors dumped riskier assets with inflation concerns, reinforcing expectations that interest rates will stay elevated for longer. That pressure flowed through to equities, leaving stocks in the US in negative territory, while also spilling into local markets. The All share lost about 1.4% in yesterday's session, with resources leading the declines as they fell more than 2% on weaker prices amid the risk-off tone. Now, the rand also caught up in the volatility this hour, weakening to 16.50 to the dollar, 32.30 to the pound, and 19.30 to the euro. This comes as the dollar hit a one-week high, supported by higher oil prices and renewed inflation concerns. Now, crude trading around $106 a barrel this hour, keeping energy-driven inflation risks in focus and reinforcing the broader market narrative of sticky prices and delayed policy easing. Now, that's all from me for now. I'll bring you another market update in an hour's time.
Africa in Focus with Advocate Sipho Mantula on SAfm.
Refreshing morning, Advocate Mantula.
Refreshing morning, Sister and Jumbo Africa to the listeners.
We'll start off in Uganda. The 81-year-old Museveni, he's been sworn in for a 7th consecutive term. And this is just now what it is, right?
Indeed, we will recall elections of Uganda that were very controversial with the Bobby Wine leaving the country. But yesterday in Kampala, I see few African heads of state were there. Tshisekedi, Hassan Sheikh from Somalia, Ethiopia, Taye Astake Selassie, and Sudan's President Salva Kiir. But as you say, Museveni going for the 7th term since 1986, speculations going around that his son, Muhusi Kaina Rugaba, others are calling MK, might be the one taking over from his father. But as you know, Museveni, he did not just go for inauguration. He signed other 6 agreements with President Felix Tshisekedi in Kampala this week. So as we know, they are now going for the 12th parliament. Museveni in office for the 7th term since 1986.
You know, I was just doing the maths, Advocate Mantula. He's been in power for longer than I've been alive. I mean, you know, just some of these things, you've just got to ask yourself questions about what is the environment that makes something like this possible? Well, let's move on then to Somalia, where opposition politicians are saying that they're planning a major protest in Mogadishu. Why?
I mean, this protest is planned in the next 72 hours on the 16th of May, accusing President Hassan Sheikh for attempting to extend his stay in office beyond constitutional limits. This protest, you'll understand, it is coinciding that his term ends on the 15th of May. Hence, the protest is on the 16th. So the government says that they are ready for those protests, even if they know that it is all about undermining the presidency of President Hassan Sheikh Mohamud. Like I said, he was in Uganda yesterday. Probably he's back in his country to manage these opposition leaders who will be protesting on the 16th of May.
And here's an interesting one as well, and it's around our neighboring Malawi. So deportations from South Africa to Malawi increasing. Maybe just unpack that for us, Advocate. What are we actually seeing there?
What we are picking up from the immigration authorities of Malawi is that between the 1st of May and the 11th of May, there have been a rise of Malawians returning home. And here the numbers we are talking about, 1,347 Malawians who they say they have returned home in different ways. Others, they've come through, as you know, the Mwanza border post. And as you know, these issues around the fears of the African nationals who are in South Africa with different challenges that South Africa is raising about the push and the pull factors. But the government of Malawi coming out very clear to can explain that they've been indeed the movement of Malawians. And we know the history of Malawi in this country is crazy for many years, working in the mines, working in the agricultural sector. But the main challenge is how SADC is going to deal with this. We'll give the listeners update. There's a SADC retreat meeting next week here in the country of ministers, and they will have to deal with this issue.
All right. And the 13th of May, 1996. Tell us about that.
So, Steffi, I'm taking them through memory lane of an audio clip when Nelson Mandela reshuffled cabinet on the 9th of May. But on the 13th, that was the immediate withdrawal now of the then National Party. Others will say, was it the crumbling or the fall of the GNU? Let's take the listen.
I wish to thank Deputy President F.W. de Klerk and his colleagues for the constructive role that they have played. I am confident that we shall continue to work together in pursuit of the country's interests, and that their withdrawal will have the effect of strengthening rather than weakening their commitment to the country's political, security, and economic interests.
That was the late President Tshisekedi thanking de Klerk when he was pulling out. I don't know for what, but now we had to remain with one deputy president, which was Thabo Mbeki. The new ministers that came in, Derek Hanekom, Metoko, Didiza, who's the current speaker, Bomet, Geraldina Fraser, Moleketi, Penuel Madonna, Paulo Jordan, Bantolo Misa. This was the crop that came into the reshuffled cabinet when the National Party left the GNU of 1996, 30 years ago on this day. Asante sana Sisi, that's what's leading the True Conversation, SAFM observing the Africa Month.
Investing shouldn't feel risky. It should give you security and good returns. Earn up to 7.25% interest per annum with an ABSA Cash Invest Tracker for an investment of 100,000 rands or more. Your capital is guaranteed with immediate access to your funds. That's minimum risk, maximum benefit. ABSA Private Banking customers can invest from just R1. Open via the ABSA Banking app, a branch, a private banker, or 0860 111 515. Your story matters. ABSA is an authorized financial services provider. T's and C's apply.
The National Briefing on SAFM. Weekday mornings from 6 to 9.
Well, let's get into this interview then, focusing on electricity. The National Energy Regulator of formally approving the National Free Basic Electricity Rate for the 26-27 financial year. That rate determines how much free power municipalities and Eskom are required to deliver to qualifying indigent households across the country. The current allocation is 50 kilowatt hours a month. And it's a figure that was set in 2003. And the question, of course, is whether that is anywhere near enough to help one sustain their electricity needs in 2026. This is just for basic cooking, lighting, and refrigeration. NERSA itself is also raising a serious concern, and that's that the equitable share funding meant for free electricity is currently not ring-fenced by many municipalities and is potentially diverted to spending on other items on the municipal financial statements. Rulani Matebula is the Executive Manager for Electricity at NERSA. He joins us this morning. Rulani, good morning to you. Thanks for your time.
Good morning, Kathy, and good morning to your listeners. Thanks for having me.
When we look at this free basic electricity legislation or policy, it's now 23 years old. And I wonder, just more broadly, do you think that there is a need for us to revisit how this policy is constituted? Does it still address the needs of indigent households in this country?
Kathy, I think basically the policy itself, it's still relevant. However, we obviously need to ensure that our policies are continually revisited, also to deal with the issue of how the world has evolved and how things can be done more efficiently. I mean, me and you would know that in the past 20 years, I mean, the world itself has moved and changed many times. So there is a need indeed. And I am aware that that work is currently underway. And there are a number of stakeholders, including the likes of COCTA, SALGA, the department itself, National Treasury, that are currently really working and relooking at this to see how can it be improved to better serve the society of South Africa.
50 kilowatt hours per month is the allocation. And if I'm correct, that is an allocation that was set in 2003. Now, if we look at just how costs have escalated between 2003 and 2026, is this a number that is still defensible? Given the fact that electricity in some instances now costs, 6, if not 10 times more than it did in 2003.
Yes, Kathy, in this case, the amount of kilowatt that are allocated has not changed, and it will still serve the same purpose as it did. So what obviously has changed, it's what it costs you to get that 50 kilowatt. So at this point, as the regulator has indicated, what we have pronounced on, it's what should National Treasury be compensating the institutions that are actually providing this 50 kilowatt to the indigent. So the 50 kilowatt remains the 50 kilowatt. It remains enough to do what it did 20 years ago. But the only thing that has changed is how much should Treasury compensate for this 50 kilowatt that is being dispatched to those who need it.
Do you think that's going to help deal with the gap that we're seeing? Because there is a gap between the people that qualify for this 50 kilowatt hours versus those who actually receive it. And one gets the sense that there's a gatekeeping of sort that is taking place within municipalities, because not everybody that is on that indigent list actually ends up getting their allocation.
Yeah, indeed, that is a worry factor, Kathy, I must say, because on the one hand, you would believe that this becomes a priority, more especially at the municipal level, because this is basic services which municipalities exist to actually provide to society, and they should be the key advocates of this particular service, and they should ensure that these services are rendered. And I should say that it's concerning to see that one, the indigent register itself, it's outdated. It's not it's not inclusive of all those who qualify. And secondly, even the little that we have, we do not see all the allocated funds actually being ring-fenced and used for that purpose. However, as I indicated, Kathy, there is a work group currently that we are busy with that includes SALGA, the National Treasury, and the department, to really find ways and means on how can we deal with this issue, because it really doesn't assist that the policymakers have put forward this policy, but we are failing at the implementation phase.
Rulani Matebula will leave it there. He's the executive manager for electricity at the National Energy Regulator. And perhaps for our listeners, right, for those of you who do qualify for free electricity, do you get the free electricity that you qualify for? Are you actually getting it? Or has the municipality stopped delivering? We want to hear from you on this issue. You can send your WhatsApp voice notes on 0614 104 107.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning. Some delays in from Lenasia, Protea Glen, the N12 all jammed up. Coming through from Klipspruit Valley, the Soweto exit down towards the Golden Highway, Devland off-ramp this morning. Durban, the N2 South, a little crash after Umgeta Road is being cleared. That traffic starting to move. Northbound, very heavy this Wednesday. Queuing already, stuck in heavy pressure there from the M7 up through to Westwood Mall. Looks like perhaps a collision at a Monsum Toti if you come out of Toti, up through towards Prospect and around Galleria Mall. Very heavy backlogs there. And Cape Town, a crash on Meway at the N2 Highway and Khayelitsha, causing delays coming out of Khayelitsha and causing absolute chaos to the north of the N2 on Old Fora Road, jammed solidly through Mfuleni. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
There's a song that goes, "Money can't buy me love." And that's true. But then they told us all you need is love, which anybody with a mortgage will tell you most certainly is not true. Love won't pay your parking tickets or your student loan. It's also needy. It requires effort, availability, constant care. But more importantly, love requires time. And while money can't buy you love, it can certainly free up some of your time. Time to spend on the things you love, with the people you love. And if you're looking, maybe even time to find the one you love. That's why, after 50 years of investing, we've learned that time is the greatest gift of all. And the good news is, if you invest early, time gives you money, and then money gives you more time to do the things you love. And don't you love that about investing? Ellen Gray, long-term investing. Ellen Gray is an authorized FSP.
This is where the day begins with Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
You're listening to the National Briefing at 6:55. Let's get into this story. We had to move it from yesterday, but it's around the bus rapid transit system. So 20 years on and 80 billion rand spent. Government has now admitted on record that the bus rapid transit project will not become South Africa's mass public transport solution. The Department of Transport spokesperson Colin Msibi telling the Sunday Times that just 152,000 passengers a day use BRT systems, and please note this, that's nationwide. if you compare that to what's happening on the public sector side, 8 million people use minibus taxis on a day-to-day basis. Well, somebody who has been tracking the story closely is Isaac Mahlangu. He's the local government editor at the Sunday Times. Isaac, the numbers are jaw-dropping. 80 billion rand has already gone into this project. And the key question is, what does government have to show for it?
Kathy, I think one biggest shortcoming for this system is the cost. The cost associated with the infrastructure development, which is required to build this system. We're talking about digging up roads, building those special station with modified buses. Like in Joburg, for example, we have those elevated stations, which you would especially need buses that are modified to do that. To give you an example, more than 40 billion went to 3 of these systems. That's Cape Town, Tshwane, and Joburg. That they account to more than half of the 80 billion that has been spent. And one thing that government wanted to do, apart from modernizing public transport in urban cities, they wanted to draw numbers, and that didn't happen.
Part of the reason why the model looked like it was a lucrative one was that it was going to bring in partnership with the taxi industry and provide a more integrated approach, right, to our public transport system. Why has that not happened in the way that was anticipated? If you look now in Rustenburg, there are protests in the streets around this very issue.
Yeah, I think one has to spare thought for Rustenburg taxi operators, given the fact that they are one of the few towns where taxis didn't violently object or resist this system. They, in as much as it took more than a decade to get them on board, but they all agreed to get on board. And as a result, most of them didn't recapacitate their businesses. They didn't buy new taxis. And now they're in limbo. Because I think at the time, 18 years ago, there was a whole lot of money around, or there was a whole lot of money available for government to be able to pursue such a system. So now government, we know that what's happening with public coffers. We are paying off debt, and we don't really have much money available to be able to pursue this. But I think for me, what shocked me the most is the fact that there were no consultations before the government decided to pull the plug. Most of these taxi operators who were on board, they just saw on the news finance minister saying we are phasing out this grant which was funding the integrated public transport system, which include the BRT.
What does this mean, Isaac, briefly, for the BRT in different parts of the country where implementation had already started?
It means they can expand beyond where they are. And remember, they had these phased approaches which were dependent on the availability of funds. But remember, Kathy, one other important factor is that the buses don't have a lifetime of forever. They still need to be maintained. They need to be changed now and again. That means for what we have now, or what those cities have now, there won't be any expansion, unfortunately.
Sure. Isaac Mahlangu will leave it there, local government editor, Sunday Times. The numbers, I mean, they're eye-watering. And we just have to interrogate how we plan and implement. Are we getting the best bang for our buck? It's 7 o'clock. Kolofelo, good morning.
Outsurance is in the business of saving you money on your car insurance premium. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
Thanks, Kathy. Top stories at 7. Mop-up operations begin after Cape storms, and Masemola joins Matlala in the dock. Good morning. Mop-up operations are expected to begin today following severe weather events since two cold front made landfall in the Western Cape over the weekend. Schools in the province have also reopened. The Education Department says there may, however, be schools that need to remain closed due to infrastructure damage or access challenges. Over 40,000 residents in Cape Town and other rural areas have been affected by flooding and strong winds, particularly in informal settlements. Residents in Valhalla Park on the Cape Flats say they've been hard hit.
My son's roof flew off and he's got 3 small children and the whole house got wet, the beds, the beddings, everything. And I had to put up with them now in my place where I don't have enough beds for them to sleep on.
Okay, the Wendy house's roofs blowed off and also the electricity is gone. I went to Cape Town on Wednesday to go and ask when I'm going to get signed my house off 3 years ago. They told me that I'm approved for this project here in Valhalla Park and they can't do anything in assisting each and every one of us to get another house.
Suspended National Police Commissioner Fanny Masemola is expected to join controversial businessman Vusmusi Ket Matlala in the dock at the Pretoria Magistrates Court this morning on charges of contravening the Public Finance Management Act. Masemola's case forms part of a wider investigation into alleged irregularities in police procurement processes. Luyanda Tanga reports.
Masemola joins the 16th core accused, including the alleged crime figure Vusumuzi Ket Matlala, when the matter resumes in court. The charges stem from the alleged irregular awarding of a contract worth approximately 228 million rand to Medicare 24, a company linked to Matlala. The matter was postponed for further investigations and for accused to be formally joined on the same charge sheet. For SABC News, I'm Luyanda Tanga in Johannesburg.
The National Coloured Congress Member of Parliament Fadil Adams is expected to apply for bail in the Pinetown Magistrates Court in KwaZulu-Natal today after being arrested last week. He is facing charges of fraud and defeating the ends of justice. It is alleged that he interviewed people believed to have been the hitmen in the murder of ANC Youth League Secretary General Sindiso Magaqa in prison while their trial was still underway. Adams is a member of Parliament's Portfolio Committee on Police. The Magaqa murder is one of the high-profile cases handled by the KZN SAP's Political Killings Task Team. Advocacy group Youth Capital has described the current unemployment rate among young people as a state of emergency. The latest figures from Stats SA's first quarter of 2026 show that young people continue to be the worst affected by the unemployment crisis, with 60.9% of people between the ages of 15 and 24 being unemployed. The data also shows that the absorption and participation rates among young people continue to be lower than those of older adults. Young Capital has highlighted stringent job entry-level requirements as a contributing factor in the low absorption rates. The group's advocacy strategist Mbali Williams says the government is not investing enough in young people.
The entry-level requirements for a young person to get a job is getting significantly more difficult. If you had to look at the numbers, only 4 in 10 people that are within the working age bracket, right, that are employable, are participating in the labor market. And this isn't even an indicator that they have a dignified standard of living. For some people, this is part-time employment. For some people, it is informal sector employment. And the labor force participation rate is going down because the absorption rate is also going down.
And finally, further afield, U.S. President Donald Trump is traveling to Beijing on his first trip to China by a U.S. leader since 2017. The main focus of this talks with Xi Jinping will be the tense trade relations between the world's two largest economies. The BBC's Stephen McDonnell has the details.
I think when it all comes down to it, it sort of breaks down to several short-term headaches and one long-term problem. I think the short-term headaches, well, tariffs. Donald Trump called on the tariff war. Xi called his bluff. There could be some deals on either side to kind of sweeten the trade relationship, if you like. Then there's Taiwan. Now, according to the Chinese government, this is the number one sensitive issue. Xi Jinping will be telling Donald Trump he doesn't want the US to be backing Taiwan militarily.
The top story at 7 back home. Mop-up operations are expected to begin today following severe weather events since two cold front made landfall in the Western Cape over the weekend. Schools in the province have also reopened. Headlines at 7:30 for SAFM News. I'm Kolofelo Defo.
OutSurance will go out of their way to try and save you money on your car insurance. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
If your car hire company was becoming too expensive, you'd switch, right? So why pay more for car insurance? Switching to OutSurance saved 40-year-old Rafik an unbelievable 899 Rand on his 2017 Navara 4x4. Get a quote now, and if OutSurance can't save you money, ask for 500 Rand or 1,500 Rand if you've been claim-free and with the same insurer for 3 years. Do it now. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754. Licensed insurer and FSP, T's, C's, and information online.
Very good morning to you. In your SFM Sports headlines, soccer, Orlando Pirates moved to within one win of the Betway Premiership title after TS Galaxy stunned Mamelodi Sundowns in Mbombela. And in rugby, the Lions head to Munster chasing a historic first ever URC playoff place. We'll have details around 7:30.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning. If you're on your way to Joburg, coming in from Protea, Glen or Lenasia, quite a backlog of traffic on that N12, just approaching the Golden Highway off-ramp up into Devlin. Quite slow there, pressure all the way back, almost to Klipsrade Valley. The N12 and R24 ridge jam solidly into Galuli's interchange this morning. And if you're coming out of Pretoria down through Midrand, fairly standard, no major surprises on that run through. Crash scene still with us on the N2 North, leaving Aman's Toti, Central Toti area this morning, just before you get to Galleria Mall. Quite a heavy backlog, then really heavy up the N2 between the M7 and Westwood Mall. Super early delays and heavy delays there today. Cape Town, lots of traffic lights out. Strand Road in the Stickland area, so coming out of Kales River towards Belleville, it's heavy. Monte Vista Boulevard at the N1 highway, lights are offline there as well. Lower Church and Beach, if you come off the highway, turn into Woodstock, that'll be busy this morning. And we're pretty much back to normal around Cape Town with fully loaded highways after yesterday's break because of the storm. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
The National Briefing on SAfm. Clarity, context, and conversation. This is where the day begins with Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
It's 7:09. You're listening to the National Briefing. Welcome to the show. If you've just tuned in, my name is Kathy Mutlatlana. Coming up in this hour, can a legal challenge slow or stop Parliament's impeachment process? A former opposition leader and Ambassador Tony Leon joins me shortly on what may be President Cyril Ramaphosa's most serious political crisis since taking office. Then we'll head to the Western Cape, where floodwaters have left 6 people dead, thousands vulnerable, and major transport routes severely disrupted. We'll speak to the disaster management there. And later in the hour, the reality check, Sibongile Mkabela, asks a difficult question for a democracy now more than 3 decades old. What happened to the active citizen? Have South Africans withdrawn from public life, or has the system stopped listening? That's what you can expect within the next hour of the show. And as always, we'd love for you to be part of the conversation. We'll be taking your calls on 086 000 2032. That's 086 000 2032. On the WhatsApp voice note line, 0614 104 107. That's 0614 104 107.
As we celebrate 90 years of existence, SAfm takes you back to the voices that shaped a nation.
Berea, the home of the four bespectacled Tisson brothers, all of whom work or have worked on the English service, particularly Audio Mix and Radio Today. Watch how the night proceeds towards dawn.
And I need a lot of consoling when I started the early program. People couldn't believe that John O'Donnell and B. Reid were chosen for the early morning program, because if ever two announcers used to want to swap a morning shift for an afternoon shift, John and I would do it.
90 years of trusted voices. This is SAFM. You are listening to the National Briefing with Kathy Mutlatlana.
It's 11 after 7 o'clock, and we continue then with the fallout from the Phala Phala Constitutional Court judgment. This morning, I think the taking stock really continues across the political spectrum of what happens next. And to help us perhaps give his own reading of the moment is a former leader of the DA, parliamentarian under 3 ANC presidents, but also Ambassador Tony Leon. He joins us on the line. Tony, good morning to you. Thank you for your time.
Good morning, Kathy. Thank you for having me.
And I want to start, Tony, with exactly that, just your own reading of this moment nationally for us as a country.
Serious moment, notwithstanding all the other problems South Africa faces. You saw that with the unemployment figures yesterday and the ongoing fallout from the continuing war in Iran, which are very bad economically for our country. Politically and strategically going forward, we're in a mess because the Phala Phala matter, which has really been 6 years since it was first occurred, is with us again. It's been brought back, roaring back to life after the Friday judgment in the Con Court. And it's got very serious implications for Parliament, for the President, and indeed for the political stability of the country and the economic consequences that flow from that. So it's a very, I think it's a very difficult, maybe dangerous moment for the country. And I hope Parliament and indeed the President navigate it well, because I think the fallout, as you said in your intro, is going to be very significant, and it's ongoing.
What is the test here that you believe perhaps the president is having to confront? Because there are the facts of the matter, right, which is around the Con Court judgment, which clarifies matters, the parliamentary process, which clarifies matters. When you listen to what some members of the opposition are saying, some have positioned the test around the president to be one of ethics and morality. I wonder if your view goes as far as that.
Oh, I think in some ways it is. I think what people are really looking for is a credible explanation for really what is an incredible set of facts, as such as we know them, because a lot of the facts are very murky. And that's one of the reasons, I think, why this parliamentary impeachment committee might, or given what's happened with the General Mkhwanazi parliamentary hearings, might not bring to light more clarity. We simply don't know, because the process hasn't even begun. I think a lot of the explanations for what happened and a lot of the consequences for the Phala Phala matter since, frankly, December 2019 are not credible. And when the head of government, the head of state, the supreme officer of the Constitution, is in the dock, not the criminal dock, let me say, but the dock of public opinion, because what happened on not just on his watch, but on his farm lacks credibility, people are going to say, well, can we necessarily believe everything else that you're telling us about the range of matters that are happening to South Africa right now? So I think that's the, if you like, the bigger narrative. Then there are a whole lot of parliamentary and legal byways that have to be navigated. You pointed out that since Friday's judgment in the Con Court, Parliament's now seized of the matter again, although the previous Parliament tried to stop a parliamentary inquiry. This is now going to happen. The Speaker announced that on Monday. And this committee to investigate the impeachment process and the facts that underlie an impeachment potentially of the president will need to be brought to life. On the other hand, you have the president's announcement on Monday, where he's quite correctly said, without addressing any of the drama around Pala, that the Constitutional Court judgment was not about him, it was about Parliament. But the whole basis for Parliament taking this matter further, Kathy, as you'll know, was the independent panel's report. The former Chief Justice was appointed in 2022. He said there was a prima facie case for the Parliament to investigate for impeaching President Ramaphosa. President Ramaphosa has now said that that panel report is flawed. I'm now going to review it. So now, without overcomplicating matters, there's not a tension, but there's now a parting of the ways between Parliament proceeding on its path, which is to set up this all-party impeachment committee. All 18 parties somehow or other have to be represented on it. They've got to weigh the evidence, take testimony from everyone from the president downwards on what really went down at Pala 6 years ago. And on the other hand, you've got the president going to court and saying, I want this report on which Parliament's now basing its impeachment hearings set aside. So I think the immediate question is, what's Parliament going to do if and when, because we haven't seen the president's papers, the president goes to court? I suspect most of the opposition parties will want Parliament to proceed. We don't know if the president or his legal team is going to try and stop Parliament from proceeding with its hearing. I think that would be a very incautious thing to do, because it will then suggest there's a further cover-up going on. But let's see how this unfolds. But either way, I think a lot more facts, a lot more clarity on the facts is going to emerge in the next few weeks and months.
Looking at the president's own framing of the issue, it very much seemed to have been a decision around whether to pursue a review of the matter versus resignation. Politically and strategically, do you think he's made the right move? Is it a smart move, or is it one that's going to be costly?
Too early to tell, actually. Look, is this a resignation matter? Maybe, maybe not, but the president's clearly chosen not to resign. He's gone for the legal route. And at the other end of that spectrum of possibilities, Kathy, let's get another matter, in my opinion, out of the way. Impeachment itself, although it's prescribed by Section 89 of the Constitution and has certain tests, is inherently a political process. You know, there are a lot of there's talk there about the president's committed a serious offense. These are tests and judgments not made by lawyers or courts of law. Impeachment is in the hands of members of Parliament. So it's a political process, and politicians, not lawyers, determine the outcome. So the president, on the one hand, decided not to resign. We know that. The parliamentary arithmetic to get a 2/3 majority if at the end of this process for President Ramaphosa to be impeached is almost impossible unless there's a rebellion in the ANC. If a faction, the ANC or the party itself, votes for impeachment, then indeed the president would be forced out of office with the ANC and opposition votes. But I think that's vanishingly small possibility. So we're in between those two extremes, if you like.
Yeah.
And where we are now is going to be a process that I think is going to suck up a lot of political oxygen for the president, for the country, for Parliament, maybe at the distraction of other very serious crises that the country faces. And that's the collateral damage, if you like, from this whole matter.
I want to zone in on a part of the political jostling that you've touched on. And in particular, I want us to look at the positioning of your former party, the Democratic Alliance. And I want you to maybe give us a sense of your own view of what is at play and how the DA is navigating this particular moment and the shift that we have seen over the last couple of years. I'm going to start off with a clip of the former leader, John Steenhuisen, talking about the Pala matter.
No one forced him to back down from his promises. He chose that himself. And no one forced him into the Pala situation either. The hidden money, the untruths about its origin, the secret investigation, and the cover-up, these were all his own choices and his own doing. The reason his presidency has become untenable, and the fact that he is now simply one of three unacceptable options in the ANC, has nothing to do with outside forces or weird conspiracies. It is all of his own doing. And that is why his position is untenable, and he's going to have to go.
If we see that there is conduct that makes his position untenable, then our position is clear. But until then, we will interrogate the facts thoroughly, vigorously. We will turn over every rock and every cushion and make sure that we participate as full members of the committee to get to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. And when we've got the truth, then we can see, is his position tenable or not?
And we ended off there with a clip just from an interview we did yesterday with Gordon Hill Lewis. So at one point, the Phala Phala matter was untenable for the Ramaphosa presidency. Now, not so much. Your own reading of perhaps the dynamics and the difficulty clearly for the DA in how it treads on this matter at any given point in time.
Yes, it was quite an interesting change of tone between 2020, whenever the John Steenhuisen clip was from, and the yesterday's clip from Jordan Hill Lewis. But I think in substance they're saying the same thing, although you could say the one is slightly more dramatic and the other slightly more cautious, because in essence they're saying we want the facts, and the facts are not going to be covered up. We're not going to take a political decision based on our political continuance. I think in Jordan's case, in the government of national unity, we're going to go after the truth. And I don't think, as between those two clips, there's been a fundamental change. You can argue the tone has changed a bit because the DA now sits next to the president in the cabinet, which it certainly didn't when Phala Phala first came out. And look, the DA has known since the beginning, since 2 years ago when it went into the government of national unity, that this matter was there, that it was, if you like, a landmine that was waiting to detonate. And now it has detonated or detonated again. So I don't think, and this is really, I'm not speaking on inside information here, this is my view, that the party is going to hold back in uncovering what happened in Phala Phala on Christmas Day in 2019 and all the other facts. And I also think that even if the DA, let's assume, and I don't think this is the right assumption, that the DA decided to go soft on this, there are plenty of other opposition parties, such as the EFF, who are going to go very hard. And the EFF is actually the litigant in this matter in the Concord, and likely will join against the president in his current court challenge. So I think the opposition, DA, EFF, in their very different ways, are going to keep the feet to the fire on this.
Tony Leon, we're going to leave it there. Thank you for your reflections on the national briefing this morning.
Kathy Mutlatlana is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAfmRadio.
Well, let's head to the Western Cape, where deadly floods, strong winds have led to widespread displacement. Colin Dana is the Chief Director, Disaster Management, Fire and Rescue Services in the Western Cape Government. Colin, good morning to you. Thanks for your time this morning. Let's start with just where we are as we wake up then to the day. What is the state of affairs in your province?
Good morning, Kathy. Yes, so at the moment, the storm is, the worst of the storm is past. So we are very much in a rescue and recovery mode today. So from yesterday afternoon and through the night, and then at first light this morning, we still have people that are cut off, mostly in the West Coast, in the Gouda and Wolseley areas, and then also some in near Worcester in the Cape Winelands. So a lot of our activity with our rescue teams will be to access those people today. We've had really bad weather, obviously not allowing us to fly. So hopefully we'll be able to reach quite a lot of people today. There's still a lot of work being done on the N1 at the tunnel, the De Toys Kloof Pass, Baines Kloof Pass, Those are still closed. That's obviously the main route into the city and into the Western Cape. So that those areas are getting a lot of attention. And then, many thousands of people that are in shelters that need food, that need warm clothing, that need blankets. So those are going to be our big focuses really for the day. And then, there's a number of other issues that we have to deal with, which are electricity outages, communications outages, and our partners will help us with that then through this day.
The damage to infrastructure seems to be amongst the most devastating. How are you expecting that to impact your ability to get around?
Yes, so that was something that we anticipated to an extent when we got these warnings, even when we got the warning for the Southern Cape. So what we tried to do when we received these warnings and realized the extent of this storm, we pre-positioned quite a lot of our resources. So that did enable us to move around. But even in saying that, the ferocity of the storm has limited our ability to move around quite significantly. So we have looked, we've got partners coming in with the type of all-terrain vehicles that we require. And hopefully, as I said today, with the weather, we would make use of aerial support. But it has been quite a limiting problem for us.
Schools were closed yesterday. What is the status today? And I guess generally, what do you need the people of the Western Cape to know and also to do in order to keep themselves safe? Hello, Colin.
Hello, apologies, I lost you there just for a short period. Yeah, I think just as far as the schools are concerned, so we closed the schools yesterday due to the high winds and the continuous rain that we were still getting. Schools have reopened, but what we've done is we've identified a number of schools that are in the areas that A, have been cut off, or B, still have a risk to them. And then what the Education Department has done is they've requested the schools to apply to be closed if they feel that they are still at risk, or if their school routes are still at risk. The important thing, I think, for the public, especially if you have children at school, is the schools will send out communication, and just take heed of that. Again, we're asking if public don't need to travel, they shouldn't travel. Limit that as much as you possibly can. It is still going to be extremely cold, so we are in winter in the Western Cape, so to try and stay warm and to report anything. We have very large areas in the province where there are still strong rivers, so we can only get to people if we have knowledge of it. In the Southern Cape, we've been able to fly over a lot of areas and identify where people are, but we really need to find out, where everybody is, so we can account for everyone by the time this operation's over.
All right, Colin Dana, Chief Director, Disaster Management and Fire Rescue Team, Fire Rescue Services in the Western Cape. All the best to you and your teams as you continue with those rescue operations.
This is where the day begins with Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
Well, also unfolding today, suspended Police Commissioner Fani Masemola will be back in the Pretoria Magistrates Court. This time he'll be joined by Vusumuzi Kat Matlala, the director of Medicare 24, and 12 other high-ranking police officials in the dock. It's for their alleged roles in the 228 million rand tender scandal. Calvin Gludla is our SABC News reporter who's tracking the story. Calvin, it's going to be a big moment, and just the imagery, right, of seeing the National Police Commissioner amongst not only the accused, but in the dock as well. Tell us very briefly what to expect.
Good morning to you, Katie, and to our SAFM and SABC News listeners. One would think, Katie, this is a fairy tale where you would see the suspended National Commissioner Masimula with the alleged criminal kingpin Vusumuzi Ket Matlala sitting on the dock. And you remember that Masemola is appearing today, as we have mentioned, at the Pretoria Magistrate Court, facing charges of contravening with the PFMA Act. This is in relation to the multi-million tender, Medicare 24. The tender, valued at about 360 million, is the subject of ongoing investigation into alleged corruption, fraud, irregular procurement processes within the police service. 16 accused, including 12 senior SAPS officials, including Vusimus Matlala, a business associate, and 2 companies. They appeared at the Pretoria Magistrate Court on Wednesday, 2 weeks ago, facing charges of fraud, corruption, and money laundering. All accused have been granted bail ranging between 40,000 rand and 80,000 rand, while Matlala remains in custody. So what you are expecting today, Kathy, is that Masimula to be present in court. I've been communicating with his senior counsel, that would be Advocate Moses Kakane, about this issue. So we will be able to get inside court so that we can be able to follow these proceedings. Analysts are saying this might not take long. Remember that Fani Masimula is suspended, and the state is still compiling or gathering evidence on this matter. So we are on our way to the Pretoria Magistrate Court, where we will be attending this case. That is when we will be able to inform our viewers for TV and our listeners for radio about what is going to happen in court.
Calvin Glula, let's leave it there then for this morning. It's time for your latest news headlines. Kulufelo, good morning.
Thanks, Kathy. Good morning. In the headlines, the Sawa, a prominent Mpumalanga taxi boss, and 2 co-accused are expected to appear before the Kwaggafontein Magistrates Court in Mpumalanga this morning on charges of extortion. The trio, aged between 46 and 60, were arrested in Gauteng and Mpumalanga in the early hours of yesterday morning. Mop-up operations are expected to begin today following severe weather events since 2 cold front made landfall in the Western Cape over the weekend. Schools in the province have also reopened. And further, Field Britain says 10 more people who may have been exposed to hantavirus will be flown to the UK to self-isolate. I'll have details on this and more stories at 8.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning. If you're coming into Joburg from Malaysia, Protea Glen, we were reporting some heavy backlogs on the N12 towards Golden Highway exit earlier. A bit busy, but it's easing up quickly. Mike 1 from Boyson's right through to Sandton this morning. No gaps really in that traffic, and some backlogging coming into Galuli's. A crash before the interchange. N12 and R24 routes arriving from Ekurhuleni side under quite a bit of pressure. N14 between Pretoria West and the M1 Brockfontein interchange on your way to Pretoria is heavy. Solomon Mshlangu down to Delphi, leaving the Pretoria East area very slow as well. Southern parts of Durban, the N2 among Mtoti, that crash in the central Toti area still causing a big backlog coming out of Mtoti. The alternative side road fairly full as well. The N2 from Cement Factory up through towards the works at Westwood Malls. Bad N3 inbound from Pavilion, pretty solid. And a breakdown and crash on your way to Pietermaritzburg, N3 at Ashburton. That's a big queue working back through to Linfield Park. Cape Town very busy this morning, particularly Baden-Powell Drive. No traffic lights at the N2, plus a major pothole forcing motorists to share lanes on Baden-Powell between Jeffrey Masemola and the N2 highway. So that is all absolutely jam-packed through there. And lights around at Stickland causing delays coming out of the busy Kales River area, Van Riebeek onto Strand as you head slowly into Belleville. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAfm Sport with Zai Khan.
Zaikan, Orlando Pirates, they moved to within 1 win of the Betway Premiership. The Orlando Pirates fans were unnecessarily very excited yesterday. I don't know why. Because they didn't win a game. Why were they so happy?
Kathy, Orlando Pirates fans, yes, they didn't sleep last night. They were already polishing the trophy, you know. In their dreams. But yeah, let's be happy for them. They're on the brink of ending their 14-year wait for the Betway Premiership title. And this after TS Galaxy shocked Mamelodi Sundowns 3-2 In Mbombela last night, the defeat leaves Sundowns 3 points clear at the top, but Pirates still have 2 matches to play and a superior goal difference. A win for the Buccaneers against Durban City on Saturday at Orlando Stadium could finally see them crowned champions. Meanwhile, TS Galaxy's dramatic victory also secured their premiership status for next season. In the meantime, Jose Mourinho is in final negotiations to become Real Madrid's next head coach, 13 years after his first spell at the Bernabeu. The 63-year-old is a clear favourite to replace Alvaro Arbeloa, who only took charge in January following Xabi Alonso's departure. Mourinho, currently managing Benfica, is the only candidate Real are in talks with as President Florentino Perez pushes for his return. Cricket action, and Sunrisers fast bowler Kagiso Rabada starring with the ball as his team, the Gujarat Titans, thrashed the Sunrisers Hyderabad by 82 runs. Rabada claimed 3 for 28 as Hyderabad were bowled out for just 86. Let's go to this story where the Nelson Mandela Marathon is set to make its debut in Cape Town this October, taking over the traditional Cape Town Marathon slot and aiming to attract thousands of runners from around the world. Organizer Bruce Parker Forsyth confirmed that the new marathon is already expecting a strong turnout.
We're looking. We've got basically we've got the 42K, which we're looking at about 10,000 entries, and then we've got the 21, about 8, and then we've got a 10, which is about 3, and a 5, which is about 3. So we're looking around about 20,000 people in the end, is what we think we will end up with.
And finally, tennis. The world number 1, Yannick Sinner of Italy, defeated fellow countryman Andrea Pellegrino in straight sets to reach the Italian Open quarter-finals. The 12th seed Andrei Rublev, he fought back from a set down to beat Georgia's Nicolas Basilashvili, and he'll take on Yannick Sinner. And Luciano Darderi saving 4 match points to shock the second seed Alexander Zverev, and that was 1-6, 7-6, 6-love in a Rome thriller. That's your sport. We'll serve it up some more here on the National Briefing. I'm Zai Khan.
The Market Brief with Ndauleng Lechela on SAfm.
It's 7:38. Let's get into your market update. Ndauleng, this figure, we're going to be focusing on it on the briefing debate today. But young people are continuing to bear the brunt of unemployment, which is on the increase.
You're absolutely right there, Kathy. And according to Stats SA quarterly labor force survey for the first quarter, youth unemployment surged to 45.8%, highlighting how young people remain the hardest hit in a weakening labor market. Now, overall unemployment rose to 32.7% as the economy shed 345,000 jobs, leaving total employment at 16.8 million. Now, economists warn the deeper issue is that South Africa is not growing fast enough to absorb new entrants into the labor market, let alone a rising population seeking work. Job losses were concentrated in community services and construction, with only limited gains in mining and manufacturing. Now, the outlook looks even grimmer, with PSG Financial Services Chief Economist Johan Als saying SA risks entrenching long-term unemployment rather than reversing it anytime soon, adding that without stronger growth, job creation will continue to lag population pressure and skills demand in the economy. Now, turning to aviation, the airports company South Africa says it is not concerned about potential jet fuel shortages, despite ongoing conflict in the Middle East continuing to disrupt global supply chains. Speaking in Parliament, CEO Mpumi Mpofu said increased output from local refineries such as Natref and Astron Energy, combined with reduced long-haul demand from some major Middle Eastern carriers, has helped keep overall fuel availability stable for now. Now, that matters because jet fuel supply is critical to maintaining consistent flight operations and avoiding disruptions across the aviation network. However, South Africa still imports roughly 70% of its jet fuel requirements, which leaves the sector exposed to global price shocks and reinforces calls for stronger domestic refinery capacity and more diversified supply sources. Now, shifting our focus to market action, sentiment appears to be shifting more positively, with US futures and Asian equities trading in the green, although volatility remains elevated as investors track developments around the US and Iran tensions and anticipation building ahead of US President Trump's meeting with Chinese counterpart Xi Jinping. Analysts expect discussions to focus on trade relations, but also on oil markets, given China remains one of Iran's key customers. Crude oil is still elevated at around $106 a barrel, and that is expected to continue weighing on risk sentiment and potentially the JSE at the open. Over in currency markets, the rand under pressure, mainly due to a stronger dollar, which has hit a one-week high. The local currency is trading at around 16.50 to the dollar, 22.33 to the pound, and 19.35 versus the euro. That's your market brief this morning. I'll be back tomorrow with more on business and economic developments. I'm Ntauleng Lechela for the National Briefing.
Reality check on the National Briefing.
We continue with our reality check segment for today. It's 7:42, and remember, we're trying to use the moment to pause, reflect, and think a bit more seriously about the state of South Africa. What's happening, but why it's happening, what it's costing us, and what we must do to change it. Sibongile Mkhabela is our contributor for this week, and she's been helping us deal and grapple with perhaps number one, starting off looking at democracy and the role of citizens and citizenship in a democracy. Yesterday, we talked about the power of memory, right? Being able to remind ourselves as a nation of who we have been, the things we have done, the power that we have. And today, Sibongile, you want to continue along that stream, and you want to then lead us into a conversation about the sense and the role of the state in the new South Africa.
Good morning. Good morning, Kathy. It's a beautiful morning in Johannesburg. Continuing on our conversation, we continue?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. I talk about the role of the state. I wanted to present something that might sound slightly controversial, but that's okay. I won't be me if I'm not controversial. And it is the state as presently represented. And I'm going there because the present state also include huge bodies of civil society. In particular, I just want to point us to what it has meant for labor to be part of government. In South Africa, I've just heard, and I think this is what makes me start here, the number of unemployed, the statistics on unemployment. When you look at those statistics, it's hard to understand why we still have a labor movement that focuses on those who are most privileged amongst us, only those with employment contract and who are in formal systems, whereas in fact the majority of our people are outside. But the labor movement has also become and is conflated with state, and therefore reduces the powerful voices of civil society. So I want to just put that there, and then I want to deal or talk to and encourage us to talk about power. In the democracy, we've been talking about empowerment. Empowerment sounds like you're going to bring a drug and you're going to inject someone with it. Fact of the matter is this: power is never given. Nobody's ever going to give you power. Nobody is ever going to inject you with power. Power is always taken. And when power is taken, it is wrestled. It's never going to be something that comes at a boardroom and you sit and you sign contracts and you transfer power. Power will always be a difficult thing to wrestle. And our society are at the best point. This is 2026, a perfect time for us to reflect on the moments where we wrestled power. And we see these two powerful moments, and it's two different generations. The generation Yabo Mama in 1956, and the generation, my generation in 1976. The one is going to be 70 years since 1956. Nyambokodo, wathinta abafazi wathinta imbokodo. Then 1976 happens. And why I want us to reflect on these, again, still talking about the power, because we really can't speak about the role of government without talking about how we strengthen civil society. And when we look at these moments, wathinta abafazi wathinta imbokodo, I spent a bit of time understanding what imbokodo is. And the simple translation has been, it's a rock. The reality that I've been researching is it's a grinding stone. It's in many cultures, in many traditions, it is a very important stone that is used to grind and to give us and to present the food that people then eat. And so it's an important way of saying when you touch the women, you touch a rock, which really means this grinding stone. When we celebrate that moment, and when we celebrate June 16, we begin to locate ourselves in the spots and the moments of power. Our powerlessness begins when we hand over, and we have handed over to the state so many things that don't belong to the state, that the state must release back to us. Number one, you've had, when the ANC had the majority, it had the arrogance of saying, we are the leaders of society. And I always thought that is just the most arrogant thing to ever say. And for society to allow powerful politicians to assert themselves in that particular way. But what that cost us, in particular, I was thinking about the women's movement, as I'm thinking about the women's movement as it pertains to people delivering their own houses. If we remember and we recall, in the early 90s, even early 2000s, we had the women's dialogue that was around women building their own houses. And they were stopped by state from building their own houses because the idea of a subsidy, which government puts in, subsidy was supposed to help people build their homes. It became something that was then given to contractors and tenderpreneurs, and they built the kind of structures that they built. When you go back, and I do have a woman who was a friend of ours who built and was part of building their own homes, people build structures with dignity. So we have the power to service ourselves. We have the power to go back to our schools with trade unions, which is why I'm starting with trade unions. Part of what has weakened our school system is the heavy organization of teachers that has removed them from ordinary voices of civil society, which are the voices that used to organize. I didn't know this until now, that those teachers who taught me music, athletics, who were in the debating with us, were doing all of this voluntarily because they had decided on the image, the vision of the African child they wanted to produce. I just wanted to stop there for now.
Sbongile, and what are you saying? Are you saying that this expectation and perhaps the language of economy that has become somewhat embedded in our society has even taken away the spirit of volunteering, the spirit of community service, doing something for the greater good?
You know, Kathy, it's exactly what I'm saying. Not only doing something for the greater good, repositioning the democracy. Remember the RDP. RDP works only in circumstances where civil society, government, and business are equal partners. Over the years, the weakening of civil society has meant that it has been a terrain for government and business. And where are the civil society voices? They would be found in Netlek in some obscure corner where there is community something, but it's not taken very seriously. So I am saying that our present articulation that's driven by the economy and has lost the parts of us that really makes the economy work and make us continue to drive towards our true north. The people we wanted to be, they did. And what I'm saying particularly, I want to help us redirect the democracy project, which we all agree has been derailed, back to track. And for that democracy project to go back on track, we have to have intense conversations with government and intense conversations with civil society groupings, church groupings, and other groupings that don't seem to understand their role in relation to where South Africa is and where South Africa needs to go.
Spongile Mkabela, will leave it there for this morning. Certainly lots of food for thought. I'll take your calls, your WhatsApp voice note contributions shortly. Rob is standing by with your traffic.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Yeah, very good morning. Anyone heading into Pretoria, coming up the R55, Attridgeville area, just approaching Mondi on your way sort of into Pretoria West. Just factor in a big queue. Otherwise, just stay well away from that run into Pretoria. The N14, a crash before Brockfontein interchange. That's the Krugersdorp Highway. It's a real hotspot for crash scenes this time of morning. So after the R55, Pretoria West, you're stuck in a big traffic backlog there. Mike 1, Boyson through to Sandton looking heavy, and the crash coming into Galilee's N12 and R24 routes from the Ekurhuleni side are under a bit of pressure. Approaching that one. All sorts of issues around Durban this morning. N2 running north is heavy from Cement Factory up through Spaghetti Junction into Westwood Mall. There's a breakdown before Spaghetti Junction. Now, behind that queue that runs through Spaghetti up to Westwood Mall, the N3 jam-packed from Pinetown, from Paradise Valley through Pavilion and on into Wards 4 level. Also going out from Sherwood. Quite a backlog on the N3 to sort of get through Spaghetti Junction and get into that N2 north. It really is exceptionally heavy this morning. Also, an earlier crash and a breakdown just past Ashburton, the N3 routing into Pietermaritzburg, backlogs to Linfield Park, the alternative run up through Polly Shore. It's very heavy with diverting traffic pressures as well. Cape Town, a lot of sort of issues that have popped up after the big storm, a lot of traffic lights down, Broadlands in the N2 in Somerset West Strand area, that's out. A massive pothole on Baden-Powell Drive and hardly a traffic light working through that Esterefia Khayelitsha area, so really big delays. That pothole just south of the N2 towards Jefta K Masemola, so you've got traffic sort of sharing lane. That section of Baden-Powell, bottom of Khayelitsha, a real mess. The N2 heavy to get off at Baden-Powell on the outbound side, so queues in front of Khayelitsha this morning. All sorts of other issues, just after yesterday's day off, it's all back together this morning, and highways and byways are just really struggling along around the Greater Cape Town area. Rob Byrne, SAfm Traffic.
Babe, I'm getting extra cash from my insurance. I was thinking romantic getaway or a treat for the kids.
You're getting money from your insurance?
Yes, my cash back from my way. I'll get back 10% of my monthly premiums for staying claim-free for 2 years. I'm getting 5,680 Rand.
Now that's real cash.
Real people, real cars, real rewards. For a quote, visit myway.co.za. My cashback is a feature on qualifying products paid after 2 claim-free years and all premiums paid. Premiums are risk profile dependent. MyWay is a licensed non-life insurer and FSB. T's and C's apply. MyWay. Live your way.
Africa is more than a destination, it's unlimited. Welcome to Africa's Travel Indaba 2026, where the continent's boldest tourism experiences come alive under one powerful theme: Unlimited Africa, growing Africa's tourism economy. From the 11th to the 14th of May, the Durban ICC becomes the ultimate meeting place where connections spark, deals are made, and partnerships shape the future of tourism. Don't just witness Africa evolve, be part of it. See you at Africa's Travel Indaba, proudly brought to you by South African Tourism. Call SAfm now on 086 000 2032.
Morning, Kathy. A great message from the professor there. However, I think we need to go further and look at the individuals. What are they doing? To hear stories that there are women who use their 350 to start a bakery somewhere in the valley of Gauteng is quite inspirational. It speaks about the quality of individuals that have decided we are no longer going to be subject, we are going to be object of our own change. Thanks, Chris and Kampatang.
Dumela mme Mohlahlana. Yes, you are speaking to Colin. I'm calling from Kuruman in the Northern Cape and Gasekgonyana municipality. I used to get that 50 kilowatt watt per month. I got it for only two months. Now it has stopped. I don't know why. And now it's winter. Ish.
Good morning, Kathy. Nosintu Mgcineliye from Enqamakwe. Kathy, I am living with a disability and I don't know if I do qualify for a free electricity. If I do, is there any way that I can go with so I can get? But I just want to mention that most of people that actually do qualify here in the rural villages, they don't know where to go.
There are quite a number of your responses to the conversation that we had around the free basic electricity and the allocation that there should be for that in municipalities, and the fact that it's simply not reaching the people that it was intended to. We perhaps maybe even need a deeper discussion on this to understand what are the challenges within municipalities that is actually preventing these allocations from going ahead. I remember there was another big story that talked about the funding that is allocated nationally, and yet that funding is not being translated to what is given to people on the ground. And that's why NERSA is now asking that municipalities must actually be forced to ring-fence that money, that they can't spend it on anything else. I'll take your calls on 086 000 2032 is the number to dial. 086 000 2032.
Kathy, Lebohang Konolo in Kimberley. No, man, Masamila appearing in the same dog with Ket Matlala. I mean, there's nothing dramatic there, Sometimes I saw this on social media, people making a big deal out of it. No, which dog must he appear now? There can be a separate one. These are processes, and it's good that our democracy is working. So the man must just go and answer there, clear his name, and that's it. And I mean, criminals and perpetrators always appear in the same dog.
Hi, Kitty. Hoping you're well. This is Daniel. Kitty, I was actually shocked to learn that President Museveni of Uganda, he has been in power since 1986. 1986. Today, this man is 82 years. Yo, this is power hunger. What he's telling us that now he's not going to let go. He's going to be in power up until he dies. Man, this is insane, man. This is ridiculous. Thanks.
Good morning, Kathy Shotisinola in Mafefe, Limpopo. Kathy, we are residing in deep rural villages here in Limpopo. We applied for free electricity, but we are not getting free electricity. We are surprised since the inception of electricity in our villages. We have never get free electricity. We are paying electricity. Thank you, Kathy.
All right. Yeah, like I said, this will be an issue that we'll try to look at a bit more closely because it is having a serious impact on our communities, especially given the state of play in as far as the high cost of living. And if you qualify on the register, you should be able to receive that allocation. It's 8 o'clock. Kolofelo Tefo is standing by with your latest news.
Outsurance Essential is made for older cars. Claims are paid in cash within 5 working days, and you choose your own panel beater. SMS CAR to 43185. That's CAR to 43185.
Thanks, Kathy. Top stories this hour. 3 suspects expected in Mpumalanga court on extortion charges, and UK to receive 10 people for hantavirus isolation. Good morning. A prominent Mpumalanga taxi boss and 2 accused are expected to appear before the Kwaggafontein Magistrates Court in Mpumalanga this morning on charges of extortion. The trio between the ages of 46 and 60 were arrested in Gauteng and Mpumalanga yesterday. Provincial Police spokesperson Mavela Masondo says the arrests are linked to an extortion case reported in Kwaggafontein last year, where it is alleged the suspects extorted money from a businessman. Masondo says authorities are still searching for a 4th suspect linked to the case.
1 suspect remains outstanding. At this stage, the police cannot rule out the possibilities of adding more charges against the arrested suspects in relation to other cases as the investigation is continuing.
Still in the courts, suspended National Police Commissioner Fani Masemola is expected to join controversial businessman Vusmusi Ket Matlala in the dock at the Pretoria Magistrates Court this morning on charges of contravening the Public Finance Management Act. Masemola's case forms part of a wider investigation into alleged irregularities in police procurement processes. Luyanda Danga reports.
Masemola joins the 16th core accused, including the alleged crime figure Vusumuzi Ket Matlala, when the matter resumes in court. The charges stem from the alleged irregular awarding of a contract worth approximately 228 million rand to Medicare 24, a company linked to Matlala. The matter was postponed for further investigations and for accused to be formally joined on the same charge sheet. For SABC News, I'm Luyanda Danga in Johannesburg.
Mop-up operations are expected to begin today following severe weather events since 2 cold front made landfall in the Western Cape over the weekend. Schools in the province have also reopened. The Education Department says there may, however, be schools that need to remain closed due to infrastructure damage or access challenges. Over 40,000 residents in the Cape Town and others in rural areas have been affected by flooding and strong winds, particularly in informal settlements. Residents in Valhalla Park on the Cape Flats say they've been hard hit.
My son's roof flew off and he's got 3 small children and the whole house got wet, the beds, the beddings, everything. And I had to put up with them now in my place where I don't have enough beds for them to sleep on.
Okay, the wind houses roofs blowed off and also the electricity is gone. I went to Cape Town on Wednesday to go and ask when I'm going to get signed my house off. 3 years ago, they told me that I'm approved for this project here in Valhalla Park and they can't do anything in assisting each and every one of us to get another house.
The third witness regarding one of the accused, Bongani Ntanzi, in the Senzo Mewa murder case, Police Colonel Silas Toka, is expected to continue with his testimony at the High Court in Pretoria this morning. Toka, the station commander at Valeria Police Station, says he did not receive any complaint regarding Ntanzi allegedly being in possession of a cell phone. Ntanzi and 4 others are on trial for the 2014 murder of former Bafana Bafana captain. Toka explains
that the phone was retrieved and packaged in forensic bag in the presence of Mr. Ntanzi, and it was then taken to, they took it from Valeria, and the following day the phone was taken for downloading at the Tactical Support Unit in Mpumalanga on the 8th of February 2021.
I have no idea.
About that?
I don't have any idea about that. But if there was anything found in the cell, it should have been written in the relevant register that I've paid, my lord.
And finally, further fold, Britain says 10 more people who may have been exposed to hantavirus will be flown to the UK to self-isolate. All 10 are from the British overseas territories of St. Helena and Ascension Island. The BBC's Hugh Pym has more.
Travelling to the UK will put them near NHS infectious disease specialists if they become unwell. They're currently not symptomatic. Their final destination has not been revealed. In another move, 2 individuals in the UK who are contacts of others who contracted the virus have asked to continue their self-isolation at Arrow Park Hospital in Merseyside, where 22 passengers and crew from the cruise ship are being assessed.
The top story at 8, a prominent Mpumalanga taxi boss and 2 co-accused are expected to appear before the Kwaggafontein Magistrates Court in Mpumalanga this morning on charges of extortion. Headlines at 8:30 for SAFM News. I'm Kolofelo Defo.
Theft, accident, and 1 million rand third-party cover for your older car. Outsurance Essential has it all. Get a quote. SMS car to 43185. That's car to 43185.
Buying second-hand textbooks for your kids saves money, but you could really save by switching to Outsurance Essential Car Insurance made for older cars. 43-year-old Qiniso pays only 510 Rand a month for his 2012 Hyundai Sonata and gets third-party cover of up to 1 million Rand. Get Outsurance Essential Car Insurance today for unfinanced cars older than 5 years and valued at less than 130,000 Rand. SMS car to 43185. That's car to 43185. Outsurance, licensed insurer and FSP. T's, C's and information online.
It's a very good morning to you. In your SFM Sports headlines, it's soccer. Orlando Pirates now just one win away from ending a 14-year wait for the Betway Premiership title. And in cricket, the Proteas women coach Mandla Mashimbi believes rising star Kayla Reiniker is ready to rock the world. We'll find out more at around 8:30.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Starting on the eastern side of Joburg, coming in from Ekurhuleni. Today, a crash at Galuli's. The N12 and R24, it's approaching the interchange under some real pressure. Olifantsfontein in Midrand, all jammed up through Lever Road down towards the N1 highway. And a crash on the N14, the Krugersdorp highway, before the N1 Brockfontein, causing a backlog if you're on your way to Pretoria. Heavy pressure on the R55 this morning. Big queues. A crash at Rod Street. If you're coming up from Laudium side, very heavy on that run into sort of Pretoria West. That R55 really under pressure. Durban, major delays around Spaghetti Junction. There's a stationary vehicle and the roadworks north of the interchange. Also a breakdown before Spaghetti Junction as well. So from the cement factory all the way through to Westwood Mall. Behind that, N3 from Paradise Valley, N3 from Sherwood. Both sides of the N3 jammed to get into that N2 at 4 level. Major crash north of Ashburton a little earlier this morning, still causing a really big backlog from Linfield Park as that clears through towards the Market Road exit. And Cape Town, Baden-Powell under pressure. No traffic lights at the N2, a big pothole south of the N2, which has motorists sharing lanes on Baden-Powell, and that means a huge backlog of traffic at the bottom of Khayelitsha, and also the N2 outbound queuing up passing Khayelitsha just to get off and get into that traffic on Baden-Powell. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
The National Briefing on SAFM. Clarity, context, and conversation. This is where the day begins with Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
It's 8:08. Welcome to the third hour of the National Briefing. If you've just tuned in, welcome. And we're glad that you've joined us for the final hour of the show. Here's what you can expect. The numbers are no longer abstract. South Africa's unemployment rate now stands at 32.7%. That means more than 8 million people without work. What that is translated into for young people is that 1 in 2 young South Africans are unemployed. We'll get into that on the briefing debate shortly, and we'll ask a question that has increasingly been raised. At what point does unemployment stop being an economic statistic and become a national disaster? Also coming up within this hour, built in Mzansi, while the state is battling infrastructure backlogs, one South African company is trying to close the gap itself, and it's about building dignified sanitation solutions for communities still waiting for basic services. And as always, we invite you to be part of the conversation. The number to dial 086 000 2032. That's 086 000 2032. On the WhatsApp voice note line 0614 104 107. That's where you can send your WhatsApp voice notes and text messages. 0614 104 107.
Africa is more than a destination, it's unlimited. Welcome to Africa's Travel Indaba 2026, where the continent's boldest tourism experiences come alive under one powerful theme: Unlimited Africa, growing Africa's tourism economy. From the 11th to the 14th of May, the Durban ICC becomes the ultimate meeting place where connections spark, deals are made, and partnerships shape the future of tourism. Don't just witness Africa evolve, be part of it. See you at Africa's Travel Indaba, proudly brought to you by South African Tourism.
If your mechanic was becoming too expensive, you'd switch, right? So why pay more for car insurance? Switching to Outsurance saved 35-year-old Zanai a whopping $1,180 on her 2017 Mercedes-Benz GLA. Get a quote now, and if Outsurance can't save you money, ask for 500 Rand or 1,500 Rand if you've been claim-free and with the same insurer for 3 years. Do it now. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754. Licensed insurer and FSP. T's, C's and information online.
Kathy Mutlatlana is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube and X at SAfmRadio.
All right, it's 12 after 8 o'clock and we're going to get into our briefing debate. So if we look at the figures released yesterday, the official unemployment rate up from 31.4% in the previous quarter to 32.7%. The expanded definition, which counts everyone who has given up looking for work, is now sitting at 42.1%. It's among the highest in the world. 8.1 million South Africans are currently without work. If we look at the numbers where young people are concerned, these are young people aged between 15 to 34 years old. It's 4.7 million young people, and the youth joblessness rate, officially that percentage is 45.8%. So we are dealing with what is beyond a jobs crisis. Let me invite our guest this hour. Dr. Siphe Potelwa is president of the South African Association of PhDs. Siphe, good morning to you. Thank you for your time.
Good morning, Mrs. Katie. Good morning to the South African viewers. Thank you very much.
Matshidiso Lingwasa is a member of the Budget Justice Coalition. Matshidiso, good morning to you.
Good morning, Kathy, and good morning to your listeners.
All right, our business representative that was scheduled to be part of this conversation can unfortunately no longer participate. But Siphe, let me perhaps start with you. When we look at these numbers and we think very deeply about what they translate into, 1 in 2 young people, these are people that are in really what is supposed to be the prime of their working life. They have the most energy to give. They have the most experience to gain. And yet the numbers say that they're closed off to economic activity. What does that say to you?
Thank you very much, Katie. It's very painful. In the time, young people still expanding access to higher education. And many South African graduates, in particular, the blacks faces challenging in translating qualification into meaningful economic participation. Question is, Katie, this should not be dismissed as bitterness from the graduates or entitlements. It's proven yesterday without repeating what General Maluleke presented. It's a fact that there is a strong opportunity that we believe private sector and government should cooperate. However, that is not unlocking and improving the graduate employment in our country thus far. Let me stop there.
Previously, it seemed to be almost somewhat of a given that if you had access to higher education, your chances of employability would increase. You'd almost not find yourself without a job. Increasingly, what we are seeing is that, yes, your chances of employment are still higher than somebody without higher education, but it is not a guarantee of employment. Even people with doctorates are no longer guaranteed employment. What do you think that is doing to the social contract that South Africa thought it had with universities, with institutions of higher learning?
It's a very painful burden that is given to the institutions of high level at universities, where now university will no longer have the capacity to contain those with NQF level 10, the PhDs, with a very scarce demanding theories to be applied as a solution to our community. Now, what we see now at the Madlanga Commission and also at Zondo Commission is presented that the government is not taking cognizance or priority in employment, rather than the leaders who are dealers, serving their own interests, accepting and excluding the meaningful of the graduates as part of the economic participation. Because we have got SMEs that are feeding one cow, that graduates are not accommodated within the farm of the cows that can produce a better economical sustainability in the country. We are always having a scapegoat of the global economical challenges. It's a fact. However, it's long overdue, where now South African, in particular, that those in majority now is coming up, that PhD holders are not having a job. You see the sample of the medical doctors, where our society is facing a high level of sickness. Now we're experiencing the high depression in terms of the suicide of the graduates out of the university, with the hope that they will contribute immensely to improve the government and assist the private sector in implementing what they learn and develop their skills into meaningful that we promote and rescue the issue of poverty. But we are not utilized. South Africa does not develop centers of research where young people can be given an opportunity to expand and apply their knowledge.
Matsidi, so the Budget Justice Coalition, your organization, has come out to describe this as a failure of fiscal policy. Unpack that for us. What exactly is failing and leading to this within the policy?
So our view, Kathy, has been that South Africa, we have had structural unemployment and an economy that has failed to create meaningful work for the majority of people in this country for a very, very long time, so for decades, right? And while it seems that we've normalized unemployment, every quarter, SAfmRadio releases statistics that are really reflect poorly on our economy's ability to create opportunities and build a nation and bring everyone alongside with it. Unfortunately, we have the fortunately, we have the tools to actually address that. We have economic policies, right? And our economic policies as a country, including our budget, are supposed to position our economy to better serve the people of this country. But unfortunately, our view is that these policies and these tools that we have at our disposal are deeply underutilized. I think that we have a crisis of structural and massive unemployment in this country, but you often find budget speeches, for instance, that perhaps, if anything, mention unemployment just once as a passing comment. So there is really a disconnect between what people are, the real hardships that people are fielding in their day-to-day lived experiences, but then the tools that are at government's disposal in order to address these socioeconomic ills, they're not aligned, and that reproduces the crisis that we find ourselves in.
It is a crisis that is continuously sort of being spoken about. We've seen the different positioning of how government wants to tackle this issue. The challenge that we sit with, Matshidiso, is that those plans have not yielded the kind of results that we need in order to make a meaningful dent on the state of unemployment. Why is it that you think that it has not succeeded?
Yes, so I think that it is a good question and a very important reflection for us, is that there are commitments that we have in terms of our economic policy, including our budget, but also other policies, including our industrial policy, our trade policy, that are all supposed to come together and address, and our monetary policy as well. They're all supposed to come together to solve these problems, right? But what we have found is that when, there is a politics underneath it, because when these officials who are in government are elected, in parliament are elected, they run on a ticket of, we can create jobs, massive, 1 million jobs, just the kind of rhetoric that resonates with people. So they know what are the biggest issues that are facing the people in this country. But when it comes to the economic policy and how we shape it, what we have found is that it is often oriented towards the markets, international players, international funders, and effectively using our public finances and our taxpayer money to appeal to them, to say, hey, stop the so-called investment strike, please come and invest in our country, and as such, it will create jobs. But what we've seen is that these international markets, they don't have to shoulder the hardships of unemployment, for example. So we can actually position or pass economic policies that perhaps even grow certain sectors, but the sectors that are growing are not necessarily sectors that are that create jobs at scale. And so it also widens the unemployment, the inequality, not just unemployment. So really what we are calling on, and a really powerful way to address this this gap, is by actually prioritizing the best interests of people in this country and bringing in our economic policies, our budget, our monetary policy, coming together and saying the first thing that we're going to address is unemployment, and there are ways to do that. So the state also has a role to play. I mean, we have overcrowding in hospitals. Our public services are falling apart, but our public sector is also very labor intensive, and yet there are plenty of vacancies. And the reason for these vacancies, they say, is because of budget cuts, because of funding that's going towards programs or areas that appease markets. And so we're really calling on economic policy that foregrounds the interests of people in this country. And that would mean not just listening to only the markets, but actually listening to what people in this country need, which is calling for labor-intensive economies to be supported in our country.
Sipe, do you believe that if the unemployment problem that we're dealing with were to be described as a national disaster, and that it fall under what is recognized as a state of disaster, do you think that would change the approach that we're seeing from government in dealing with this and how it's being prioritized?
Thank you, Ms. Katie. It's a pandemic that now I don't see, or it's inevitable that the current government can be able to address it because they are not even interested, as like my sister is presenting, not even interested to invest to graduate programs. You will see the deterioration in terms of recently the issue of the African World Heritage Fund that was supposed to subsidize the heritage sectors that are empty, deteriorating, but we are producing a number of graduates with expertise that will be able to make an attraction in terms of the tourism that can boost economic in this country. So you find all these centers that are not making any contribution in the internships, in the issue of the transformation and insist that there is no scale, impact, and interest from government. We also, as much as we appreciate the contribution of the private sector, but private sector is not interested to retain and invest on the skills after these graduates. So it's a ticking, inevitable revolt that you will see in the country that is imminent. What we see on the March to March, it should be a signal that graduates sooner or later will revolt in order to see themselves as inclusive in the meaning of the economic participation of this country. That is the fact that is going to happen.
And I guess at the heart of it, Sipe, is the broken promise that we give the young people of the country, because we say, go and get an education, because that is the doorway in order to create a better life for yourself. And young people do that, right? They commit to it. Where there isn't perhaps access to NSFAS, people take out loans. They do everything that they can. But when they get to the end of that cycle, the promise is not upheld. The country is simply not doing what we have promised the young people we would be able to do. What does that disappointment lead to based on what you have seen, and how is that disappointment received by young people?
Katie, let's not take it in the point of young people disappointment in investing in the higher education. I want to make instance for that in that regard. Where the government is approaching institution of high level for a content creation in terms of the profession, and then we recruit young people to join. For instance, when we started the issue of the RTPs, we encourage young people to invest and come into the human settlement. But guess what? We produce these outcomes of these young people out there, but there is no interest. There are doors that are closed by the same people that approach the higher education to create the content of teaching and expanding the knowledge to these young people. It's a frustration and an embarrassment that we see even now as graduates in our communities. Government currently, seeing the minister in the position of communication, the policy is withdrawn. My sister addressed the issue of policy inclusion, that we are not included. Policy withdrawn because of the AI. We have got experts that are in that industry of ICT with PhDs and undergrads whom can able to contribute meaningfully in that regard, so that we close that. It's a hope that depressing us as graduates in our communities, that now it's the high time for money. South Africa do have money. South Africa, they do have money. The money that we are spending to all these wrongdoings and establishing the commission is the money that we're supposed to be invested in us at the side of the graduates. Also, investing to individual entrepreneurship that also accommodate and abusing those that are privileged graduates. In that point, they end up losing the job. Dropping off unemployment recently is a proof that there is no interest to invest to the graduates, give these young people opportunity. Thanks, Skip.
Matsidiso, is there low-hanging fruit in your view? Are there things that government can and should be doing right now that you think could have the impact at scale to really address these unemployment numbers effectively?
Absolutely. And I think that the presence of these low-hanging fruits, especially in our economic policy, in our budget, is a reflection that it's, ultimately it is about political will. So, for example, we have had recommendations or have been making recommendations to Parliament around the triple dividend that you have in actually investing in public services that work for our country. So as I mentioned earlier, we do have severe overcrowding in public facilities, in health facilities, in education facilities, in community work, etc. There is unemployment, there's massive unemployment, but there's also that contradiction that there are doctors who are qualified, but they're still sitting at home looking for work because the public sector is not receiving enough investment into actually addressing these problems. So we could actually have public services that work for people in this country, but also create jobs in the public service. But then also, when we create those jobs, the people who are hired into the public sector not only overcome overcrowding, but they also earn an income which then contributes taxes into our fiscus, which then also grows our public finances into what we are actually able to do. So the long story short is that it does seem, for instance, that there is a leaning of our public policy to do the same thing of privatizing, selling off our state assets to the private sector. But what we're seeing, and they tell us that in some way, in a workaround way, that there will be a translation of unemployment being tackled. But what we're seeing is that unemployment is persistently high and is actually going up. But perhaps we need a government that's going to say, you know what, we cannot rely on the sentiments of international markets or funders, because they do not have to deal with the urgent unemployment crisis that we see. Why don't we spearhead it by creating opportunities for people in this country, knowing that when you invest in the people of this country, you will get the dividends back in the form of an economy that grows.
Matsidiso Lingwasa, member of the Budget Justice Coalition, and Dr. Siphe Botelwa, president of the South African Association of PhDs. Do you think that unemployment now should be declared a disaster? Is it at the level where we need to recognize it as such so that it's prioritized differently? Budget is allocated around dealing with this problem more directly. I'll take your calls on this issue. 086 000 2032. That's the number to dial. 086 000 2032, and on the WhatsApp voice note line 0614 104 107. Kolofelo, good morning.
Thanks, Kathy. Good morning. In the headlines at 8:30, we start in the Western Cape, where 2 men and a woman have died on a farm between Worcester and Rosenville in the Boland during heavy flooding. The National Sea Rescue Institute says their bodies were found during a rescue operation to save 23 farm workers trapped on top of a building since Monday. A prominent Mpumalanga taxi boss and 2 co-accused are expected to appear before the Kwaggafontein Magistrates Court in Mpumalanga this morning on charges of extortion. The trio between the ages of 46 and 60 were arrested in Gauteng and in Mpumalanga in the early hours of yesterday morning. And the Madlanga Commission continues this morning with evidence relating to the Ariton drug bust, as a new witness is expected to take the stand. The drug bust took place in Johannesburg in 2021, where a 715-kilogram cocaine consignment was intercepted by police. I'll have details on this and more stories at 9.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning. Let's get you an update from the Pretoria region. Had a crash earlier on the N14. This is the Krugersdorp Highway going up into Brockfontein interchange. That queue still extending back to the R55 Pretoria West exit. Also, if you're on the R55, a collision by Rod Street. That's the top of Kwagga into Rod. Very heavy passing the Laudium area up towards Pretoria West this morning. Also, a crash scene on the R21, Nelson Mandela Drive near Elephant Road in the Monument Park area, backlogging traffic as well. Joburg still with a crash at Galilee's N12R24. It's in from Ekurhuleni slow, and roadworks on the N17 westbound around Wadeville, causing delays in from Boksburg. Durban's N2 remains packed between the M7 and Westwood Mall. There's a breakdown before you get into the roadworks. And the N3 going up to Pietermaritzburg solid due to a breakdown around Ashburton. Queues from Linfield Park. R103 very heavy on that run up through Polly Shorts as well. Cape Town, a crash between Kales River and Stellenbosch on what they call Polka Dry Road. If you're on that route, it's going to hold you up both ways. And a major backlog just south of the N2 in Khayelitsha on Baden-Powell. Faulty traffic lights plus a major potholes open up, causing delays effectively both directions on that section of Baden-Powell. It is heavy. Motorists telling us stuck there for 50 minutes. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAfm Sport with Zai Khan.
Pirates, pirates, pirates.
But you see, again, we go back to why are Pirates fans acting like they won a game yesterday? They weren't on the field. They weren't on the pitch. They didn't play. It's about TS Galaxy. But
Yes.
Pirates fans want to make it about themselves. Why?
You can hear the ghost. The ghost is saying, one hand on the trophy. Yeah, that's where we at, Kathy. We are the fans, okay? We are dusting off 14 years of waiting. And I think the champagne glasses are already out as we speak.
Well, your champagne glasses are already out, evidently.
Never mind. Orlando Pirates, they're one win away from being crowned Betway Championships, for the first time in 14 years. And this is after TX Galaxy shocked Sundowns 3-2. Mbombela last night is where it's all happened, leaving Sundowns on 68 points after completing their league campaign. Pirates sit 3 points behind, 2 matches still to play, and a superb goal difference. That means a win over Durban City at Orlando Stadium would be enough to hand the Buccaneers the title. Meanwhile, SAFA says the delayed start to the Hollywood Bet Super League is aimed at balancing domestic football with Banyana's busy international calendar. The season will also pause twice over the next few months to accommodate national team commitments and WAFCON in Morocco. Here's SAFA head of women's football, Dawn Lubisi.
So obviously, as you know, Banyana will be playing against Japan in June. So obviously we will have a stoppage there, and then when they come back again we'll resume, and then after that, just before the WAFCON as well, we'll have another stoppage just to make sure that the WAFCON goes on without a hitch.
All right, let's go to Zoran Mamdani, the mayor of New York, unveiling a fresh program called Soccer Streets that will enable children throughout the city to play soccer on New York streets in advance of the forthcoming FIFA World Cup.
Well, I think sometimes people think about the World Cup only in the context of the games that we're going to be hosting here in New York, New Jersey. But the fact is there's an energy, a magic around the city that comes with the tournament. And we want children across the city to know that magic in their own schools. And the 50 public schools that we'll be bringing Soccer Streets to are the ones who are the least likely to have access to a park or any outdoor space. And now the street outside of the school will be a place that they can actually enjoy. They can learn about the game, they can learn about murals, they can learn about what it means to be a part of something bigger than themselves.
Now, the Proteas women coach Mandla Mashimbi has backed young all-rounder Kayla Reiniker to shine on the biggest stage at next month's ICC Women's T20 World Cup in England. The 20-year-old rising star has already impressed in her debut international season, and Mashimbi believes Reiniker has the talent and the temperament to make a major impact for South Africa at the tournament. And finally, boxing YouTuber turned boxer Jake Paul admits his career is almost definitely in doubt after suffering a double jaw fracture in his defeat to Anthony Joshua last December. Paul required titanium plates and dental surgery and says upcoming medical scans will determine if he can fight again. And that's where we leave it for now. In the boxing ring, we'll have more sport with John Hediker around 12:30.
If I'm on a lighter note, this is Uzweli from Durban, by the way. On a lighter note, I was like, I know she's proper. She's a vibe. She's a proper vibe. Hey. So I keep Zai at the station for as long as you guys can.
What? It sounds like another Pirates fan smiling.
Zai, if you look at the Pirates fans' statuses this morning, well done, TS Galaxy.
Yes.
You did so well. And it's like, Batung, what is going on? But I agree with him. You are such a vibe. And she brings us snacks, guys, just for the record. Yeah. She brings us biscuits and croissants and all sorts of things to keep our energy going in the mornings.
I thought I was the snack.
Oh. But anyway. Oh, okay.
That's my cue. Bye.
You can become a victim of a legal problem, wrongful arrest, assault, uncontested divorce, rental disputes, maintenance matters, or labor problems. It can happen to you. Clientele Legal provides tough professional lawyers for an affordable monthly premium. Our legal team is standing by to assist you 24 hours a day. Join today. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
Did you know the moonwalk was first performed in slippers? Now, we can't prove this fuzzy fact. But we can promise that when you show support for Slipper Day, you help fulfill dreams for children with life-threatening illnesses. And that's a fact. Do it for the dreamers and wear your slippers on Friday, 29 May. Visit reachforadream.org.za to find out more. This is an SABC-supported initiative.
At Specsavers, we're committed to offering affordable and professional eye care. That's why we're offering 1,500 Rand worth of savings with our winter promotion. Get a free frame up to the value of 1,500 Rand or use the 1,500 Rand on one of our leading vision enhancements, like Climate Eyes, which automatically adapts to changing light. To qualify, simply purchase a comprehensive eye examination and prescription frame and lenses. Affordable eye care, Specsavers. T's and C's apply.
Call SAFM now on 086 000 2032.
It's 8:40. You're listening to the National Briefing. We're still bringing you clarity, context, and conversation. Perhaps more emphasis on the conversation part now. Let's take some of your calls. Mtwalume. Musa, good morning.
Katie, I wish I could say a good morning, but in lots of the topic that we are discussing, there's nothing good about it. Unemployment should have been declared a disaster years ago. It's a crime against society. Out of it comes a lot of social ills, and you can't claim to be doing something to curb crime, mental health, drug abuse, teenage pregnancies, domestic violence. The list goes on. All of these things, you can link them back to unemployment and poverty. It's so multi-layered, and I don't think the government is doing anything about it. Compounding the situation, lastly, is the issue of foreign nationals. You see, a quick one. Restaurants have come up with a trend, if I could call it like that. Foreign nationals, they earn in tips, so they don't pay them a salary. That is why they are so popular in many restaurants. I know of a restaurant brand, a big brand. I once fell on some hard times myself, and I was looking for employment. And I went into this restaurant to submit a job application. They told me that I'm going to earn in tips because the staff earn in tips. And 99% of the people that work there were foreign nationals. And so that is what is the reality on the ground. And the government, I don't know why, should I say, I don't know what they are benefiting from this type of thing, plunging all of us into poverty like this. I don't know what they are benefiting, but we can go on the whole day.
Musa,
it's a crime against society.
As you're talking, I'm also thinking back to our reality check today and the comments that were made by Uspongile around how our society is constructed, right? What is the foundation of our community? Because if our investment is in the African child and in the success of the African child, there are other things that need to exist in our society that perhaps could even be improving the experience even where there is unemployment, because when you are in school, perhaps you are equipped just with so much more than what we see currently. She made the example of her music teachers at the time, their extracurricular activities. Those are things that have become basically non-existent in our schools. And so young people who are unemployed, who've dropped out of school, are now on street corners, smoking the entire day,
Absolutely.
smoking their
Absolutely.
lives away. But what
Absolutely.
are the alternatives, and what has been stripped off our communities that is perpetuating this cycle?
Yeah, you see, Katie, I once said to a friend of mine, I wish in school, when you leave school, you are carrying in your hand a learner's license and a matric certificate, because driving is a skill. Driving, a person who's got a driver's license and a person who's got a matric certificate and doesn't have a driver's license, chances are the person without a matric but has a driver's license is the one that's going to get a job. And so what we have is we have a situation right now where even the Department of Small Business, for example, I think they should have come up with a program for young people when they leave school, because not everybody is able to get into university.
Okay.
So what's the alternative?
Okay, Musa, let's leave it there.
Yeah.
Kaya, you're in
Thanks,
Richards
Kathy.
Bay. Good morning.
Good morning, Sis Katie. Thanks for taking my call. Problem number 2. My brother just talked to problem number 1. Import. We are importing sugar in this country. We have just witnessed Hewlett's almost closed. We don't even know if it's safe now. Why are we importing sugar and close the local industry with a huge value chain, thousands of people? We are importing tissue paper in this country, toothpicks, tumblers. Imports are killing jobs and are shedding a lot of jobs and rendering our youth unemployed. Like now, there is a big woo-ha with Chinese cars. Chinese cars are beautiful. I love them myself. But if China wants to sell us cars, let them do their assembling in South Africa, so that we get something in the Chinese cars very chain. And why are we importing chicken, Katie, and close the local chicken industry? Is that necessary? Our politicians are so insensitive, and we know why they are so insensitive. They are looting, they are stuffing their furniture with extra cash as their retirement plan for themselves and their families, and they really do not care. Let us address the issue of importing things that we can produce, Katie.
Kaya, I can't disagree with any of the points that you've made in terms of the state of our industry. How do we re-industrialize our economy? Nomthandazo, you're in Cape Town. Good morning.
Morning, Kathy. I have a very, very heavy heart. I'm a mother who had a child on drugs, an uncle on drugs, cousin-in-law on drugs. The informal sector in KZN where I grew up is dead. I'm basically based in Cape Town right now. I see children on Long Street being prostituted. I see stands selling clothes, fruits, but the people are driving Lamborghinis. How is that adding up? I have a niece who we rescued, who was locked up in a building in Durban, posting prostitution, but we rescued her, fortunately. I'm calling on all the middle class and upper middle class. This might not be affecting you right now, but I'm calling you to stand together as a community, not a political party. We need to hold the government accountable, to stand together as a community and fight this. There's a Dr. Kemi, who wants to talk to President Cyril Ramaphosa. She's a Nigerian investigative journalist. She's seriously KEMI. I suggest that the president invite her and really listen to her. She has a lot to say. She has a Facebook page. She goes by Kemi Talks, KEMI Talks. Kathy, I am very, very disheartened. The criminal elements that is being imported into South Africa is serious. One day, middle class, if we don't wake up, or upper middle class, if we don't wake up, you will be kidnapped. You will be, your family will be asked for ransom. This is what's happening in other countries. these estates, gated securities. There will be militias. We need to stand and fight for South Africa. Our children's future depends on it.
Okay.
I'm very, very disheartened.
Nomthandazo, thanks for calling in and raising those very important issues. Mandla, you're in Witbank. Good morning.
Hello, Ma'am. How are you?
Go for it, Mandla. I'm good.
I'm good, Ma'am. You know, when 2001, there was a teacher. I was attending school, my primary school at Nelson Gubeni. There was a teacher, we call him Manierinho. When they started to introduce OBE, he told us that my kids, I'm afraid this type of education now that they are implementing, it will create a lot of unemployment people. Nizophuma esikolweni ningazi lutho ngale education le esoyifunda la. So, Katie, with education, we're not going anywhere, Katie. That's why it's at the school of singazi ukuthi senzani. Because sifunda into ezingasizi ndawo, ezingasebenzeli, Katie. Right now, Katie, I'm on a site ngibheka imayini la, Metalberg mine, Katie, ivaliwe. Ngibheka amathudi ama-drag line avaliwe. It shows ukuthi i-government yethu, Katie, ayina plan. So umbuso nje wethu siyafana nje nabantwana abanganabazali, asinabaholi abasiphethe South Africa. But without the education, Katie, we're not going anywhere. Right now, January, makuphuma ama-results wama-matric, bakhipha ukuthi 70,000 abantwana abaphasile. But now they check a university, they've got only 10,000 space for abantwana abangafundi education. Bayaphi labantwana, the rest laba abangakhona university.
Yeah, Mandla, there's just, the more we have this conversation and listening to the reflections of you as our listeners, you can feel the pain, right? And that's what's at the heart of the unemployment problem, is that South Africans are bleeding. They are bleeding from the impact of unemployment in their lives. Rob, let's get the latest traffic. Good morning.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning. Let's get you an update from the Pretoria region. Had a crash earlier on the N14. This is the Krugersdorp Highway going up into Brockfontein interchange. That queue still extending back to the R55 Pretoria West exit. Also, if you're on the R55, a collision by Rod Street. That's the top of Kwaka into Rod. Very heavy passing the Laudium area up towards Pretoria West this morning. Also, a crash scene on the R21 Nelson Mandela Drive near Elephant Road in the Monument Park area. Backlogging traffic as well. Joburg still with a crash at Galilee's N12 R24. It's in from Ekurhuleni slow, and roadworks on the N17 westbound around Wadeville causing delays in from Boksburg. Durban's N2 remains packed between the M7 and Westwood Mall. There's a breakdown before you get into the roadworks. And the N3 going up to Pietermaritzburg solid due to a breakdown around Ashburton. Queues from Linfield Park. R103 very heavy on that run up through Polly Shorts as well. Cape Town, a crash between Kales River and Stellenbosch on what they call Polka Dry Road. If you're on that route, it's going to hold you up both ways. And a major backlog just south of the N2 in Khayelitsha on Baden-Powell. Faulty traffic lights plus a major potholes open up, causing delays effectively both directions on that section of Baden-Powell. It is heavy. Motorists telling us stuck there for 50 minutes. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
Outsurance can't improve your karaoke skills, but they could improve the car insurance premium you currently pay. SMS out to 30754. Get a quote today, and if OutSurance can't save you money on your car insurance premium, ask for 500 Rand cash. Make that 1,500 Rand if you've been claim-free and with the same insurer for 3 years. Get a quote and get savings or cash. Either way, you win. SMS out to 30754. Want all the bells and whistles of car insurance at a great price? It's time to switch to OutSurance. Not only could they save you some big bucks, you also get that legendary out bonus that pays you a percentage of your premiums back if you're claim-free. So, are you ready to switch and save? Don't miss out. SMS right now to make sure you always get something out. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754. OutSurance. Licensed insurer and FSP. T's and C's online.
Mavis, I wonder if I should sell my car. I'm not sure where to go.
Wanna sell your car, but don't know what to do. You don't have to go far, we come to you. If you're rolling on a 1.5 or a Lacquer 2.2, doesn't matter what you drive, we buy cars once you.
We Buy Cars, the easiest way to sell your car by far.
Reality check on the National Briefing.
All right, not the reality check, but built in Mzansi. It's that part of the morning where we shine the light on South Africans who are not waiting for permission in helping to build this country. They're simply using their ingenuity, their innovation to do exactly that. Our guest for today has been trying to answer the question, how do you deliver dignified, hygienic sanitation in communities where water is scarce, infrastructure is thin? Lucas Fourie is the CEO of Amalulu, a South African company that has a patented low flush and waterless sanitation system. Lucas, good morning to you. Thank you so much for your time. So it's a problem that we struggle with across the country. But at what point did you look at it and think, can I be part of the answer to this problem?
Yeah, thank you very much, Kathy, and welcome. And I appreciate this interview. The company is 40 years old, and about 20 years ago, international comment was made about sanitation in Africa and specifically in the East as well. And then the whole world started looking at sanitation through different eyes. And it's at that time that I investigated the South African situation and realized there's a lot to be done in order to uplift the quality of life conditions of our people. And that is when I started my research and development arm of the organization. And we've never stopped improving on developing and bettering the sanitation facilities for our people.
Many people will struggle to think about a toilet, no water, I understand, Lucas. So how does it work?
Oh, great. You know, in sanitation, we were only used to what we call sewer sanitation. That is where the excreta is mixed with water, and that is then flushed away. So we had a waterborne system that's connected to a main sewer, but in the areas we had to deal with refining these byproducts on site, and that was never been addressed in the past so that it can still be healthy. And that is where I started looking at the one component of sanitation, which is dry sanitation. So we separate the fluids from the solids, and immediately by doing that, we decrease all the possibilities of diseases to spread. And also, we then sit with byproducts that we can work with in order to recycle them in the economy. You see, when we are created, we have separated the urine from the waste material. We are naturally born like that. And that is where I started looking deeply into the solutions and how to come about it. And today we have designed and developed patents that is excellent designed in order to separate this in a very, very different way and a very safe manner.
It's interesting that your focus is on dignity and restoring the dignity of people in rural, peri-rural, peri-urban areas, which seems to be where you've operated the most. What do the people say about these sanitation facilities? What's the feedback?
Kathy, the community feedback is overwhelming. I mean, I can't believe that the implementation of the systems is in a way being dominated by overseers in the spending of money of that. But my feedback and my experience, wherever we have done sample toilets, where we ever have exposed the community to the product, there is just a one-way traffic for that. They just want it. But there's competition as well, and there's different technologies as well. And we have to compete naturally with that. I mean, that is life and that is business. But coming from a technical point of view and a practical point of view, and the benefits that our system bring to the communities, and specifically the women and the girls, I think this is not even something to think about. I mean, it is just
Lucas Fourie, losing you there on those last words, but this is the last word then from the national briefing. He's the CEO of Amalulu. That's where we leave it on the national briefing for today. Up next, join Joseph up with the Daily Discourse.
Top stories at 9. 3 farm workers died during heavy flooding and high police presence ahead of Adam's court appearance. Good morning. I'm Kulofelo Tefo. 2 men and a woman have died on a farm between Worcester and Rosenville in the Bowland in the Western Cape during heavy flooding. The National Sea Rescue Institute spokesperson Craig Lambinon says their bodies were found during a rescue operation to save 23 farm workers trapped on top of a building since Monday. Lambinon says they launched a rescue craft to get to the victims.
Using ladders, the casualties including babies, toddlers, children, adults, the elderly, as well as 1 blind man and 1 paraplegic man, and domestic animals were evacuated to safety in relays using the flotation of the NSRA rescue craft. The rescue crew worked tirelessly despite challenging conditions, often wading and swimming through barely accessible terrain and flooded areas.
There's a strong police presence at the Pinetown Magistrates Court west of Durban ahead of the National Coloured Congress leader and Member of Parliament Fadil Adams bail hearing. His wife and lawyers arrived at court under heavy security. Adams is facing 2 counts of interfering with police work and 2 of fraud. The state is opposing bail while his defence says he should be released as he's not charged with serious crimes and has no prior convictions. The Madlanga Commission of Inquiry continues this morning with evidence relating to the Ariton drug bust as a new witness is expected to take the stand. The drug bust took place in Johannesburg in 2021 where a 715-kilogram cocaine consignment was intercepted by police. Evidence before the commission has suggested that the first officers on the scene did not possess the necessary crime scene management skills required for such an operation. Sibahle Mota has the details.
Evidence before the commission has revealed that Warrant Officer Marumo Magane and Traffic Officer Semo Mashaba did not have the training or expertise required in crime scene management. It has also emerged that bags containing the drug consignments were contaminated with fingerprints. Commissioners questioned Magane about why he did not call the local criminal record center to assist with gathering evidence, including taking photographs and lifting fingerprints. Magane told the commission, to his knowledge, fingerprints could not be lifted from plastic. The commission begins at 9:30 a.m.
A prominent Mpumalanga taxi boss and 2 co-accused are expected to appear before the Kwaggafontein Magistrates Court in Mpumalanga this morning on charges of extortion. The trio between the ages of 46 and 60 were arrested in Gauteng and Mpumalanga yesterday. Provincial Police spokesperson Mavela Masondo says the arrests are linked to an extortion case reported in Kwaggafontein last year, where it is alleged that the suspects extorted money from a businessman. Masondo says authorities are still searching for a 4th suspect linked to the case.
One suspect remains outstanding. At this stage, the police cannot rule out the possibilities of adding more charges against the arrested suspects in relation to other cases as the investigation is continuing.
And finally, experts are urging all WhatsApp users to activate 2-step verification immediately amid growing concerns over a wave of sophisticated cybercrime and fraud in South Africa. Hackers are increasingly posing as friends or family in distress to exploit personal trust and defraud contacts through quick fraudulent money transfers. Tech specialist Nazarin Ibrahim explains that the only way to effectively deal with these scammers is by implementing a layered security approach.
Just go to settings, find the 2-step verification. I cannot implore people enough. Please don't use the PIN you would use to log into your iPad or your tablet or your phone, because the nature of how hackers think is that they understand profiling. They are likely to guess what might be most important to you or what might come easiest to you as a point of comfort. Birthdays, a number plate that you're looking at, a street sign, your address, anything that could be of significance because it's easy for you to remember. I mean, you've got to be very mindful.
The top story at 9, 2 men and a woman have died on a farm between Worcester and Rosenville in the Bowland in the Western Cape during heavy flooding. The NSRI spokesperson Craig Lambinon says their bodies were found during a rescue operation to save 23 farm workers trapped on top of a building since Monday. I'll have headlines at 9:30 for SAFM News. I'm Kolofelo Defo.
Six minutes past 9 here on the Daily Discourse. Good morning and welcome to your Wednesday edition of the program. I'm Joanne Joseph. Fantastic to be with you today. The team is out in force. Melissa and Gineo, we're producing the show. Mark is on audio. Do remember that you can listen to the show or you can watch it if you prefer. Our video feed is on SAfmRadio on Facebook, X and YouTube. And you can listen live by streaming our audio from the SAFM website or going to DSTV channel 814, apart from just listening on your radio. I'm delighted by the conversations we've been having this week. Let's keep those going on the open line at this hour. We always start the show with our open line. You can dial 086 000 2032 to chat to me, or send a voice note or a text to our WhatsApp line on 0614 104 107. Please keep your calls and your voice notes short. And let me just tell you what's coming up over the course of the show. There's just so much content. We really have packed it for you this morning. A very sad story that we are going to encounter in the first part of this hour. These freak twin accidents on the N1 outside Bella Bella have resulted in the deaths of a father, a mother, and their baby. The father was said to have been walking along the highway when he was knocked over and killed, leaving his teenager behind. An SAPS officer was actually behind the wheel, we understand. We understand the mother then rushed to the scene of the accident with her baby and her 4-year-old in tow, only to be knocked over by a member of the Police Protection Services that was transporting Health Minister Erin Motsoaledi. So sadly, the mother and the baby were also killed. It is such a tragic story. And I was reminded of it this morning when a pedestrian just stepped out of the road into traffic right in front of me, and I had to swerve to avoid him. And there was no way I could have seen him. He was running around and he was weaving in and out of cars. But it just reminds me of how dangerous the situation is on our roads and how often, pedestrians walk in areas they ought not to, and the kind of danger that comes with that. So we've spoke about this a few days ago on the show, but I think it's worth reiterating that we need to take extra care. And my heart really goes out to these 2 children who are left behind. There's a 4-year-old from that family and there's a 14-year-old. I'm not sure who they are with right now, but it just saddens me that they've lost both their parents and they've lost their baby sibling. What a tragedy, and I wonder if one ever manages to really come back from that. So we're going to learn a bit more about that story. Police spokesperson Athlenda Mate is going to tell us about that. She's also going to keep us updated on what's going on in court this morning. There are various court hearings underway, and there's some very high-profile suspects in court this morning. Well, I'm sure you've seen by now the job numbers are out. It's really not looking good for anyone, but it's looking even worse for the youth. And we're about to ask an economist what is needed to get the economy growing to ensure that we can start creating jobs again. We cannot be operating in reverse the entire time. This situation is just so untenable. And what breaks my heart is, I was thinking this morning, we are a generation that has let our youth down so badly, and we continue to do it. We just don't stop as this generation. And I wish that we could find a way, we could find the tools to at least leave the coming generation some small legacy of peace of mind, the ability to live better, the ability to access education and so forth. We at every turn, when we give with one hand to them, we take away with the other hand. And I think we're a disgraceful generation in regard to that. I feel very embarrassed for us. Because what we have given our youth is really, almost nothing to work with. How do the children of this country grow up in a place where there is no hope for them, where there's democracy but despair at the same time, which is a contradiction that you have to live with in your daily life? And I just wonder, what is it going to take for us to turn the situation around and say, okay, we're going to make NSFAS work so that they have access to education. We're going to make the health system work so they can be healthy and enter their lives on a more positive note and on a better trajectory. We're going to sort out early childhood development so their first access to education is fantastic and their access to nutrition is brilliant. We're going to sort out our schools so that they're really on the right path in terms of education and what lies ahead for them in the future. And we're going to sort out the economy in general so that when they graduate from whatever tertiary institution they choose to go to, or if they choose to be entrepreneurs or go into something else, they can be part of a thriving economy. I don't know how else to read these numbers. I simply read frustration in them. That's what I read, and I think we really need to do something about it urgently now. Tired of sounding like a scratched CD. And talking about the same thing again and again every time the jobs figures come out. And then we're also looking at this issue, which we're doing a follow-up for you, actually from yesterday, on the issue of the learners' tests. So we spoke, as you will remember yesterday, to one road safety body, an Institute of Driving Instructors, I should say, and the Road Traffic Management Corporation, about these learners' tests that people, again, mostly young people, are writing and failing. And it seems like the intentions are good, right? People have put them in place to be able to ensure that there's no corruption, that when a person goes to write their learner's test, they at least have the ability to compete with everyone else who has to be on that road, keeping people safe, right? But it appears that the tests have not been set properly. We spoke to the Road Traffic Management Corporation, Simon Zwane, and Simon told us that it wasn't their fault. It was the fault of the National Transport Department. And then, Melissa had a conversation with the Transport Department yesterday, and they said, no, actually, it's not us. It is the RTMC. We'll get you someone to speak from the RTMC to get to the bottom of what's going on here. So at this moment in time, I really have no idea what is potting with that story. We're about to find out, hopefully, in just a short while. In the meantime, I'm taking your calls, and remember that studio line again, 086 000 2032, WhatsApp 0614 104 107. Lowered in Alberton, good morning to you. How are you doing this morning?
I'm doing very well, thanks.
Great, I'm well, thanks. What's on your mind, Lowered?
Okay, my sister, I've coined this phrase for my own self. I didn't plagiarize from elsewhere.
Okay, let's hear it.
A leader's character, tenacity, and fortitude ought to be tested by walking through the hot course at some point. I close that phrase.
All
I
right.
coined it by myself.
Yeah.
You know, there's an overwhelming commendation for the president's position. when he removed the fears and uncertainties around that constitutional court ruling. The president has publicly pronounced that he's staying put and is not resigning. And then he will go to for the review process for that independent panel of Section 59.
Yes.
Yeah, 89 rather.
89,
sorry.
yeah.
89, yes. You know, there was some noise from political players, those who know that they have to jump high and up for political expediency, like Julius Malema and the likes. So, but we are so glad, some of us, because that pronouncement by the president, it has assured us as a country that our country has got a vibrant democracy, and also it has got the so-called dynamism of the Constitution. So we commend what the president has done. A person like Malema, who's an opportunist, who's a populist, who's a pseudo-revolutionary, he can go on and challenge whatever he likes, but the due process, it has to be followed through in this process. So for him and the likes, they better have glasses of water and relax, and then place their champagnes in their cupboards until such time.
Okay. Lois, thank you very much for that.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. Yanga in the Eastern Cape. Yanga, you're talking about the very serious issue of unemployment.
Yes, Joanne, yeah, no. But today I want to come up with the solution. You
yes,
know?
Talk to me.
To ask each one of us to say, I mean, I listen to your show every day, and your callers are frustrated about employers who are employing foreign nationals.
Yes.
But I'm saying the only thing we have it's a buying power. You know, why can't we use our buying power to punish these businesses? Because we know them. It's not like operating during the night or in secret. Why are we supporting them? You know, I mean, you know very well the restaurant employs foreign nationals, but you go there and dine. You are supporting the very same business that you know it is doing something wrong. So, guys, we only have the buying power. That's the only thing that we can use to punish these business owners, because what they are doing it with impunity, knowing very well that they are breaking the law, but nothing will happen to them.
So, Yanga, are you specifically speaking about businesses that employ undocumented migrants?
I must be clear, undocumented.
Okay.
No?
Yeah.
Specifically, you know, on the hospitality sector here in the Western Cape, I mean, things are bad. So, if each one of us can take a conscious decision, I have businesses that I know that they've employed undocumented foreigners. I don't support them.
Right, you vote with your feet. Yeah. No, thank you. Thank you, Yanga. Yeah. That's a good point. That's a good point. I mean, we can't support any businesses involved in illegality. That's the bottom line, right? There are rules for how people are employed in the country. And that applies to us across the board, right? UIF has got to be paid. Various other things have got to be paid. You've got to make sure you're paying a minimum wage, for argument's sake. But you've got to ask for people's papers, right? Where's your ID? Where is your form of documentation to say you are here legally? And if you're not, then you know, a business is not permitted to employ you. So we have to remain within the bounds of the law at all times. Thanks very much, Yanga. JCK in Musina, youth unemployment is also on your mind?
Hi, Sis Joe. Well,
hi.
Yes, Sis Joe, are you well?
Yes, I'm well, thanks.
Can you hear me, Sis Joey?
Yes, I can hear you so well. Thank you. Go for it, JCK.
Sis Joey, I'm flabbergasted and simultaneously dismayed by our present government, which fails to pave the way for the youth. The government that doesn't prioritize the youth, who are the future generation.
Yes.
What kind of society are we? When it says, Joey, we can't have such a high number of unemployed youth today. You understand?
Yes.
So which means the present government is just there for their own selfish intentions. What are they doing? They encourage our children to go to schools. They go to schools, to university, wherever. Thereafter, Doloro. Are you there, Sir Joey?
Yes, I'm listening to you, JCK.
Sir Joey, if you go to your nearest China malls, China cities, garages, outlets, you will see, we're talking about illegal immigrants. We're talking about illegal immigrants. Are the people who are working there, and the government is aware of that, and they are doing nothing, which means they're not prioritizing the future of South Africa. So in the future, you will find that our children are being dragged now paced over. It's time government wakes up and do the right thing. You know that Freedom Charter of 1955, it's rich in dreams, but those dreams are just pipe dreams. It's time government to wake up and prioritize our children.
Yes.
Let me rest my case for now. JCK, Kaunda from Sina. Do you have anything to ask, Sir Joey?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, JCK, for that comment. And I share your frustration, to be quite honest, because I also woke up thinking the same thing about the young people in our country. You know, we've all got children many of us have children who are studying now. They may be at school. Some of them are in preschool, you know, or I don't know what they call it now. Kindergarten is what it was called when I was young. But it's probably, you know, just before the foundation phase. It's early childhood development. That's the correct term. And you know, from that point onwards, they're critical years when our children have to be able to access nutrition, have to be able to access, you know, some of the basics that develop their minds to be able to enter school. They get into school doesn't work properly, right? They leave not being able to read with comprehension. They get into university, they don't have the money for fees. NSFAS is falling apart, is not able to pay their fees on time. They get out into the working world. You know, unfortunately, no job for you. Sorry, glad for you that you got a degree, but you can't actually do anything useful with it. I mean, what kind of hope is there for the children of our country? And I was looking at some of the figures around this, which I'll quote in an interview we're doing a bit later as well. Young people are at particular risk of things like HIV contraction, like, you know, entering into poverty in their youth and never actually getting out of that trap for the rest of their lives if they're not able to get working along the way. So it's they're particular things that young people are plagued by. But who wants to start their young life on that note? It's a very sad state of affairs as far as I'm concerned. Kwesi, in the Eastern Cape, you want to talk about fuel prices. Kwesi, good morning.
Good morning, Joanne. How are you, my sister?
I'm so well, thanks. Go for it, Kwesi.
Yes, my sister. Talking about the ever-increasing fuel prices, I want to start on a note that says that as South Africans, we have completely lost what is called agency in the face of the never-ending corruption, especially at the level of government. Thinking about the ever-increasing fuel prices, I am reminded of the year in which the government sold what was called the strategic oil reserves at less than half the market value at the time. I think the year was 2013
Correct.
or 2014.
You're talking about Tina Joemat-Pettersson, right?
Tina Joemat-Pettersson
Yes.
was the Minister of Minerals and Energy at the time. When the oil price stabilized, government used to buy excess stockpile of oil reserves, which were to be used when the oil prices escalate, as just like now.
Right.
Yeah, but government saw it wise at the time, through corrupt activities, to sell those strategic oil reserves.
Yes.
And
now
as
we're
a
left
result,
with
we
very
are left
little. Yeah,
with nothing to
Yes.
fall back on.
Yeah, or very
With
little.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I think it's
nothing
about a
to
month's
fall back
supply
on.
to
And
be precise, Kwesi.
yes,
Yeah.
it was going to cushion us as South Africans. Remember, fuel price hikes don't only affect motorists.
farming is done using diesel.
Yes, yes.
Food is transported to retail outlets
Right.
using fuel and so on and so on.
Yeah,
And that
everybody's
has a knock-on
affected by it.
effect on the ordinary citizens of this country. So,
Quite right, Kwesi. Thank you so much. I'm sorry that we can't keep talking, but I think you've made a really important point there about our oil reserves, and likely how we would likely have so much more in reserve had that deal not taken place, where our oil reserves were sold off. This is what we need it for. We need it at a time right now that is really critical. I think we have, if I remember correctly, we have about a month's supply of reserves, and failing that, and if the Iran war persists, the US war on Iran persists, we're going to find ourselves in a very, very difficult position.
Investing shouldn't feel risky. It should give you security and good returns. Earn up to 7.25% interest per annum with an ABSA Cash Invest Tracker for an investment of 100,000 rands or more. Your capital is guaranteed with immediate access to your funds. That's minimum risk, maximum benefit. ABSA Private Banking customers can invest from just R1. Open via the ABSA Banking app, a branch, a private banker, or 0860 111 515. Your story matters. ABSA is an authorized financial services provider. T's and C's apply.
As part of Africa Month, now we are profiling
Comoros, East Africa. An island nation in the Indian Ocean, located between Mozambique and Madagascar, a crossroads of Africa, Arabia, and the Indian Ocean world. Volcanic islands surrounded by turquoise waters, known for cloves, vanilla, ilang ilang, the scent behind many of the world's perfumes. Comorian, French, and Arabic shape the nation's identity, a blend of African roots and Islamic heritage.
Comoros gained independence in 1975, but political instability and coups shaped much of its early journey. Fishing, agriculture, and remittances support the economy. Yet, unemployment and limited resources remain major challenges. Still, culture remains rich. Family, faith, and tradition hold communities together. A small nation with a powerful sense of identity.
Comoros may be small, but its spirit travels far. In every island, in every tide, in every voice, there is pride. Comoros, island spirit, deeply rooted.
Africa Month on SAfm. Conversations, context, connection. You are listening to Joanne Joseph on SAfm.
26 minutes past 9. Lots of your voice notes coming in. Let's listen to a flurry of them now.
Good morning, SAF listeners. Look, the young people are to be blamed because when they are being given the opportunity to go and change the government and elect the government of their own choice, what do? They go and have soccer tournaments. They don't go and register to vote. They're just sitting there lamenting, thinking that solution will come from the sky. No, they must go all out and go and vote. The only weapon they have to change their socio-economic conditions is through voting. They must go all out and go and vote. If they are not happy with the current government, change it. That's why we've got elections. You get what I'm saying? But if they are sitting there doing nothing, believe you me, come 2030, we're still going to have 140-something% unemployment, and in the center of them being young people. Thank you so much.
Good morning, Joanne. I'm Sweet and Watemego Rulin. Younger is spot on. I stopped a long time ago supporting such trends. Even other businesses that I see, they are supporting foreigners more than the locals. I stopped supporting such businesses because I'm very patriotic when it comes to buying locally. Thank you.
Good morning, Joanne. Christian stated that the clever negotiators only focused on negotiating a constitution instead of the ills ravaging the majority. Those were poverty, unemployment, housing, land access, skills as form of empowerment. Having him eliminated, we are grappling with all what causes the majority to bleed, according to Kathy. This is KG in Stax from Eastern.
Thank you so much for that, KG. And, the Constitution was supposed to cover all of those things because equality, dignity, freedom are umbrella kind of values that cover all of those things. So, I mean, the government knew very well what it had to do when it came in, but clearly it has not stayed true to that. And you're right, the loss of Chris Hani at that stage was critical. Spamandla in Durban, I just have 1 minute before we go to news, Spamandla, but I want you to be heard on the issue of blue lights.
Yes, hello, Joanne. How are you?
I'm well, thanks. Go for it, Sipamandla.
All right. I only have one question. I'm wondering why those guys are always in a hurry. Because I'm sure those guys, there was a problem yesterday when they knocked over a mother and a child, right? I'm not sure on that zone that they were driving in. They were not driving at that speed.
I'm not sure. It's difficult to say. I don't have those facts in front of me, Spamandla.
I'm just saying every time when they go past me,
yeah,
they always at a at a very, very high speed.
True.
I'm not sure. Maybe there's something that I don't understand.
Yeah.
They got security, they got everything, but still, even Minister of Transport is always preaching that the on the road you must obey the regulations and all, but they don't do that. They driving at the high speed. I'm not sure.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I've also they also try to push you off the road. I mean, that's the other thing they try to do.
I don't understand why.
Yeah. Apparently, they're always late.
If maybe one of their people they can come to SAFM and explain why they always in a hurry.
Apparently, they're often late. That's what I've heard. The ministers and so on are late for appointments.
We've got only certain lanes on the road we're allowed to drive.
No, it's true. I hear you, Spamandla. It is a worrying thing, and let's not even speak about what happened with Deputy President Paul Mashatile's guards, which extends well beyond what they should be doing on the roads. And 9:30, it is here on the Daily Discourse. We'll continue those conversations right after your latest news bulletin with Kolofelo Tefo.
Thanks, Joanne. Good morning. In the headlines at 9:30, the SAPS Crime Intelligence Unit has discovered a major drug lab worth about 100 million rand in the Northwest. National Police spokesperson Athlenda Matter says they are still processing the scene. 2 people, including a 24-year-old wheelchair-bound man and a 56-year-old, have been shot and killed on the Cape Flats. Western Cape Police say the men were shot in the head multiple times. And still in the province of the Western Cape, 2 men and a woman have died on a farm between Worcester and Rosenville in the Bowland during heavy flooding. The National Sea Rescue Institute says their bodies were found during a rescue operation to save 23 farm workers trapped on top of a building since Monday. I'll have details on this and more stories at 10.
Call SAFM now on 086 000 2032.
Almost 9:32 here on the Daily Discourse, and we're continuing to have conversations on all sorts of topics this morning. We're talking about unemployment. We're talking about the dangers on the roads posed to pedestrians. Spamandla raised the issue of blue light brigades, and I think he did so in the context of this crash that we're going to talk about. Actually, there were 2 crashes that resulted in the deaths of 2 people from the same and 3 people from the same family. One of them was a baby. It's such a tragic story. We're going to be connecting with the Brigadier Athlenda Mate in just a short while to find out what she can tell us about that. Let's listen to more of your voice notes on the issue of unemployment.
Good morning, Joanne and SAFM listeners. Joanne, I think people need to, I don't know, can I use the word educated to understand the dynamics of unemployment? We cannot talk of 10 people or 5 people who are working in a restaurant as waiters. Here, when we talk of unemployment, we are talking of graduates, people coming from the universities, people coming from the technicons who are not working, the missing middle of matriculants who can't go to university. Those are the people we are talking about. So the issue here is what is happening. You can't expect people to work when everything, including a toothpick is being imported from China. We must revive the industries. That's where the employment must come from. Let's not talk about petty issues like restaurants, whatever. Thanks. James, Johannesburg.
Thank you very much. One of you says, good morning, JJ. A 60.9% expanded youth, that's 15 to 34 years unemployment rate, indicates a national crisis where over 6 in 10 young South Africans are excluded from the economy, creating a lost generation scenario. This suggests profound social instability, rising inequality, and the failure of current government, education system, and job creation policies to bridge the gap between skills and work. We are failing the youth in our country. I really can't disagree with you on that. Thank you so much for that message. All right, it is just about 9:35 on the program now. Police are investigating 2 separate cases of culpable homicide after the tragic incidents on the N1 outside Bella Bella on Saturday. One of them involved a car that was a member of the police. One of them involved a driver, that is, who was in a car that was being driven by the Police Protection Services, and it was carrying Health Minister Aaron Motsoaledi. Police spokesperson Athlenda Mate is standing by with the details of this and several other cases going to court today. Good morning to you, Brigadier. Thank you very much for your time this morning. Please just give us a detailed account of what you understand to have happened on Saturday in this tragic case of 2 car crashes involving pedestrians.
Well, a very good morning, and thank you for the opportunity. We understand that there were 2 separate accidents, but they involved one family, which is quite unfortunate. We understand that the first accident happened earlier during the day, where a father and a son were traveling together. It's alleged that the father tried to cross the road, and an off-duty police officer, actually not the road per se, let's just say a highway, because it was along the N1, and an off-duty police officer then unfortunately struck the pedestrian, and the pedestrian died. We are then told when the son calls the mom to return to the crime scene where the dad has sadly passed away. And we are told then a bus then drops off the lady in the middle of on the side of the highway, and then she attempts to cross the road with her 2 children, one on her back. And that is when the vehicle that was driven by a police officer carrying the minister, Dr. Aaron Motsoaledi, then unfortunately collided with the woman. The woman and the baby on her back sadly passed on at the scene, and the survivor was the young child that was walking alongside their mother. But in line with standard protocol, the minister's close protector and the driver immediately stopped at the scene together with the minister. They remained there until police and emergency medical services arrived. Statements were taken, and we can confirm that we have 2 separate cases of culpable homicide under investigation. IPID has then taken over the investigation because both drivers are police officers.
All right. Tell me this, Brigadier. At what time of day did these crashes occur?
The Saturday, both happened on Saturday.
Mm-hmm.
The one was earlier in the afternoon, but I think the minister's one was around just after 6 o'clock in the evening. But I think this is an opportunity for us as well, just like the law enforcement officers, the road traffic management, and the traffic officers always warn that crossing highways and major roads, illegally, it poses a serious challenge because we have noted the increasing number of incidents where pedestrians attempt to cross busy highways instead of using designated pedestrian bridges and your crossings, So such actions we have noted place both pedestrians and motorists at serious risks. And like we have seen now, it often results in tragic consequences. So we are saying to the community, pedestrians are urged to obey all the road signs and traffic regulations and to avoid crossing high-speed roads where it is prohibited, because it is the busy N1 highway, and you can only imagine that it's quite difficult when you are traveling on the highway, to stop when someone just walks across the road or tries and crosses the road. So we really reiterate that reckless pedestrian behavior, it can really endanger lives, but it can also lead to charges where negligence is also investigated. So it's quite an unfortunate incident, but we appeal to the communities, parents and road users to work together in promoting a responsible road usage and preventing avoidable loss of life on our roads.
All right. Thank you very much. I mean, that's very good advice there, because, I mean, we're thinking today about these children now of 4 and 14 years old who are really probably in a terrible state after, having witnessed their parents and their baby sibling die on the scene there. Let's move on to other court developments for the moment, please, Brigadier. You're watching quite a number of them today. Looking at SABC News, I see that the Fani Masemola appearance with Kat Matlala is happening right now. And, of course, Fani Masemola is the suspended National Commissioner for Police appearing in court in Pretoria today.
It's quite unfortunate that you would have the National Commissioner appearing alongside a well-known criminal, Mr. Kat Matlala, but we've got full faith and confidence in the legal processes that are unfolding, and I think at this time we want to get to the bottom of the truth on how this Medicare 2024 tender was awarded, who was involved, and we hope that the culprits will be found soon. You'll know that the general is appearing on allegations of PFMA contravention of PFMA. So we are hoping that the courts will really uncover the truth. But as the SAPS, we remain resolute. Our focus is on ensuring the safety and security of South Africans. We must focus on our mandate, which is to prevent, combat, and continue to investigate crime.
I see that the Durban courts are also a bit busy today. Fadil Adams, leader of the NCC, in the Pinetown Magistrates Court for a bail application this morning.
Well, absolutely. You'll recall that we brought the case before court of defeating the ends of justice and of obstructing the course of justice in the case where we felt Mr. Adams interfered with the course of justice in the case of Mr. Sindiso Makaka, but he is appearing on the bail application today. So we have also full faith and confidence in the court processes, and we are yet to see how that particular case will unfold. But we do believe that we have a strong case. In that, not just anyone can walk into a prison and take down statements of a convicted hitman. And at that time, he wasn't convicted yet. Investigations were still ongoing. And even now, investigations are still ongoing on the Sindiso Makaka murder case because we still believe that there are outstanding suspects there. Some are preparing for trial. We've got the former municipal manager of Umzimkhulu who is still in custody. His bail was denied. We've got 2 former police officers that are also appearing and they were previously arrested. They are out on bail. So the case is at a very advanced and sensitive stage. So what we want to know is what was the motive and the purpose of Mr. Adams as a parliamentarian going to a prison, going to take down statements of a convicted hitman, because it has already been proven before court that that particular hitman, Sibusiso Ncengwa, is the one that killed Sindiso Makaka. The AK-47 that was found in his possession in a cash and transit heist was later linked to the murder of Sindiso Makaka. So it's quite interesting to know. It will be quite interesting to know what was his interest in that particular murder case, because the political killings task team are working on a number of high-profile cases involving the deaths of councillors, traditional leaders, and other municipal officials. But why did he choose a particular case of Sindiso Makaka for him to actually go to the police station, prison rather, to take down statements? We also know in that case he's facing fraud. because we have now later learned that he was not on Parliament's mandate as an MP.
Right.
The PCOP did not know that he would go to a prison and actually take down statement. And it is not his mandate. That mandate is the mandate of the police. So we know that on the day as well, he misrepresented himself. He got a blue light escort to prison upon arrival at the correctional center. He indicated that he was there to do parliament work, and that is why they allowed him to go in with his cell phone, which is not allowed. And he then started taking videos, and we now know that later on he splashed all those affidavits and those videos on social media.
And then finally, Brigadier, we are seeing the taxi boss, Joe Sibanyoni, appear in court for extortion today. Very quickly, what does that case involve?
That particular case, it involves extortion, where Mr. Joe Sibanyoni allegedly extorted money from a contractor, but those details will be ventilated in court. But it just goes to show that it demonstrates that the police are really serious about fighting crime in the country, and extortion is a very serious crime, because people then live in fear and so on. So we are urging members of the public who are victims of extortion, intimidation, or protection fee demands to always report such incidents to the nearest police station or through the Crime Stop number, which is 08600 10 111, so that people can actually operate in a free environment. South Africa is a democratic country. We are free to do any type of business without being forced to pay a protection fee and so on. The police are there to protect you. That's why there is law enforcement in the country. If there's anything for the police to protect you, we don't believe in cartels that claim to protect people so that their businesses should not be affected.
All right. Thank you so much for that detailed explanation of all the different aspects you've dealt with in this interview. Brigadier National Police spokesperson. Taking some of your voice notes on what she spoke about earlier.
Good morning, Joanne. I just want to share my thoughts with regards to a conversation you had with the caller, Usipo Mandla, in relation to the conversation about the Blue Light Brigade. Everywhere around the world, diplomatic officials of governments drive in fast vehicles with blue lights, and they're not supposed to be driving slow in traffic like they're just normal, ordinary civilians. It's not like that. It doesn't work like that. Daniel here in Bryanston.
Good morning, Johan. It's Edward. Johan, drivers should go for defensive driving course and apply those rules when driving. Defensive drivers, you don't drive your vehicle alone. You drive the vehicle in front of you, the vehicle behind you, and blind spots. A defensive driver is never late. A defensive driver cannot drive a blue light.
Good morning, Joanne. John Mataboke. John, we don't have to blame the driver of the minister's car or the police that killed the husband. When I read K53, because some of us did not buy licenses, it was clear that no pedestrians are allowed on a freeway. So if you are driving on a freeway, that is why the speed is free. So you can drive up to 120 or 130. So people should not come on and try to justify the people who walk in the freeway. Thank you.
Thanks for your feedback on part of that story. And we'll take a short break. When we come back, we'll speak about the issue of learners' licenses once again.
Investing shouldn't feel risky. It should give you security and good returns. Earn up to 7.25% interest per annum with an ABSA Cash Invest Tracker for an investment of 100,000 rands or more. Your capital is guaranteed with immediate access to your funds. That's minimum risk, maximum benefit. ABSA Private Banking customers can invest from just R1. Open via the ABSA Banking app, a branch, a private banker, or 0860 111 515. Your story matters. ABSA is an authorized financial services provider. T's and C's apply.
The Daily Discourse. More than talk, real understanding.
Before we go to our next story, I just want to take one call from Musa in KwaZulu-Natal on the issue of unemployment. Musa, good morning.
Joanne, thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Joanne, just a quick one. Let's remember that being a waiter is not a critical skill. Okay, so even if the foreign national is illegal in the country, I don't believe that they should be prioritized for such jobs because you can't import waiters. We can't be importing waiters. Another thing is the tax shops. I don't believe that we should be importing people from Pakistan to come here and open tax shops. Being a tax shop owner, yet again, is not a critical skill. The worst thing about these guys is that they buy products, they import products from Zim, for example. They import illegal cigarettes. That is why the American Tobacco Company closed down. They are not contributing anything, Joanne, anything positive, because if you go to these tax shops, 90% of what they sell there it's either a fake product or it's a product that is imported from Zimbabwe. You see unmarked vans, unmarked trucks offloading these products that you don't know where they come from. That is why the government should shut them down. Tax shops were never supposed to be operated by foreign nationals. It's a disaster waiting to happen. That is why we had a situation where kids started dying, because these people have no interest in selling us fresh and legit products.
Right. We're going to leave it there, Musa. I'm sorry, I've run out of time, but thank you for making your point. And tell me, if you live in those areas and if you make use of spaza shops, are you finding that the stuff is expired, that there's stuff that might be contraband that's come across the border without actually being checked and hasn't come through customs or through SARS properly? Just let me know about your experience on the ground with that. And do you feel that people on the ground, migrants, undocumented or documented, are taking South African jobs in that sense, or are they simply people who are streaming into the country? Clearly their skills are not being imported, right, because they're not specialized skills. But once they're in the country, how does one integrate them into the economy, or do we say, no, you're simply not allowed to be a part of it? 9 minutes to 10 here on the Daily Discourse, and a bit of feedback now from that interview we did yesterday, as I promised you. You'll recall we interviewed both the Managing Director of the Southern African Institute of Driving Instructors and the Road Traffic Management Corporation yesterday about the high failure rates on learners' tests since a new electronic testing system was introduced. Sadie told us the tests were unfairly difficult and the questions were badly phrased, which made them ambiguous and difficult to understand. The RTMC told us they were merely providing the platform for the questions, but it was the Transport Department that was actually setting the questions. So off our producers went to the National Transport Department and they asked them to please respond to what was said on the program. They were insisting that it is an RTMC issue, a Road Traffic Management Corporation issue, and not a Transport Department issue. So let's try to get to the bottom of this with Executive Manager, Road Traffic Information and Technology at the RTMC, Kevin Karavala. Good morning to you, Mr. Karavala. Thank you very much for your time. I believe you listened to the interview where your colleague Simon Zwane responded to Robert Chandler's statement that the questions in the tests are ambiguous and misaligned with several regulations drivers should legally learn. Is this the fault of the National Transport Department or the RTMC?
Good morning, Joanne, and good morning to all the listeners. Joanne, the question data bank that is used for the new learner's license test was developed at the request of the Department of Transport way back before 2011. The questions are made up of test questions that are compiled from different sources. So the majority of the questions were compiled by the CSIR. About 60% of those questions emanate from the CSIR. A further 15% from the Human Sciences Research Council, and about 20% are from the old books that were used. So those questions were also incorporated into the data bank. And a small percentage, about 1%, just over 1% of those questions were developed by the Transport Department themselves. But the custodian of that data bank is the National Department of Transport. It's managed by the National Department of Transport together with all the provincial departments of transport in a forum called the Driver Technical Committee. Now, Rob did mention the Driver Technical Committee yesterday in the interview, and I can confirm that they are the custodian of the data bank.
So you're just putting this into an electronic system that you then make available at the testing stations to learners, candidates. Is that right?
That is correct, yes. And then, so the test currently there's just over 1,000 of these questions. So the CLLT system would select the 64 questions based on, the difficulty ratings that they require, minimum number of difficult questions, medium questions, and then it compiles the 64 questions in the three categories, being rules of the road, road signs, and the controls. And there was an issue raised yesterday as well about the language used, or that it's ambiguous and so on. I can confirm that in 2011, when the system was launched by the National Department of Transport in about 18 pilot sites throughout the country, so it's not actually a new system. It's still the same test from 2011.
All right.
The WITS Language Services was commissioned to edit as well as translate the data bank into all 11 languages. So, to make reference to department officials being second language and so on, it's not actually accurate. The translation and the editing was carried out by the WITS Language Services. They were commissioned by the Department of Transport back then. And we also have a process, Joanne, that, where a DLTC picks up a complaint about a specific question, it gets escalated to the National Department of Transport. That question is temporarily removed from the data bank. It's reviewed. And if it is found that, changes need to be made, the changes are made, and it's, put back into the data bank. If it is that, the question is unfair or ambiguous or shouldn't be part of the data bank, it's left out. For example, reference was made yesterday to the handlebars and the height of the handlebars and things like that.
Yes.
A few of those questions have been removed over the years. There's only one question that's left in the data bank related to the handlebars. Reference was also made to the exhaust and the silencers and fumes yesterday, and said those are not rules of the road. That is actually found in Regulation 209 of the Road Traffic Regulations. It's not under the chapter that's called Rules of the Road, but it's in the chapter that's called Equipment on Vehicles, where you've got your brakes, your lamps, as well as your equipment on the vehicles. So none of the questions were slipped in, as was alluded to yesterday. They actually were generated from the content in the National Road Traffic Regulations.
All right.
By these institutions.
Mr. Caravallo, sorry to come in there. This leaves us with two options for why learners are failing. Number one, either they are not able to understand the questions, because we know that we do have a problem with children coming through our schooling system who are not able to read with understanding, and maybe the questions are a little bit too difficult for them to manage. The other question is, it was corruption at play that was allowing them to pass at the level at which they were in the past. Which of those two, unless there's another option that I've left out or more, which of those two seems more plausible to you?
Well, I think the second option, the one where they were assisted, because remember, before you had the electronic test, you had the manual test. And we know that those books were supposed to be locked in the safe at the DLTC, but driving schools, corrupt officials had access to those books, and they made those books available together with the answer sheets. So the people would study book F, and they would know that in book F, the answer for number 10 is C. It's always C. So they would study that, and when they go write the test, then they know exactly, what they're going to get, and they've got the answers already. They don't know the content of the road traffic regulations. That's
Right.
another issue,
Yes.
and is the training that the drivers are getting. Most of the apps are not reviewed or verified. They teach you how to pass a specific kind of test. They don't teach you the rules of the road. They don't teach you the signs of the road, and they don't teach you about the controls. The manuals that the Department of Transport have made available, it's on the natus.gov.za website. Those manuals have been developed with the aim of assisting the applicant to prepare their knowledge on the road traffic regulations, not just to pass the test. You can imagine that with over 1,000 questions, it'll be difficult to predict which 64 you are going to get.
Yes.
And it's also more difficult to predict the combination of the answers, because what the test does, it randomizes the options, the correct option. So you and I could get the same test on the same day with the same question, but the answer for me will be the correct answer will be option A, but for you it will be option B. So it's difficult to predict what you are going to get. So a lot of it goes into the preparation of the learners. And I think if they make use of the official material, they should be able to pass the test.
Thank you so much. You've shed some light on this story for us. Kevin Karavala, Executive Manager at the Road Traffic Information and Technology Department of the RTMC. Really appreciate your time. I mean, after the interview yesterday, it was clear as mud to me what was on the go. But I think we understand that they've started a new system. The system has been tested. Clearly, if it's gone to the Wits Language School, it's passed that test as well. And the questions are being drawn from respected research organizations like the CSIR and the Human Sciences Research Council. So I don't think the fault can lie there very easily, especially if they're prepared to look at every question individually they get a complaint about, analyze it, and then send it back into the system checked. So I think we're looking at a situation where corruption rates have dropped, and consequently people who were planning to use corrupt means, or people who were more easily able to do that, are not able to do it anymore. That looks to me like the most plausible answer. I could be wrong. Share your thoughts with me on that. But let's do so after this latest news bulletin. It is 10 o'clock.
Top stories: the Sawa police uncover major drug lab in Northwest and flood alert issued for Matsikama area. Good morning, I'm Kulofelo Defo. The SAP's Crime Intelligence Unit has discovered a major drug lab worth about 100 million rand in the Northwest. National Police spokesperson Brigadier Mathlenda Mate says they are still processing the scene. A number of arrests have been made. The Office of the Western Cape Premier has confirmed that 10 people have lost their lives in the storms that lashed the province since the weekend. Some of the fatalities were caused by trees that fell on vehicles due to gale force winds and people drowning in flooded areas. The City of Cape Town says more than 83,000 people have now been affected in dwellings across the metropole. Strong winds and disruptive rainfall have caused widespread damage to infrastructure, schools and homes across the province. Meanwhile, a flood alert has been issued for the Matsikama area along the west coast, prompting calls for urgent evacuation in low-lying areas when necessary. The call by the Matsikama municipality comes amid rapidly rising river levels. Flooding in the area has rendered some roads inaccessible and several road closures in place. Authorities have advised residents to avoid flooded areas and steer clear of damaged electrical infrastructure. To this story, prominent Mpumalanga taxi boss and businessman Joe Spanioni and 2 others are expected to appear before the Kwaggafontein Magistrates Court this morning on charges of extortion. However, proceedings at the court have been slightly delayed. The trio, aged between 46 and 60, were arrested during coordinated operations conducted in Gauteng and Mpumalanga. Mpumalanga police say a 4th suspect has indicated that he intends to hand himself over at a nearby police station later this morning. Nonhlanhla Njingela reports.
As the Kwaggafontein community awaits the court appearance of a prominent taxi boss, all roads leading to the court precinct have been heavily secured and blocked off by law enforcement. Dozens of police and traffic officers are in the area. Family members of the accused have already started making their way into the courtroom ahead of the proceedings. Meanwhile, the accused legal representative declined to comment outside court, saying he would reserve his arguments for inside the courtroom. Nonhlanhla Njingela for SABC News, Kwaggafontein in Mpumalanga.
Let's stay in the court. Suspended EMPD Deputy Chief Julius Mkhwanazi and Ekurhuleni City Manager Kagiso Lerutla are set to appear before the Boksburg Magistrates Court today. The 2 face charges of fraud, corruption and defeating the ends of justice. Both men are out on bail. Their case is expected to be moved from the Boksburg Magistrates Court to the Regional Court today. And finally, asylum seekers and advocacy groups have expressed concern over the Constitutional Court's ruling that rejected applicants from submitting new applications once their case is finalized. The decision overturns a Supreme Court of Appeal judgment that allowed rejected asylum seekers to reapply while remaining in South Africa. Many now worry the ruling could leave genuine refugees with no legal recourse if circumstances change or new evidence emerges. Claude Marie Bernard Kaitare is the head of programs and partnership at the Southern Africa Network for Immigrants and Refugees.
This ruling may have very serious consequences for vulnerable people who did not miss their deadline intentionally, but because of barriers within the asylum system itself. In our experience, many asylum seekers face language difficulties, lack of legal representation, transport costs, long queues, postponed appointments, or even misinformation. Others later face new danger in their country of origin.
Recapping the top story at 10, the SAPS Crime Intelligence Unit has discovered a major drug lab worth around 100 million rand in the Northwest. National Police spokesperson Brigadier Atlenda Mate says they are still processing the scene. That's all from me today. Onde Lambana has the headlines at 10:30.
With the ever-changing financial landscape, it can be difficult to make sense of all the moves at times. Join me, Jimmy Moyaha, on the SAFM Market Update with MoneyWeb, Mondays to Thursdays, 6 to 7 p.m, as we break down the key market trends, top financial stories, and smart investment insights, all in one place. It's everything you need to stay financially informed and ahead of the curve.
As part of Africa Month, now we are profiling
Djibouti, East Africa. The Horn of Africa's strategic gateway, positioned along one of the world's busiest shipping routes, connecting the Red Sea to the Indian Ocean. Bordered by Eritrea, Ethiopia, and Somalia, a land of desert landscapes, salt lakes, and volcanic terrain. Home to Lake Assal, one of the lowest points in Africa. French and Arabic are official languages. Afar and Somali cultures shape the nation's identity and daily life.
Djibouti gained independence in 1977, a young nation with global strategic importance. Its economy is driven by ports, trade, and international logistics, a key connection point between Africa and the Middle East and beyond. But challenges remain: water scarcity, unemployment, and heavy dependence on imports. Still, Djibouti continues to grow as a regional hub.
Djibouti stands where continents connect. In every port, in every desert, in every horizon, there is movement. Djibouti, strategic, resilient, connected.
Africa Month on SAFM. Conversations, context, Connection. The Daily Discourse on SAfM. Weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
7 minutes past 10 here on the Daily Discourse. Thank you for joining us in the second hour of the programme. I'm Joanne Joseph. Lovely to be with you today. We're taking your calls and your messages on so many issues here. Remember that studio line number once again 086 000 2032. Our WhatsApp line is 0614 107. Sorry, let me try that again. 0614 104 107. Right? 0614 104 107. Don't leave any of the numbers out, just like I did, or you will not be able to get through to us. All right, let me tell you what we're doing in this hour. We're talking about the staggering unemployment figures. We're tackling it in two ways, speaking to an economist, getting some insights on exactly what is preventing the economy from growing and thereby allowing us to expand our job prospects in this country. It is a situation of desperation for so many now. Imagine that more than 8 million people in our country are sitting at home now. They may be qualified, they may have been working before, they may have been active participants in the economy at some stage, but now they literally have nothing to fall back on. They cannot find a job in our country. It's a devastating situation. It is no doubt a jobs crisis, and we've got to talk through how exactly we get this economy working again and get it recharged. All right, so that is one of the aspects we're tackling. And then something I mentioned earlier, the fact that we are letting our youth down. And essentially, we're sitting with a situation where 6 out of 10 young people are not employed right now. So it is a very serious situation indeed, and I think we do need to give the youth angle a little bit more attention, because this upcoming generation is hugely important to our success and our future as a country. But also, let's remember, we have a very young population in South Africa, right? My generation and the generation before, in the years to come, will soon be gone. And the state in which we leave this country for what is now the young generation has to be a decent, acceptable one. So we'll have that conversation in just a short while. And then after that, we'll take some of your calls on this as well. I don't know if you, like me, get frustrated when you get to some kind of gated community. It could be a company, it could be a complex where somebody's living and you're going to visit them. The range of people that we find in policing gated communities. It may be a security guard who comes out when you arrive, or someone representing the security aspect of it, and they walk out and then they will ask for your license, they will ask for your ID sometimes. They will scan your driver's, your car license disc. They will ask you where you are going. And, you sit there and you think, well, okay, some of these things are necessary because they need to know that I'm not coming into this complex with nefarious intentions, right? So this they need to do. But I've often wondered, what happens to that information? Are they keeping my information? Are they keeping the information about my car license, about my driver's license, or my ID? And exactly where's that information going and who is seeing it? Sometimes you'll go to a place where you just sign a book that's lying open. You put your phone number in there, you put your ID number in there, and you've no access, no idea who has access to that. So you are essentially putting yourself in a very dangerous situation. Well, the POPIA Act has come into play here, and it looks as though there's going to be a new code of conduct in regards to how this is handled in the future. So we'll do an interview on that a little bit later on, but you are welcome to comment on that throughout the show. 11 minutes past 10 on the Daily Discourse, and as I said, more than 8 million people are jobless in South Africa. Statistics South Africa says the number of people with jobs fell by 345,000 in the first quarter of this year. The unemployment rate now sits at 32.7%. That is the official unemployment rate, 32.7%. And sadly, as I said, the youth are among the worst affected. Independent economist Stephen Matso is with us to unpack this. Mr. Matso, good morning to you. Thanks for speaking to us today. Another shocking set of unemployment figures. What were the main drivers behind this?
Yeah, good morning and good morning to the listeners. Obviously, there are multiple figures which we can focus on with regard to this. The first one being that we have seen that the community and your public sector has shown a decline, and there's likely to be your contribution from the EPWP, which obviously over time they have to look for the new cohort. And the second thing is that even though we see that there's been a positive increase in your measure of agriculture, mining, and manufacturing, but it still remains less. And actually, it's not a sustainable growth where we expect that every quarter we will see that. But the third one on this one is that the population from the year 2000 to now has shown to be increasing with an average of 1.6%. And with that being the case, it's that there will be an increase in number of people who are now entering the job labor force. And again, that as well contribute. And with the economy, which cannot even consume a number of them which are coming every quarter. So the challenges are more, and it emanate from the challenge of the economy, which cannot sustain itself and produce equivalent job or which are sustainable.
What industries were the worst affected, Mr. Mansell?
As I said, that community is one of those which were affected, and secondly, your public sector, which is the social sector, has been affected.
Just explain
greatly.
that a little bit in a little bit more detail to us, because you're talking about government as an employer here. Am I correct in saying that?
I am currently talking about the government as an employer, and I'm saying that remember the solution which the government has brought to creating jobs was EPWP. Obviously, over time, there will be funding to fund that program, and over time, there will sometimes not be funding to fund such program. And remember, the EPWP itself contribute to between 900,000 and 1 million in the country. So in as much as there's no funding to fund that, or they are looking for a new cohort, we will see that there will be, the unemployment will rise. But that is not a solution to the economy, because the economy needs sustainable jobs, needs sustainable sectors, needs sustainable growth which will create jobs. So that is not a solution to what the economy should be providing. We should not be providing a 3 months, 1 year, or 3 years jobs. It must be creating a sustainable and long-term jobs which will rise the economy and improve our economy.
I just want to mention to our viewers that to our listeners that the one that the program you're talking about is the Expanded Public Works program, and that is of course a kind of temporary poverty alleviation program that government has come up with, and it's targeting youth, it's targeting women, persons with disabilities. But as you say, those are not necessarily long-term jobs. So I've heard it said before that this is a potential strategy, maybe a slightly more tangential strategy, but it shouldn't be the main strategy, because government should not be the main creator of jobs in the country. It should be the entity that stimulates job creation in the country. Do you agree with that or not?
I do agree with that the government actually should not be the primary creator of jobs. Business must play a role. Private sector must play a big role. So as I'm saying that our economy, even though it's considered the most developed in Africa, but actually it doesn't absorb everyone in the country. But again, the second part is that we still have challenges in the economy, or structurally challenges in the economy. And once we have the structural challenge, the government should be playing a role in trying to resolve those structural challenges, so that we have a very good environment of doing business in the country. And once we don't have a very good environment of doing business in the country, we have challenge. I mean, one of it becomes corruption in the public sector, and that create a challenge with creating infrastructure which enable business. One of it being obviously crime, which is rampant in the country. And then again, it creates challenge, and obviously business confidence goes down consistently because of that. And one of the challenge being that we still have inequality. Obviously, inequality grapples and create challenges in business, rate types and other things. So that being some of the factors, it creates challenge, and this structural challenge must be resolved by government so that business can do better in the country and employ a lot of people.
What provinces are the worst hit by unemployment at the moment?
Yeah, the first one which was highly hit, of course, was Gauteng, one. We've seen Northwest, and Northwest continued to be in this number of high unemployment continuously. And again, in Mpumalanga, those were the three most high hit by that unemployment. And surprisingly, Gauteng, which will have thought maybe it has increased jobs. But obviously, if we have to go back to sectors which didn't contribute a lot, so one of it being construction. And Gauteng, we've seen there were a lot of construction happening over the previous years, but now we've seen started going down, and that in itself contribute to what we are seeing.
And Mr. Manso, when we look at the demographics, which groups are the hardest hit in the country by unemployment?
Yeah, the first, what the Statistics South Africa has highlighted was on age. They've highlighted that those between ages 15 and 24 were continuously becoming challenged by this unemployment. And obviously, secondly, as we said, the youth between 25 and 35 as well become under challenge. But black people continue to become challenged by this thing of unemployment. And obviously, it's because of the population in South Africa. I mean, we have less of other racial group as compared to black. So black people will continue to grapple this unemployment and these challenges.
I need to ask a question because my listeners are weighing in on this, and they often put this to me. They're worried about the influx of migrants who may be documented or undocumented into the country, coming here and occupying the positions in companies that South Africans, they believe, should actually be entitled to first and foremost. So give me a sense of this. What is the rate of that, or the incidence of that? What impact is it having on employment in the country?
Yeah, so the broader point here which is affecting us is that it's true that the countries such as South Africa and other developed countries do attract migrants. And why? I mean, migrants even particularly from Africa. Why? It's because the economy of South Africa is way bigger than the economies we'll have seen with the statistics released showing the growth in the continent. South Africa continues to be even higher than your Nigeria and Egypt, and it's growing continuously. So that being the case, obviously we're going to see this attraction into the country. And the challenge is these countries have high corruption, do not have structural solution, and again, do not engage in making the economy better of their country. They continue living in rural, they continue living out of small-scale businesses and street trading, where continuously the currency remain under pressure. I mean, the currency of other countries as compared to us, it's very, very, very low. And with ours in South Africa becomes better compete internationally. So that in itself will obviously become a challenge to the country. And again, it will become a challenge in attracting migrants into the country because they want better economic opportunity and better infrastructure, which will enable them to live better. So it will become a challenge, and they are going to fight for this job, more particularly into your formal sectors and semi-informal sectors, because that's where they can be able to go. So with South African becoming educated, obviously they are going to fight into the formal sector, but this semi-informal sector, which contributes a lot into employment, it's going to attract these migrants.
All right. Thank you very much for your insight into that story. Independent economist Stephen Mansour speaking to us there. Well, let's bring into the conversation project lead at the advocacy campaign at Youth Capital, Buhle Magwaza. Ms. Magwaza, good morning to you, and thank you very much for your time on the program. I see as many as 60% of young people are unemployed, and we were just chatting about what a disturbingly high figure that is. Ms. Magwaza, are you with us? All right, we have a problem with Ms. Magwaza's line, but you are welcome to communicate with us at this hour. Send us your thoughts on what our economist Stephen Manso had to say on this issue. And one of you is already starting to send voice notes in on this.
To the listener who said unemployment has got to do with graduate exclusively, does he know and understand that in South Africa, due to the high unemployment, we've got the very same graduates themselves being employed or seeking employment in these retails and restaurants? So I'm just pointing out to the false dichotomy that he's trying to create here. Anonymous in Bombay.
All right, let's try and pick up that conversation with Ms. Magwaza now. Buhle Magwaza, project lead at advocacy campaign Youth Capital. Good morning to you, Ms. Magwaza. I hope we do have you on the line loud and clear now. We were talking about this disturbingly high percentage of as many as 60% of young people facing unemployment at this time in our country.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. Yes, the latest QLFS statistics are quite disturbing. And the 60% that you are referring to is the youth unemployment rates for young people between the ages of 15 to 24. But the official youth unemployment rate is then over 45%. But when we then include young people who are then discouraged job seekers, young people who are in short-term work, and young people who are working less than they should, then that figure does then rise to 60%. So 6 out of 10 young people are currently unemployed. And it is a disturbing figure, but one that is not surprising at all. And we need to remember that the issue of youth unemployment is really just a structural issue. It's not an individual failure. Our economy is simply not growing at a rate that allows for young people to be absorbed into the labor market.
I mean, I take it that youths in certain parts of the country are worse off than others.
Yes, definitely. Where you are based, where you come from, your experiences and your lived experiences definitely plays a role in your experience with unemployment or employment. As we've seen in the statistics, the Eastern Cape has the highest unemployment rate. There's also the Northwest. There's also Mpumalanga. So definitely it's an issue that is systemic. It is very much racial. It is very much structured around what are your lived experiences of young people. So depending on where you are, it means that you either have access to opportunities or you do not. It means that you are able to get to the opportunities themselves or you do not. It means that whatever area you are based in, what does the economic climate look like in that area? And we know that in these provinces that I just mentioned, the economy is not that great. The economic opportunities are not that great. And that is why at Youth Capital, we are advocating for public employment programs to be made a permanent part of the solutions that are then put forward or are then exhausted in terms of providing employment and work opportunities for young people. We do know that the country does not have a shortage of work. There is a lot of work to be done in our communities. There is a lot of work to be done in different sectors like your creative sectors. But that work needs to be funded properly. And through public employment programs, we know that that is the program that is able to reach young people at scale in this country. And therefore, we need to then ring-fence and make sure that such opportunities are then available for young people and they can access them without having to wait to know the fate as far as like the budgeting is concerned.
How much of a role does education play in helping young people to become more employable?
Education still plays a role, but as you know, almost 10 young people are neither in education, training, or employment. That means that it goes beyond just education. It also means that young people do not have access to the right pathways. So our school-to-work transition system still needs to be strengthened so that young people are not just studying, they're not just training. At the end of it all, they must be able to be absorbed, they must be training for something, and they need to be able to then move and transition into something that allows them to then make a living. even if we continue to train our young people, if the opportunities do not exist, even if young people continue to study, if the economy does not create enough opportunities for them to be able to tap into the economy and to be employed, then the work is still to be done. So school to work transition is quite important, but its own is not enough. As we know that also the rate of unemployed graduates also continues to rise.
In my generation, we were always encouraged to train to work for someone else. Are you changing this outlook in the way you train young people as an organization?
So Youth Capital is not programmatic. We're an advocacy campaign.
All right.
We work to ensure that the lived experiences of young people when it comes to unemployment are actually reaching decision makers. And what we are seeing is that, yes, unemployment will not be solved through formal jobs on its own. It will not be solved through informal opportunities. It will not be solved through public employment programs. All these things need to work together. So even if we are encouraging young people to actually tap into the informal economy, we need to be asking a bigger question, which is, does the system or does the actual environment enable young people to actually be entrepreneurs and thrive as entrepreneurs and be able to be the creators of work? And again, the burden of being unemployed, the burden of being an unemployed young person is not an individual failure. Therefore, the solution shouldn't be expected to come from young people themselves. It needs to be that the system and the structural challenges are also then dismantled so that young people can be able to then be closer to opportunity. So the youth unemployment will only be solved through a couple of mechanisms, and not just the formal sector, not just the informal sector, not just public employment programs. It is a mix of all these things combined.
Thank you so much for speaking to us, Ms. Magwaza. Buhle Magwaza, project lead at advocacy campaign Youth Capital. And I wonder, why we haven't taken this on the basis of each one help one. Do you run a company? Have you absorbed young people into your company in any other way? In any way, you might have given them a little bit of training that they'd be asked for or about in job interviews. You might have just employed them to, help them keep the pot on the boil while they're studying at a tertiary institution. You might have a concerted kind of campaign within your company to employ more young people so that there's a better generational mix of staff. How do you do it? How have you, on a personal basis, if you're a business owner or if you're someone who is in a position to employ, if you work in human resources, for argument's sake, how do we get young people more involved and better absorbed into the economy at the stage? Share your thoughts with us. It is not a condition that's conducive to growth right now. The economy is not growing by much. How do we make sure that the youth are able to be a part of whatever growth can take place under the current circumstances? 10:30 on Delambana with your latest news headlines.
Thank you, Joanne. On the news headlines, the multi-million rand tender case involving controversial businessman Vusumuzi Cat Matlala, which saw suspended Police Commissioner Fandi Masemula share the dock with Matlala, has been postponed to the 26th of June. The bail hearing of National Coloured Congress leader and MP Fadil Adams has been delayed due to his late arrival at the Pinetown Magistrate Court west of Durban, and the SAPS's Crime Intelligence Unit has discovered a major drug lab worth about 100 million near Swartrakens in the northwest. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
The Daily Discourse. More than talk, real understanding.
10:31 on the Daily Discourse. What did you think about what you heard in the last half hour? Colin in Cape Town is on the line to us. Colin, will you share your thoughts with us, please?
Good morning, Joanna, and good morning to your guests. Do you know something? When I was in school in the 60s, I left school in 64. I had so much knowledge about woodwork and drawings and sheet metal work because in grade 8 we started taking up those subjects and we did practical training in the schools. The ladies, the girls did domestic science, they did hairdressing, typing and things like that. Now those things are gone out of the school. Why don't they bring that back? And you know something, another problem we've got is people, I hear you talk yesterday and today on your station about foreigners taking their jobs. That to me is a feeble excuse. We need to be trained properly from school. And our population is outgrowing our GDP. 1.4% is our population. And what is our GDP? Far, far below that. And I guarantee you now, Joanne, as I'm talking to you now, there are thousands of unemployed men and women who are expecting children now this year. How can you want a family if you are battling to find work? We got to sit down and as adults think, can I afford children? I haven't got proper education. I haven't got employment. Can I have children? And now girls at school too. I heard on the radio over 3,000 in KwaZulu-Natal gave birth. We'll never sort this epidemic out. We'll never, while our people are not being educated and taught the rights and wrongs. Thank you, Joanne.
Colin,
Bye.
Thank you very much. Colin raised so many issues there. And one of the first things he reminded me of actually was Alistair Sparks, the journalist who, in fact, he was my boss at SABC News, TV News, years and years ago. And one of the things he had suggested to government was that they do what's done in German schools where you stream children from a certain age. So round about the time they turn about 15 years old, you know, when children generally choose subjects for matric, that you could choose to go to different types of schools. That if you, and it need not be gender based either. You know, if you want to go to a school where you can learn to be an artisan of any kind, if that's your talent, right, and you're really good with your hands, or you show talent for certain artisanal type work, that you be streamed to a school that specializes in that, where you have the best teachers and where, you know, you can learn to be really brilliant at that, and you can learn to then enter the economy either as a business person or, you know, getting some experience working for someone until you've got your skills up to scratch and you can really spread your wings in that regard. And then people who want to follow the academic stream can follow the academic stream by going to different schools. So that was suggested a number of years ago. And you know, to me, if it works, this is not to say that if it works in a developed country that it is necessarily going to work here, but it seemed like a good idea to trial at the very least. And it's still not been done. And so you have a lot of children who still don't know what they want to do by the time they're sitting in matric. Do I want to be a doctor? Do I want to be a policeman? Do I want to, you know, that type of thing? That's the conversation that goes on. And it's because I think there isn't enough direction in terms also of exploiting not just one's academic mind, but all the other talents that young human beings have, right? So it makes a lot of sense to say that. In regard to the issue of the population growing, it's an important one. As I may have mentioned before, I think I did, it's often linked to education, right? The more educated you are, the more upwardly socially mobile you are, the smaller the family you're likely to have. So if you empower your people, you give them education, and they're able to make a better living for themselves, they make their own decisions about how many people they will have, how many little human beings they will bring into the world, right? They're better perhaps able to look at their finances and say, okay, we can only afford 2 children for argument's sake, so let's only have 2 children. And although I'd love to have had 5 children, let's not do that, because we won't be able to give them the same education, the same food, the same shelter, all the things that children need, right? So that's one. It's a sensitive issue. It's a sensitive issue because you've got to be careful. We come from histories in many parts of the world, including South Africa, where forced sterilization and so on were big issues. And our democratic constitution gives us the right to choose the size of our families, but also gives us autonomy over our bodies. So we can decide how many children we will have. But I think the important point here is probably that education is the way to go, because the more aware you are of what your resources are and how best to use them, the better you can cater for as many children as you choose to have. Babit Singh in the Northern Cape, what is your thought on this, Babit Singh?
Thank you very much, ma'am, for taking my call. Thank you to your listeners. Ma'am, I think the problem lies with some of the managers that are leading these departments when they take in or absorb students that are coming to get experience. The very same people they have been deployed. Some of them, they are not complete in terms of their qualifications. Let me make a classical example. For you to be an attorney or a lawyer or LLB, you need to come and do articles. It's only then you'll be a complete lawyer.
Yes.
Or it goes also with engineers. For you to be a complete engineer, let us say somebody who has done civil engineering, you need to have done a GCC. Then you are a complete. But they hire these people and put them into critical positions, whereas the person is not even completed, to come and train people that are from. How is he going to give them skills if he himself is not complete? So our government or so-called ANC, they've been deploying people left, right, and center. And I feel also the right people are not working. The people that have got, these things are questionable. I think even in an interview, when you interview people, it's very sad what I'm seeing on the Matlanga Commission. There is something that they need to implement, a psychometric test. This person has got qualifications to get the job, but is he right to, is he in a position to lead a department? Psychometric test will be able to tell you who is this person. Does he have the ability to lead a department? Those things are being overlooked, and it will help us to put the right people in the right positions. Now they are deploying people left, right, and center, coming to see when you understand.
Yes,
it's
Babit
very
Singh,
sad.
you're making such an important point there. I like the idea of psychometric testing. I know that some companies carry it out, some don't. But tell me, are you a business owner who actually does employ psychometric
I'm not.
testing?
Ma'am, let me tell you.
I'm putting it out there to our listeners in general, Babit Singh, because you've raised a very important point. So I actually want to hear from some of our listeners who might be employing psychometric testing in the way they employ people, because it's not as common as perhaps it ought to be. But I don't know enough about it to be able to say whether it will give you a sense of whether someone is qualified or not to do the job, not just from an academic point of view. They may have, as Babit Singh says, all the qualifications on paper, but do they have the nature, do they have the know-how, do they have the ability to become leaders or to be good leaders in that position? And will they be a good fit culturally for your company? If yours is a company that, for example, values diversity, values equality, values looking after your staff, are you going to get the right people in who hold those values dear equally, right? It would seem to me that's quite an important thing. Please call me if you are someone who is, if you're a psychometrist, for example, or you do psychometric testing as part of your company's work or part of your HR work. Share your thoughts with me on that, please. Parks in Cape Town, what's your take on this?
Good morning, Joy, and trusting you all this morning. The issue of unemployment in general is one which both of your guests highlighted some of the issues. However, with your second guest, I can agree on the issue of structural and economic structural reform that the government, number one, has failed in many ways, which they've been chopping and changing all of these policies from GEAR to the current economic policy that they have at the moment. Now, in such situations, Joanne, you find that a lot of companies that have investment, which is foreign investment into South Africa regarding employment, they are being disinvested into the economy of the country. Number one, there's an issue with Eskom that has created a lot of companies in manufacturing to not have long-term investments with the country. In fact, a lot of them are disinvesting now because Eskom, number one, has not guaranteed long-term, sustainable and stable power supply. you look at the company automotive sector, they've been out in droves out of Africa. Now, the issue, what to prioritize when it comes to investing in the economy when it relates to employment. You've got government now wanting to attract all of these in the IT space for data storage, which is not really what the economy needs right now, because in order for you need a manufacturing, which is intense, and the value chain that goes on with manufacturing. And last, comes to youth employment, there are factors that are affecting youth to be not easily employable. One of those is when it comes to psychometric tests, there's the youth generations, which is your Gen Zs, your millennials, and so forth. A lot of employers have been coming out to say that it's very difficult to employ Gen Zs. Now, you need to ask yourself, as somebody who is a job seeker or somebody who's using the youth looking at employment, what is it exactly that these employees are looking for from the Gen Z?
All right, good question there, Parks. Let's throw that question out to our audience, actually. I think it's one of the most important questions that has arisen, because I've heard employers complain about this as well, that many employers are struggling to employ Generation Z employees, right? Have you been in that position where you've been interviewing Gen Zs? What feedback do you get from them? The most common complaints that I hear, and I really don't want to stereotype in this way, but this is what I hear from prospective employers that I'm speaking to. I hear that the work ethic is not the same. I hear that the level of commitment is not the same, so attendance can sometimes be a problem. And I hear that, mental health issues have also overtaken parts of the Gen Z population in a way that makes them difficult to employ. Now, that may sound like a very, very difficult thing to digest, because we're living in a country where clearly Gen Zs must be traumatized by the environment in which they live. I think we all are to some extent. But they're the guys who've lived through the pandemic, right? They have lived a very different kind of life to the rest of us, and they've had some real problems and challenges that they've had to overcome that older people haven't. And they're living in the information age also, where they've been exposed to all sorts of things, technology and that kind of thing. They're trying to keep up with that, but at the same time, some of the basics in terms of teaching them to read with meaning, etc., and their socioeconomic needs have not always been taken care of. So what is it you encounter when you are trying to employ Generation Z staff? What do they tell you in the interviews that is different to what other generations tell you? How do they behave once they are in your company? Are they a positive influence? Do they bring new blood and a fresh injection of energy into the company? Or are they not living up to what you expect as perhaps someone who belongs to a different generation? Give us a call on that. Sekhatli in Polokwane wants to talk about changing the limit classification of youth. Talk to us, Sekhatli. What's on your mind? Good morning, Sekhatli. Can we hear you?
Hello, how are you?
Hi there. Well, thanks. Go for it. I can hear you.
Yes, man. Very interesting topic, and I'm really concerned about the time in terms of that, like the age.
Yes. Are you a young person, Sekhatli? Do you fall into that age group?
No, I'm talking about that time when I was still young.
Okay.
It happened for me to looking to have the opportunities, but the problem, the barrier was the age. You see, all those positions of being a police, position of working in the government, you find all those forms that you have to fill in, and then they say, but it must be up to this 35 years of age.
Right.
And we found people has never got the opportunity because of the unemployment rate. But by that time, it is when you're supposed to say, no, now is my time. Then you kick out. You are out kicked by the age. I think it's now, and we've got that crisis. I think it's now that the government has to look at it. We know being out of youth is when you are 36 and above. But let us just give these people a chance. Or when we employ people, let's just look, we prioritize the ones that are towards that age, want to be kicked out by that the age, at least so that they can also have the time. I mean the chance. If ever it can be made like that, then otherwise let's just employ the people. At least let's add another 5. We do have a crisis. That's my plea.
Thank you, Sekhatli. I think you're making an important point there about seniority as well. I think one needs a good mix, and if you have too many people of one generation in the same work environment, you don't get that generational mix that brings the most enrichment in terms of the business or the company or the institution that you want to be. All right, nearly 10 minutes to 11 here on the Daily Discourse. And do you ever get annoyed, as I do, about having to present your driver's license or ID when you arrive at a gated community? I've always felt a little bit insecure about that because you have to wonder where that information goes and what's being done with it. Well, the information regulator has stepped in, gazetting a new code of conduct for how personal information can be processed at gated communities. Director and regulatory head at Worksman's Attorneys, Amor Burger-Smith, joins us now to explain this. Mr. Burger-Smith, good morning to you and thanks for your time. I understand this code came about through several complaints that gatekeepers are often excessive in the type of information they demand at the entrances to these buildings.
That is correct. And morning to your listeners, and thank you for having me. May I just point out one thing? At the moment, we've got a draft code with very detailed and succinctly put out regulations that the regulator, or expectations that the regulator has when it comes to gated communities. And all of us have got till tomorrow to comment on this code. And I think a lot of people just neglected to pay attention to it because it is such an important issue. And we've been told there have been numerous complaints about gated communities and access points, whether it's an estate, whether it's an office park, whether it's a building. And we need to critically think about this because at the end of the day, where we're a country that faces cyber attacks all the time and our personal information is at risk, it's important to critically think what happens to our information when we submit it at these access points.
I mean, you're raising a very important point here, and apologies for referring to you as Mr. You are, of course, Ms. Burger-Smith. But what buildings will be affected by the new code?
Yeah, well, that is the interesting point. It literally covers everything, whether it's a public building, whether it's a private building, whether it's an office, whether it's an estate, whether it's a complex where you live. So the regulator looked at everything broadly across the public and the private sectors. So, and I think the first point is always where we start off, and I refer to, remember those old, dirty, ugly books that we had to fill in when you entered office buildings. So it starts there, because you always think, what on earth happens to this book if I leave here? And we had people that will fill it in and say, I'm Mickey Mouse, and things like that, because they didn't want to disclose their identity. But if we think about entering into estates, we know a lot of estates have got CCTV cameras deployed. They require your ID number, or even in buildings, even government buildings. If you go to a regulator that I often visit, it's the Competition Commission and Competition Tribunal in Pretoria, and I have to submit my driver's license or ID, I have to complete a register, all these things, and you have to concern yourself as to the security of that information. So on the one hand, it's security, but on the other hand, it's also necessity. And this is what the regulator now detailed in the draft code of conduct, to say, if you operate a gated access point, have you clearly considered what is the minimum amount of information, personal information, you need to collect to actually achieve the purpose of your gated access system that you're operating? And this is something that we as a society haven't critically evaluated. We're so used to, we are required to submit information and we just hand it over because we want to enter into a specific area. And as we've got a right to privacy in our Constitution, we've got a right then to ask, why do I have to submit this information? But more importantly, from my client's perspective, my clients are required, and all companies are required, and gated communities, whether it's a complex or a residential estate, to actually think, What is the minimum information they require? And the regulator now says in the draft code, you'll have to assess it to prove to us that you need this information. And therein lies one of the tricky issues, because all these entities will now have to sit back and do an assessment.
And of course, one wonders what the requirements are in terms of the storage of this info. Does someone have to be put in charge of that? So they're regulating how this information is stored and that it doesn't get into the wrong hands, Ms. Burger-Smith?
Exactly. Where does it go? For how long do you keep it? Why do you keep it that long? Do you keep it indefinitely? Because the regulator tells us that they've got various examples where information is just kept indefinitely. Now, that can never be a realistic situation. Why would someone keep my information indefinitely? Especially if we think about CCTV footage and matching of images to certain databases. But, I read this morning in the British newspapers where in London they've deployed CCTV footage with robust facial recognition. And they run that facial recognition against lists that, for instance, the police service compile. And they say that, criminal activity has dropped by 10%. So we can't deny that CCTV footage has got an impact on criminal activity. But at the same time, you have to ask yourself, if that face doesn't match, is it deleted immediately? Or do they hold on to it, and for what purpose? Now, I'm not saying we're deploying facial recognition all over in South Africa and we're being followed by Big Brother. But that serves as an example of things we need to think about and we need to question. And back to the point, you and I as normal data subjects, normal people, have got a right to privacy, and we should be jealous of that right of privacy that we've been afforded in our Constitution.
It is a fascinating issue, Ms. Burger-Smith. Thank you so much for your insight into that story. And again, something else I want to discuss with my listeners and try and draw some answers out from them. I think Ms. Burger-Smith's done a very good job there of explaining to us how we might be caught between the devil and the deep blue sea on this. And before we comment, maybe we need to give it more specific thought, right? We have the right to privacy as citizens. This issue of facial recognition, of biometrics and so forth means you can be tracked by all sorts of people, right? People with good intentions and people with the worst of intentions, if that information gets into the wrong hands, right? So, of course, it needs to be policed. But she gave us this very good example of Britain, where they are using some of that facial recognition information to be able to determine who's been involved in various crimes. I couldn't help but look up and think about about the Madlanga Commission, for argument's sake, right? If one could use information that was stored safely in a database about the comings and goings of particular individuals who are now implicated, how useful would that be for law enforcement? But what about the innocent people who entered those premises repeatedly and had nothing to do with anything even vaguely criminal? How do we ensure that their rights are reserved and respected in that regard? It's a very interesting argument. Please hit me with your answers on that. I'd love to hear what you think about that. Many of your voice notes coming in on the issue of population growth, among other things, and that is in the context of the latest unemployment figures that have come out, which show that more than 8 million South Africans are without jobs at the moment. Let's listen in.
Yeah, Joanne, it's really in Kuma. Calling out in Durban is on point when talking about population growth. You see, the way he analyzes it and the way he breaks into two parts with GDP. It's a positive, suggestions. Other countries such as China and other countries would control the birth rate of its own country. Look, we were 40 10 years ago. Now we are 60-something million, plus the foreign nationals as well into our country. So it's a burden in itself. Thanks, Willie and Kuma.
Thank you so much for that, Willie. And just on that last point of the migrants that you mentioned there, a researcher, a friend of mine, actually sent me some information. And this is SAFTU's information. They've done a little poster on this, the South African Federation of Trade Unions. And I mean, obviously, they're taking a stance on this, but I'm mostly interested in the figures here. The facts are what are of interest to me. And they say migrants account for 4% of the population. That is 2.4 million foreign-born people, right? That equates to actually more strictly 3.9% of the population, and they're using the source of Statistics South Africa from the census of 2022. I think that's the last census that we have available. So the unemployment rate they put at 12.4 million. That is the expanded definition of people without work, again using Stats SA, and they're comparing that. They're saying, okay, you've got 3.9% of migrants in the country, 3.9% of the entire population. That is what they account. And that translates to 2.4 million people, but then you've got 12.4 million people who are unemployed in the country. So that is quite a significant difference, right? You're talking a difference of 10 million people there, and they go on to say a small minority cannot cause a mass jobs crisis. No official data shows migrants are the main cause of employment. So they may be contributing to unemployment in the country, but I think the statistics remind us that there are far more people out of work than there ought to be, because we just haven't created the environment that is required to ensure that our population is in work. Good morning, Joanne, and the listener says, one of you, the demand to absorb South Africans to job employment is too much. South Africa needs a new economy. Current policies don't work, says Tumelo Molefe from Lamontville in Durban. One of you is responding to the issue of people with high education in a study that was done, showing that those people tend to have smaller families.
See, on that one, I disagree with you, Joanne. When it talks about people that deserve to have children. People deserve to have children, whether they are educated or not. Today, people that are stealing on us, there are people that are educated, degrees and stuff. Young people today, they are the most educated people today. But the decisions they make, it's like they are not smart, they are not even educated. So you'll never say people who are educated are capable of making good decisions. They are not. Even today in our government, we see what is going on there. People with degrees.
So this is not something. I wasn't saying that people should have children based on their level of education, right? That's not what I said. I said by and large, there's actually research shows the more educated you are, the smaller the family you are likely to have. There is a direct correlation between the two. And yes, you may argue that they're intelligent people or they're educated people making stupid decisions all the time about our country and that sort of thing. And that is true to some extent. There are good examples of that. But there is actually a correlation between education and the number of children that educated people have. And I guess it's just about becoming a little bit more upwardly social, mobile, and moving maybe from a working class family into a middle class family, and then saying, you know what, I had to do without so much because I had 9 brothers and sisters, and now that I've got children, I want them to have a little bit more than I did when I was growing up. So I'm not going to have 9 children or 10 children. I'm actually going to have fewer than that. It may be as simple as that. I am oversimplifying it, but there is definitely a correlation. All right, 11 o'clock. It is on the Daily Discourse. Let's get your latest news with Ondela Mbana.
Thank you, Joanne. On the top stories, the multi-million rand tender case involving Kat Matlala has been postponed to June, and Keir Starmer defies calls to resign. For SAfm News, I'm Ondela Mbana, and a very good morning. The multi-million rand tender case involving controversial businessman Vusumuzi Kat Matlala, which saw suspended Police Commissioner Fani Masemula share the dock with Matlala, has been postponed to the 26th of June. The court set out the reasons for the postponement, including verification and disclosure of the docket. The pair was joined by 12 other high-ranking police officers who are implicated in the awarding of the multi-million rand tender. On his first appearance at the Pretoria Magistrates Court, Masemula appeared on his own. He faces a charge of violation of the Public Finance Management Act. The magistrate delivered this ruling.
Ladies and gentlemen, you all heard what was said here. I'm not going to repeat everything. Just one aspect that I want to emphasize is the request by the prosecutor that you all bring a USB to court so he can provide you with the necessary disclosure of the docket. and the matter then postponed for further investigation and also for disclosure purposes until the 26th of June this year in Court 16. Accused number 1 remains in custody, and I am endorsing the charge sheet, and I will also make sure that the warrant for detention is endorsed, that he be kept at Khosi Mampuru prison.
The bail hearing of National Coloured Congress leader and MP Fadil Adams has been delayed due to his late arrival at the Pinetown Magistrates Court west of Durban. It's believed the police vehicle transporting Adams to court got stuck in traffic. Adams has been in custody at an undisclosed facility following his arrest in Cape Town last week. He's due to make a formal bail application, an application that the state will oppose. Adams is facing 2 counts of interfering with police work and 2 of fraud. He's accused of interfering with police investigations in high-profile assassinations. He allegedly visited accused at the Westville prison, posing as an official parliamentary visitor, and took statements from them. The Office of the Western Cape Premier has confirmed that 10 people have died in the storms that lashed the province since the weekend. This includes 2 men and a woman who died on a farm between Worcester and Rossonville in the Boland during heavy flooding. The city of Cape Town says more than 83,000 people have now been affected in dwellings across the metropole. Strong winds and disruptive rainfall have caused widespread damage to infrastructure, schools and homes across the province. National Sea Rescue Institute spokesperson Craig Lambinon says their bodies were found during a rescue operation to save 23 farm workers trapped on top of a building since Monday.
Using ladders, the casualties including babies, toddlers, children, adults, the elderly, as well as 1 blind man and 1 paraplegic man, and domestic animals were evacuated to safety in relays using the flotation of the NSRA rescue craft. The rescue crew worked tirelessly despite challenging conditions, often wading and swimming through barely accessible terrain and flooded areas. Once out of harm's way, safely on terra firma, the farm workers and their families were taken into the care of the farmer. During the operation, sadly, 2 deceased males and a deceased female were located and recovered from farm buildings on the farm.
The SAPS's Crime Intelligence Unit has discovered a major drug lab worth about 100 million rand near Swartrakens in the northwest. National Police spokesperson Brigadier Lendamate says they're still processing the scene. A number of arrests have been made. The Social Movement for Advocacy, Rights and Transformation says a scathing report from the Gauteng Liquor Board's Committee of Inquiry reveals corruption, maladministration and unlawful licensing practices. SMART says a slew of illegal outlets operate near schools and residential areas due to weak oversight and too few inspectors. The group is calling for criminal investigations, closure of illegal outlets, lifestyle audits and an overhaul of the Gauteng Liquor Board to restore public confidence. Mutebuli is the advocacy for SMART.
One of the things that the report is highlighting is that there's over 200,000 illegal outlets, which brings us back to understand that there's a high level of corruption with the regulatory board to allow these illegal establishments that are happening. And unfortunately, it has negative effects on the community, especially with young people. Young people are then exposed to an excessive amount of alcohol, which enables them to drop out of school.
The British Prime Minister Keir Starmer has defied calls to resign amid growing dissent with the governing Labour Party. Starmer has received support from his deputy David Lemmy, who urged party MPs not to trigger a leadership battle. Dozens of them have asked the Prime Minister to quit, but more than 100 have backed him. The BBC's Rob Watson has the details.
Make no mistake, whether there's a challenge to Keir Starmer, there is currently a standoff, what looks like an unsustainable standoff for the longer term between the Prime Minister and his supporters who say it would be crazy to have some kind of a leadership challenge, and that very substantial chunk of the Labour Party that thinks it's hopeless, that he can never, ever be a popular leader and that he needs to go sooner rather than later.
Recapping the top story, the multi-million rand tender case involving controversial businessman Vusimuzi Matlala, which saw suspended Police Commissioner Fani Masemula share the dock with Matlala, has been postponed to the 26th of June. I'm Undalambana for SAFM News Headlines at 11:30.
Life is full of surprises, but your insurance premiums shouldn't be. Savings on your car insurance is a sure thing with MyWay.
Leaving your wallet smiling every month. Switch to MyWay and save up to 40% on your car insurance premiums today to live your way.
Real people, real cars, real savings. For a quote, visit myway.co.za. Premiums are risk profile dependent. MyWay is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. T's and C's apply. MyWay. Live your way.
Is your business struggling with cash flow, job losses, or low productivity? You're not alone. Productivity SA's Business Turnaround and Recovery Program provides expert turnaround strategies to restructure operations, save jobs, and boost growth. Get practical tools like early warning systems, performance improvement plans, and access to productivity champions. Visit productivitysa.co.za or call 011-848-5318 to apply now. Your recovery starts here.
As part of Africa Month, now we are profiling
Malawi, East Africa. Malawi, Southern Africa's warm heart, bordered by Tanzania, Zambia, and Mozambique. A nation shaped by water, Lake Malawi stretches across much of the country, one of Africa's largest and most biodiverse lakes. English and Chichewa unite communities across the nation. Culture lives through hospitality, music, and shared tradition.
Malawi gained independence in 1964, a peaceful nation built on resilience and community. Agriculture remains the backbone of the economy. Tobacco, tea, and farming support millions of livelihoods.
But challenges remain: poverty, food insecurity, and climate-related disasters. Still, Malawi moves forward with optimism and unity. Malawi carries warmth through every challenge. In every lake, in every village, in every smile, there is hope. Malawi, warm, resilient, united.
Africa Month on SAFM. Conversations, context, connection. The Daily Discourse on SAFM. Weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
Almost 10 minutes past 11 here on the Daily Discourse. It is just after 11, and that means one thing on a Wednesday. It means we are going to be connecting with financial advisor Brian Hirsch from Brian Hirsch Collier Associates. And of course, Brian is always with us once a week to talk us through all the financial issues that may be on his mind, on your mind at the same time. So we always urge you to listen in and to contribute. You are welcome to give us a call. Remember that studio line again, 086 000 2032. Our WhatsApp line is 0614 104 107. Let me just give you an idea of what's going on in the country right now as well. Fadil Adams, the NCC leader, the National Coloured Congress leader, is in court in Pinetown this morning at the Pinetown Magistrates Court, to be more specific. He's facing charges of fraud and defeating the ends of justice, and that has to do with the Sindiso Magatra murder case. All right, so that is underway right now. We told you a little bit earlier on that Fani Masemola, the police commissioner, and Kat Matlala, who is suspected of corruption and a number of other issues have been raised around him, and he's been a very important figure in the Madlanga Commission. Both of them appeared in court this morning, and their case was postponed. So that is done and dusted for the moment. But we are watching those two we're watching this court action certainly as it unfolds over the course of the morning. We'll also keep you informed about what is happening at the Madlanga Commission round about 11:30. But let's get to it. We know that savings are an important part of ensuring our future financial security. When times are tough, we really struggle to save, and many people feel that because they earn very little, it's really difficult to put money away for the future. But saving ought to be a habit, we're told by the experts, that we develop when our first paycheck arrives, and one that we continue to practice throughout our lives. As always, on a Wednesday at this time, I've told you we're joined by financial planner Brian Hirsch from BHCA, and we're talking about the difference between short-term savings, long-term savings, and retirement planning. Brian, good morning to you. Always good to have you with us on a Wednesday morning. I hope you're keeping warm.
Man. Yeah, I am. Lovely morning, actually. I was outside this morning. It was lovely, beautiful morning.
All right. I'm glad to hear that.
I know we don't have much time.
Yes.
So
let's get right in there. I want to talk to you about each of these categories in turn. Yeah. What do you have in mind when you speak, first of all, of the importance of short-term savings?
Okay. there's a step before that.
All right.
Because financial planning is most effective when money is allocated according to the purpose for which it is intended. And one of the biggest mistakes people make is investing short-term money for long-term growth or keeping long-term money in low growth accounts. Understanding the difference is so critical. And I'd just like to make a comment. When you're trying to create long-term wealth, which is relative to each individual, it takes time. The power of compound interest is the eighth wonder of the world, where interest on interest on interest. And I'll just give you an example just to start with, and then we'll get on to your question. Someone who invests 200 Rand a month and increases it every year. So next year it's 200 a month, and next year it's 220 Rand a month, and gets an 8% return. It starts at age 30, and a difference between someone starting at age 35, 40, and 45. So when you talk about small amounts of money, I'm not talking about large. Someone who invests for the full period of 35 years will have 1.8 million saved. Someone who starts 5 years later at age 35, in other words, they're only going to pay 13,400 Rand less, will only have 1 million Rand. Someone who starts 10 years later will only have 500,000 Rand, and someone who starts at 45 will only have 270. So the importance is starting earlier. But you made the comment, and I'd just like to say this to you, and I'm going to give you two quick examples. My grandmother got a phone call from her bank manager. Mm-hmm. The bank, they look at how much money you got in your bank account, and then if you're not using that money and investing it, they offer you certain products. She got a phone call, and they said to her, Mrs. Stern, we see you've got money sitting in the bank account. We'd like to send someone to talk to you about investments. And she said to them, look, my grandson's in the business, and he talks about short, medium, and long term. Let me tell you what my time horizon is. Short term is 1 week, medium term is 2 weeks, and long term is 3 weeks. You see, I am 99 years old. And then a client brought her grandson to see me, and he explained to me that his short-term time horizon is Monday, Tuesday, his medium term is Wednesday, Thursday, and his long-term time horizon is Friday, Saturday. So all I'm saying is everyone has a different understanding, but short-term savings are designed for money that is needed within the next 12 to 3 years. And that includes emergency funds, school fees, holiday expenses. You may have car repairs. You may have you may have problems with electricity or water, deposit for purchases, and also medical emergencies. The primary objective of that is capital protection and easy access to funds. Growth is secondary. You're not looking for growth. You want certainty, and you want serious uncertainty. You want very low risk, and the money should not be exposed to any major market fluctuations because there's sufficient time to recover. So that's really what you've got to consider when you're talking about short term. You're looking at bank accounts, you've got money market accounts, you've got fixed deposits, you've got call accounts, and any other savings accounts. Right. The advantages, security, liquidity, stability, and immediate access. And the disadvantage is you may get a little lower return, but don't worry about that because after all, short-term money should never be exposed to high risk.
Brian, when you speak of long-term, long-term investments, what are the best vehicles for those?
Okay, well, there are two levels of long-term investment. There's medium, which is 3 to 10 years, and there's long-term 10 to 40 years. And why I say 10 to 40 years, because someone starting in a job and joins a pension fund and starting work, they could be there around for 40 years. Medium terms are goals really are expected, really. You want to achieve better than money market returns. You want to beat inflation. Let me also say something about short term. You're not going to beat inflation, but don't worry about it because inflation doesn't just creep up, over a short period of time. It creeps up over a much longer period of time. But medium term money, you may want to fund your children's education, buying property, starting a business, building capital for future. The main objective is that the investor can tolerate market volatility. In other words, they can understand if they look at their money today, put 100,000 Rand into about balanced funds, tax-free savings, all these type of things that you can achieve. The advantage is you're going to have better growth, but the disadvantage, and this is where people start to panic, and we as financial advisors move from being giving advice, and people take some of it, being a nanny, where people say, tell us what to do, or being a financial psychologist, as we saw last April when Trump announced the tariffs. The market came down 14%. When the war started between Iran and the US and Israel, the market came down. There's been an amazing recovery in the markets and all type of things. So time allows investments to recover from short-term downturns, but you do need time. And you can't say, I need exactly 3 years and 1 month. You've got to understand, medium term says, I don't think I need the money. I can put it away for the next 5 to 10 years. And if I need it, yes, I realize there are risks. And then the third component you spoke about, the long term, is retirement planning, is long-term preparation for the day you stop earning 1 year. And because retirement can be so many years ago, you're looking at retirement annuities, pension funds, provident funds, and really that's where you can take on an enormous amount more of growth risk, because when markets fall, there is no better time to be investing than when markets are rising. And people may wonder, well, that's a strange statement. But when markets are falling and you keep buying at the lower level, picture, I'll give you a can of Coke, say you buy a can of Coke for 10 Rand, you put it away, then it goes up to 11, then it goes 12, you're paying more and more, and less and less is going to buy you Cokes because you've got more, it's more costly. When it's coming down and you're buying at the lower level, and you know that markets will recover over a period of time, every time markets are falling and you're buying, you're doing a lot better. There are tax advantages, and we'll talk about retirement annuities and tax advantages. However, there's a lock-in, and you need to understand that money may not be available. So very simply, talking about inflation, short-term savings has limited protection, medium-term is what we call moderate, and retirement planning is absolutely assured that your money is going to beat inflation.
Brian, how often should you review your long-term investments? Or do you sit back and say, well, I think I've invested nicely, I'm just going to sit back and let compound interest do its work?
And you should meet with, now, a lot of this relies on a financial planner. Don't try and do this all on your own. I'll tell you why. When you do it on your own, when you see figures dropping, you tend to panic and do stupid things. You don't understand what you're doing. And often people do not understand exactly where they are. You should meet with your financial advisor at least once a year to update what's going on. And if your circumstances change, a relationship with a financial advisor is a two-way street. They don't know exactly from day to day what's happening in your life. And if you change a job or you have a child or you get divorced or all different things, circumstances happen, talk to your financial advisor and have a financial advisor. If you're paying someone 0.5% a year just to guide you and hold your hand, believe me, people talk about the fees, but if you try and do it yourself, they say a lawyer who has what is the expression? A lawyer who uses himself to defend an action has a fool for a client. So just understand how important it is. But you should meet with and particularly on your long-term horizon. In other words, there are three components. Am I looking for income? Am I looking for growth? Am I looking for income and growth? And if your circumstances are changing, which your financial advisor may not know, all of a sudden you need income and less growth, then you need to sit with your financial advisor so they can adjust your portfolio accordingly. All these portfolios have what's called open architecture and the ability to adjust. But don't adjust at the time that markets are crashing. Adjust at the time when your circumstances are changing and share that with the person you're dealing with.
All right, Brian, a question from one of our listeners. Good morning. I've taken 500,000 tax-free cash from my pension fund at retirement. Do I qualify for TFSA?
Yeah, well, you've taken out the money. That's one component. Now you have every right to invest 46,000 Rand in a tax-free savings account. It's limited to 46,000 Rand a year. And exactly when you've taken that money out, and by the way, we'll talk about that because a lot of people don't have access to the ability to get that 500,000, and everyone is entitled to actually 550,000 when you retire or you get retrenched. We'll talk about that going forward, and I'll make a note of that. But yes, you can take money out of what you've saved and put it into tax-free saving. Great way to go. But then you need to understand, you're buying a room called tax-free savings. You now have to drip feed that money into an investment. And depending on your time horizon, whether it be short-term, medium, or long-term, how will you invest that money? Short-term, you'll stick to money market accounts. Medium-term, you'll go to more balanced portfolios, which have property, government bonds, and equities. And long-term, you'll go into something a little bit more growth-orientated.
Brian, what about people who really struggle to save because their income is small?
Look, it's a real problem. But, if you don't start with something, and you can start with small amounts of money. I was talking about 200 Rand a month and showing you that you put 200 Rand away for that 35-year period. At retirement, you'll have 1.8 million. And if you start 5 years later or 10 or 15 years later, the loss of compound interest on your money is significant. So you can start with small amounts of money. Try and put something away. Look at where you can cut back in your expenses, because if you don't start now with doing something, you'll have nothing.
And of course, you spoke last week, I think, or the week before, about the value of compound interest. And I know it pains you when you get that first paycheck to see deductions being made from it already, right, for your investments. But the importance of starting early and the power of compound interest are really important, aren't they, Brian?
Absolutely. People who, I mentioned early retirement, people who retire at 55 and lose out because they should have retired at 65, their money at 55 will be one quarter of what their money would have been at age 65, because for two reasons. One, they would have had 10 more years of the lump sum that's valued at age 55. Let's assume at age 55 you've got 500,000 and you decide I want to take it out. If you leave it in the fund for another 10 years with future contributions, that 500,000 could grow to nearly as close to 2 million Rand. So it's that compound interest that is so critical. Understand compound interest. It doesn't happen daily or weekly or monthly. It happens over years.
All right, Tom in Midrand is on the line to us. Tom, hi there. What would you like to discuss with Brian?
Hi, how are you?
Well, thanks.
Morning,
Go for it. Tom.
Man, I beg to differ with your guest, man. This thing of investments, I don't think it works, because, I had an investment for over 5 to 10 years with a certain bank, and what I was putting away is exactly what I got back. It was even less. How does this thing work? If I put away $100, I would expect it to grow. Every month I'd put $100, but by the end of the year, I expect a certain percentage of growth into that amount of money that I've been putting away. But instead of that, I just got less, and then eventually I gave up. How does it work?
Well, Tom, I can't understand who helped you with your calculations. But remember, if you put 12,000 Rand away at the beginning of the year and you come at the end of 10 years and say, what's it worth? That 12,000 Rand would have been there for the whole 10 years. When you're putting 100 Rand away a month, that first month will be there for 10 years. And then the last year, that 100 Rand you're putting away is only going to be there for another 12 months. All the accumulated money will have been there. So there's a difference in what we call time-weighted returns and money-weighted returns. So, you've got to understand when you're putting money away monthly, but I don't know what you put it into. When you're putting 100 Rand away, you're not going to get much interest. There should still have been growth, because, you're putting the banks have a different form. There are no fees compared to insurance companies. So one would have to understand more of that, Tom.
Yeah, because what I'm saying now, I was putting about 700 away with a certain bank. I don't want to mention the name. I put that money as a retirement savings. But then at some stage, I happened to lose my job. It was 7 years down the line. Then I went and claimed that money back. And to my surprise, I calculated whatever I was putting away monthly for that 7 years, it came back less.
Well, Tom, I've just done a quick calculation. If you're putting 700 Rand away a month for 7 years, you're putting around about 59,000. What did you get back?
Sure, I get much more less. I would think it was like 10K less. And those people,
it's amazing. I don't know what you were invested in, and that's why I regularly say to listeners, please Get yourself a financial advisor. I don't know what you were invested in. Were you invested in a money market account? Look, we're going to give out my number and where you can get hold of me. Send us the details because it doesn't sound right. In other words, you were obviously invested in some product that had an element of growth, and over that period of time, there could have been some losses because markets were down. So one would have to understand what you were invested in.
Just a question for you, Tom. During that period that you weren't working for, I think you said it was 7 years, did you stop contributing during that time?
No. What I did, I contributed for 7 years, but then I lost my job. So then I had no money. Then I had to go back and claim those savings from that bank.
Oh.
But now, to my surprise, what I got, when I'm calculating, it was less than what I've been putting away. I mean, I expected a growth of maybe more than 10, 15, 20% more. But instead, it's been, I don't know if they use the money, but it comes back less. At the end of the day, I just got less money from whatever I've been putting away as a retirement saving.
Well, Tom, I've just done a quick calculation. 700 Rand at 8% should have given you 79,000 Rand. So it must have been in some product, which I'd have to... I'm going to give my details, www.bhca.co.za. BHCA. Send me the details. Let me have a look at it. Someone hasn't explained to you what you actually were invested in. My other numbers, if you want to get hold of me, is 011-880-4888. Thanks, Tom.
Okay, got it. Thanks.
Thank you for that, Brian. I'm going to ask you to just stay with us, Brian, if you don't mind. We've got one more question from one of our listeners. But I think what Tom's situation probably points to, possibly points to, is the kind of savings vehicle that one chooses. You do have to choose the right savings vehicle for your particular needs, don't you, Brian?
Yes, because you've got to determine, am I taking risk or am I not taking risk? Government retail bonds now, last year we're paying 11.25% on a 5-year government retail bond, and you can get money monthly. 11.25, if you don't have a tax problem, is a phenomenal return. I encourage people to look at that government retail bond. What happened was it came down, the interest rates came down earlier this year. They were only paying 7.25. They are now paying 9.25% guaranteed. You can draw monthly money for a 5-year government retail bond. I think that's a fantastic. There are no brokers involved. There are no fees involved. I think it's a fantastic vehicle if someone is not paying tax. I explained last week the difference between gross interest and net interest, which is gross interest. If you're getting a government retail bond at 9.25, but you're paying 40% tax, you're only getting 6%, that's a different story. But for a pensioner who doesn't have taxable income, and you may say, but 5 years sounds so long, what's the difference? My mother, I remember, every 6 months she used to renew her 100,000 Rand at bank for 20 years. She just wanted that ability to get it. And I understand having some short-term money, but that's a phenomenal, for pensioners who don't have a taxable income, 5-year government retail bond to me is a superb investment at 9.25%.
Brian Hirsch, thank you for that. Please stay with us if you are able to. We've got one more question from our listeners. Thank you, Brian. It is 11:30. Let's quickly go to your latest news headlines with...
Thank you, Joanne. On the news headlines, the case against Vusimuzi Matlala in the 360 million Rand Medicare 24 SAPS tender has been postponed to the 26th of June. Matlala is tried with 16 co-accused in the matter. They face charges of fraud, corruption and money laundering. The bail hearing of the National Coloured Congress leader and MP Fadil Adams is underway at the Pinetown Magistrates Court west of Durban, and City of Cape Town Mayor Jordan Hill-Lewis is expected to receive a briefing from officials at the Mitchells Plain Roads depot this morning. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
You are listening to Joanne Joseph on SAFM.
11:31 it is on SAFM, and let's quickly close our conversation with Brian with a couple of questions that you've sent. And Brian Hirsch, thank you for staying on for us. Let's listen to this question.
Good afternoon. I'd like to ask a question to Brian. Is there any investments that are non-interest bearing that Muslims can invest in? Because Muslim cannot consume interest. So are there any other investments planned that Muslim can invest in?
Absolutely. There's Sharia compliant funds that are set up by all the companies. You've got every company, any of the leading companies, Coronation, Alan Gray, Investec, have Sharia compliant funds that you can invest in where there is no interest, as well as no investments in any of what we call the sin taxes, gambling, alcohol, smoking. So you certainly can. They're specially designed. Look, they do lose out a little bit because those industries have over the years created some extra growth. But I understand the Sharia compliant funds, and you can buy them from those institutions.
Thank you very much for that answer, Brian. Just a last question about the issue of stokvels, right? Because there's some people who invest their money in more informal structures. Is that wise?
Now, look, it's a wonderful way of saving, and when you need money, I don't fully understand how they invest the money in stokvels, because if they invested in money market funds over a long period of time, I've said to you that money market is not the answer for long-term money. But I think there are many organizations now who are actually providing investment vehicles to take in stokvel money. Remember, stokvel money has to have some liquidity because when people want to withdraw or need the funds. But I think it's better than doing nothing, but it may not be as good as what you yourself could be doing because people just feel more comfortable in stokvels. But it's certainly a better vehicle, better way of saving rather than to save nothing.
Brian, thank you so much for your insight.
And I've got one question to ask you, please, on
Yeah.
your legal program.
Yes.
Why all these cases get postponed? Why do they never come to court?
We'll tackle that, Brian. I've got a very long answer for you, which we'll have to tackle offline, or we'll be talking till at least 12 o'clock by the time I'm off air. But Brian, thank you so much for that, and we will chat more offline. Thank you so much for your insight into that. Brian Hirsch, always good talking to him. He illuminates these issues so well and in such a simple way that all of us are able to understand them. And if you'd like to talk to Brian about a particular issue that you have on your mind, perhaps you are not comfortable sharing about it on the on the open line, you're more than welcome to send him or to give him a call. 011 880 4888 is his number in Johannesburg. 011. It's that time of the day. 011 880 4888.
You can become a victim of a legal problem: wrongful arrest, assault, uncontested divorce, rental disputes, maintenance matters, or labor problems. It can happen to you. Clientele Legal provides tough professional lawyers for an affordable monthly premium. Our legal team is standing by to assist you 24 hours a day. Join today. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
Do you ever call you like to sell, but don't trust your uncle or your pal? Then we buy cars, it's just for you. Buying cars is what we do. We offer service with a smile. We always go the extra mile. Use a place that you trust and sell your car to us.
We Buy Cars, the easiest way to sell your car by far.
As we celebrate 90 years of existence, SAFM takes you back to the voices that shaped a nation.
Berea, the home of the four bespectacled Tisson brothers, all of whom work or have worked on the English service, particularly Audio Mix and Radio Today. Watch how the night proceeds towards dawn.
And
I need a lot of consoling when I started the early program. People couldn't believe that John O'Donnell and B. Reid were chosen for the early morning program, because if ever two announcers used to want to swap a morning shift for an afternoon shift, John and I would do it.
90 years of trusted voices. This is SAFM. The Daily Discourse. More than talk, real understanding.
having a little laugh about the question that Brian asked me about why the wheels of justice take so long to turn in South Africa. It is a slow process indeed. And, eventually cases do come to court, but I think the courts are also very overburdened. And that's probably the reason that that cases do take so long to come to court and to be resolved. And of course, you're also dependent on the South African Police Service for investigation. If those investigations are not handled well, that doesn't give the National Prosecuting Authority much to work with. And then the case may not even get to court, if that investigation is not carried out properly. So many dynamics involved there. All right, we are heading for 20 minutes to 11 on the channel, on the station at this hour. And of course, the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry has been busy today. They've heard quite dramatic testimony from SAPS National Intervention Unit Officer, Warrant Officer Boy Steve Bakula. He painted the 2021 Aeroton drug bust as a chaotic and heavily compromised operation. He denied contaminating the crime scene, but he insisted that he and fellow officers were arrested to distract from those who were truly responsible for the disappearance of 750 kilograms of cocaine, worth an estimated 300 million rand. Bakula testified that he was called in by Warrant Officer Maganye after intelligence surfaced about a truck allegedly transporting drugs from Durban to Joburg. And by the time he arrived at the Aeroton Business Park, he says the operation was already underway with black bags loaded onto vehicles and senior police officials already on site. He then went on to say that Major General Khan and Major General Kadwa, you remember them, they appeared in court recently, they later sought private meetings with him over how he had received information about the bust. The Commission continues probing allegations of police interference. It's talking about missing exhibits and failures in crime scene management that have been linked to this massive cocaine seizure. Earlier this week, Hawks Narcotics Coordinator Colonel Francois Steyn described the scene as chaotic. He said nearly 50 people were present while protocol was completely ignored. On Tuesday, Warrant Officer Magane backed that version and admitted that the scene had simply not been properly secured. Bakula's testimony is continuing. It's underway right now as we speak. The Madlanga Commission there in Pretoria. Right, 20 minutes almost to 11 on the program, looking at some of the comments that have come in on the WhatsApp line. Interesting ones. You're talking largely, for the moment, about the issue of unemployment. And one of you saying unemployment and youth unemployment. Joanne, we need to go back to companies employing directly as opposed to using employment agencies who are recycling ready-made personnel, says Mbume in Kempton Park. I wonder, have you had an experience with a company that does that? You hand in your details to them, they take your CV and they say to you, we will call you, and you either never hear from them or you're one of the fortunate ones who does hear from them religiously, but perhaps, the work doesn't, this doesn't result in a permanent job of some kind. I spoke about stats earlier regarding the number of migrants in the country and what percentage of jobs they are likely to account for, and some of you are responding to that.
Good morning, Sister Mbongo Sundisa Mboisa. Those statistics are lying. Census is lying. Myself, I was last counted in 1994. After 1994, the first census. After that, never again. I don't even see them. Their statistics is incorrect. They are lying. There are more than 20 million. I can tell you, there are more than 20. How do they know that is 3 million? Haibu. There are a lot of foreigners in South Africa. I think even they can even be equivalent to one province. They must stop lying here. They are just enjoying man getting paid for doing like a shitty job of counting people. Yes.
Yes, I think Mongo is sounding very, very upset there. But, you were right about the census not being done correctly in 2022. There were problems with it. And apparently they undercounted by 31%. That is what the Daily Maverick was saying. I just wanted to check that figure before I responded to you so I could give you a cogent answer. But Statistics South Africa also went back and it reviewed those stats. And among the stats that I quoted to you from SAFTU were Stats South Africa numbers. And they, as we know, are very, very reliable indeed. Let's listen to more of your voice notes on this.
Hi, Joanne. Regarding the information they take at the gated community, I'm in e-hailing, and you can imagine how many complex I enter in a week, multiply it to in a month. I'm so inundated with this telemarketing calls, which I don't know where they get my numbers from. It went to a point whereby they were offering me a special on fat cakes. And usually in the morning, I pass and I buy fat cakes from my local spaza shops. And I was like, this is too much. This is too much. I mean, to call me just to offer me a special on fat cakes, I mean, it's unbelievable and it's unnecessary. So thank you for coming up with that law that they should take certain information, not the whole of the information. Thank you. Tabangu.
Toby, you made me laugh. Fat cakes. That seriously, people phoned you and offered you that. I mean, you should never take them. They're delicious, but they're very unhealthy. So, but on a more serious note, you see that law is being tightened up as well. That's also a popular issue, and the number of phone calls that we receive unsolicited. There were laws brought in a few years ago. Those laws worked to some extent, but I think many of us were still being bombarded by those phone calls, those unwanted calls, and now they are on that even harder. So I think this definitely does need to happen. Let's take a call from Fix in Cape Town. Fix, what's your take on the unemployment issue?
Good morning to you, JJ, your producers, and to your listeners. Let me just tell you something. You see, when you come to Cape Town,
yes,
you would believe that Africa, because it's a mix of Europe and Africans, that are actually flocking into Cape Town. The reason being, Cape Town is what's called heaven for illegal foreign nationals. If you go to start, just to prove a point, you go to the police station area, which is the SAPS Central Police Station in Cape Town, just opposite the station. There's a mini arcade there. The mini arcade is 100% filled by foreign nationals, most especially the undocumented. Even those that are actually documented, they have received the documents in a fraudulent manner. Right? Now, again, I'm challenging everyone that is actually disagreeing, and I fully disagree with the previous caller. Now, a caller, not a voice note, that was claiming that census lies a lot. The guys lied. Last time I saw them, it was police station when I chased them out of my property when they visited me, wanted to know some stuff about me and how I survived and stuff like that. I chased them away. Nobody allows them in their houses, so they lie. Now, if you take a train, man, around, I want to make sure that I mentioned the right time. You take a train from Cape Town to Fishhook around 3:30, 4 o'clock, and 5 o'clock. 3:30, 4 o'clock, and 5 o'clock. The train is actually filled 99.9% filled by foreign nationals, mostly the Zimbabweans. It's a long train, by the way. It's a very long train. You'll be lucky to find a South African in the train, JJ. So the DA is lying when they say they're actually there for South Africans. Same thing that was done by the president. The DA is actually making sure that they put Africans first. Starting from Jeremy Lewis, by the way, on Twitter. He said there's a job market for Africa, not for South Africa. But when it comes to voting, they're backing South Africans to vote, while they're actually illegally, secretly giving IDs to Zimbabweans in Cape Town via a Minister of Home Affairs.
All right, Fix. Thank you for telling us what is happening on the ground there. I mean, I think there are certain areas in the country where there are denser populations of migrants than others, and it can definitely create that impression that everybody in that area is of a similar background, is foreign born. But I've also heard that in general, Cape Town, the Western Cape, are kind of more migrant friendly in the sense that people of all socioeconomic statuses tend to flock to Cape Town. I don't know if that perception is true. I don't go to Cape Town often enough or interact with people, by being there on the ground enough. But that's what I heard the other day, that, excuse me, even in terms of the more affluent people in Cape Town, there are lots of people from Europe who've come to settle there. So that to me was, I didn't quite realize there was such a big community there. But what is interesting to me as well is I wonder if there's a little bit of a contradiction there, because Leon Schreiber, who is the Home Affairs Minister, is a DA appointee, right? He comes from that party, and I mean, it looks on the face of it, as though they are clamping down on undocumented migrants and on all asylum seekers in general. I was actually looking at this development yesterday in the courts. You might have seen it, that there was this kind of this ruling to do with something that they call surplus, meaning if you are in South Africa, you apply for asylum, you don't get asylum, you cannot reapply for it in South Africa. You have to leave the country, and then you can apply for it from the country that you come from. And Leon Schreiber was celebrating that yesterday. So maybe some moves are being made at a higher level, but I wonder how it plays out on the ground. Let's listen once again to the issue of whether this aspect of POPIA should come in that talks to how your information is kept at gated communities.
Good day, Joanne and the SAFM listeners. These are the exact consequences of what's happening in our country. Crime is rampant, and what we are seeing is that South Africa is fragmenting into small little countries. So when you are asked for an ID at the gate of an estate, basically it's like you entering another country. Met Lebohomo, I thank you.
Thank you so much for your contributions today. And that is where we're going to leave it. Thank you for these wonderful conversations that we're able to have so respectfully on the Daily Discourse. I really appreciate your opinions, your stances on things, but also the respectfulness with which you robustly disagree and have these conversations. It really is such a wonderful opportunity to be able to hear from you every day. We'll do it again tomorrow. Oh, but we'll do it from Durban tomorrow. That's the fun thing. I'm very excited. I wonder whether we'll see the sea or whether we'll simply get there, start working, get into the Africa Travel Indaba that is on the go in Durban. That's why we'll be there tomorrow. But we will be broadcasting live from there. If you're there, please come and say hi, right? Come and see us. We'd love to meet you. Of course, the book reading will take you up to the top of the hour, at which point the fabulous Sakina Kamwenda will take over with Update at noon. I'll see you tomorrow from me, Joanne Joseph, and the Daily Discourse team. Take care for now. Bye-bye.
Protecting your family means staying one step ahead. And that starts with knowing the facts about human papillomavirus. HPV is linked to over 99% of cervical cancer cases and claims the lives of more than 5,000 women in South Africa every year. HPV doesn't discriminate and will at some point affect both men and women, young and old. Protect yourself and your loved ones. Ask your healthcare provider about vaccination. This message was brought to you by MSD.
Clientele is here to safeguard you and your family with compassion because life happens. Be part of a family that truly cares. Our funeral dignity plans have helped South Africans bury their loved ones with dignity for more than 30 years. Let us help you create a meaningful tribute that honors your life and those of your loved ones. We pay out within 24 hours and you will get double accident cover with a clientele funeral plan. Our plans are affordable. Pick the option that suits your needs. Easy to apply, no medical examinations and no paperwork. SMS SAFM to 48031. That's 48031. Clientele Life is an authorized FSP and licensed life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
SAFM's award-winning drama department presents to you another episode of the book The Unfair Way, the untold history of South African black golf, written by Jerry Lepu, read by Simpiwe Kwana. Please note that the views expressed in this book are not that of the station. Listeners' discretion is advised.
Bambata was much loved by the golfers at the club. This had resulted in them deciding to sponsor him on a trip to go to Britain and play in the British Open. Bambata duly went to play in the British Open, but unfortunately, due to the difficult conditions and his being exposed to a different environment, his performance wasn't up to scratch. Well, nobody expected him to win. The trip to the British Open was more symbolic as he was a trailblazer. The name Bambata doesn't ring a bell to many current golfers, though. Some may not even have heard of the Bambata Rebellion. What is common between them, that is the current golfers and Bambata, is that they began to play the golf in the same way. Bambata was a caddy, and like them, he used a set of nondescript golf clubs, which he put to good use, as they later also did. However, he didn't sneak into the course surreptitiously. He was part of the establishment. Another player, Eddie Manyaunyau Johnson Sidibe. Eddie Johnson Sidibe was born in Alexandra in 1932. As a teenager, he encountered the game of golf in the neighboring affluent suburbs of Sandton, Kelvin, and Wendywood. At the time, apartheid was the order of the day. Non-whites were only allowed as caddies on almost all golf courses. Eddie, too, was a caddy. Eddie would go on to win the Transvaal Amateur Championship in 1947, 1951, and 1952. In 1952, he went to play the British Open at the Royal Lytham and St. Anne's Golf Club. He was spotted and later hosted by an Anglican priest who had seen him on several occasions making a sign of the cross each time he rode past the church. After failing to make the cut, he opted to explore better opportunities in London. He later returned to South Africa. Edward Johnson Sidibe immigrated to Europe in 1956, eventually turning up in Frankfurt at the venue of the German Open. Because he couldn't afford better accommodation, Sidibe shared a tent with German master golf coach Hans Heiser, and he worked as an assistant. Within a few years of settling in Germany, Sidibe mastered the German language and the German way of life. Sidibe was a charming and charismatic character. He easily and quickly adapted to Germany and soon had the Germans eating out of his hand. He was involved in many ventures, including entertaining in nightclubs and teaching golf. German journalist Christopher Meister documented these events and was kind enough to provide pictures and more information for the publication of this book. In the second half of the 1950s, golf was a marginal sport in Germany. 9,000 golfers were spread across around 60 clubs. In the following years, the number of systems increased slowly but steadily. The need for golf instructors who were to instruct newbies in handling irons and balls grew accordingly. The number of domestic pros was insufficient to meet the demand that had arisen, and so at that time, as in the real economic boom, everyone was happy about every foreigner who came to work in Germany. It was not always asked whether the golf instructor also had the appropriate qualification. In addition, it was overlooked that in Eddie's homeland of South Africa, due to the apartheid laws there were no black golf instructors. In 1962, Edward Johnson Sidibe took his first position as a pro. At the time, it was mainly beginners who played at the Hamburg Waldorfer Golf Club. The mix of positive charisma, charm, and golfing skills ensured that Eddie quickly not only delighted female golfers. In terms of sport, too, things did not go badly for the caddy from South Africa. In the 1960s, Eddie took part in numerous German Opens, always finishing in the top 30 and ahead of the majority of the German golf instructors. When a golf club was founded in the northeast of Hamburg, in Arensberg, in 1964, the owner of the course proudly announced that he had identified a real Bantu Negro for the position of golf teacher. Eddie Johnson Sidibe. The black pro enjoyed going to the 11th tee with his students in Arensberg, where he'd then put on the big Eddie show with the monotonous regularity. Eddie would put his shot across the Bredenbecker pond right next to the flag. Theodore Schechtarem, a businessman and a member at the Hamburg Golf Club, Arensberg, had business interests in South Africa. As a result, he often visited the country during the 1960s and 1970s. On returning from one of his trips, he brought a newspaper article with the following headlines. Former South African caddy now owns a golf course in Germany. To which Eddie Sidibe replied, I don't think the journalist was listening properly. In fact, Eddie had long since considered building a public golf course. When his contract in Arensberg ended in 1969, he moved to Kiesdorf, north of Hamburg, to make his dream a reality. The landowner there, a farmer named Kroger, had announced the arrival of his exotic companion with a typical North German accent. I have someone who wants to build a golf course in the forest land. But don't get scared that he is a black man. And he can also sing. At the time, Eddie had already made a name for himself in Hamburg's nightlife. He had released a single titled Happy, Lucky, Good. That's How I Find Life. Mr. Eddie Sidibe had big plans. However, he did not have the necessary financial resources to back them. A charitable association was founded and the construction of a golf course began in the spring of 1969. Eddie stayed in business. It was a plan that he should give the site owner, Kroger, instruction on how to build greens, tees, and bunkers with his farming machine to turn the park into a golf course, a Platz. When the weather was good, Eddie would usually be on the practice range to earn his living with golf lessons. Contrary to his promise to supervise the construction, he did not have a construction background. In 1970, Eddie Sidibe and Kroger went their separate ways. However, the construction of the golf was not compromised. It wasn't long before Eddie had a new job as a pro at the public driving range of the harness racing track in Hamburg Farmsen. He also tried to initiate public golf course projects around Hamburg. In the mid-1970s, a project he initiated was finally realized in Horsdorf. As a result of his positive charisma, Eddie managed to convince a farmer about the economic benefit of a golf course. But instead of actively supporting the construction, Eddie was back on the driving range and giving lessons. And at some point, the farmer managed the golf course himself. In 1970, I had a privilege of playing with Eddie 2 practice rounds of the German Open at Krefeld Golf Club. And I also attended a cabaret show where Eddie sang one of his composition songs, Zuma Zuma Zumbasa. Eddie's motivation ultimately came to an end, and he decided to return home to his beloved South Africa and to support the struggle for freedom against the apartheid regime. Sidibe died in South Africa and was buried in Beckersford in Limpopo in 1976. In any case, Edward Johnson Sidibe did not live to see the liberation of South Africa. Today, the South African PGA is no longer racially segregated. And Eddie Manyaunyao Sidibe is a role model for many young black golfers in his home country.
There was another episode of The Unfair Way, The Untold History of South African Black Golf, written by Jerry Lepu, read by Simpiwe Kwana. Book available at the Beach Bookstore. It broadcast on SAfm at 11:45 Monday to Thursday on the Daily Discourse. It is produced.
There's a file. It should say stain file. It's file 2.
CJC what?
It should be CJC 209.
209.
219.
219,
Yes.
sorry. Starting at page 130.
Yes, but I would like the chair to start at page 150 of that same document.
150.
150.
Perhaps before you start with this, may I just ask one or two questions? Warrant Officer, may I take you to paragraph 24 of your statement at page 8?
I'm there, Commissioner.
Yes, there you say, that's at the end of the third line. You say, I can also confirm that the scene was, and I lay emphasis in what follows, handled in line with the SAPS National Instruction 1 of 2015. We have the testimony of Warrant Officer Mohana,
Yes,
who
Commissioner.
said the opposite. That is, everything that they could have done wrong, they did wrong. It was a mess, a complete mess in terms of handling a crime scene. There was even a report given by, what was the word used? There was an adjective used. It was a stuff up, something like that.
Yeah.
And when we put questions to him, if he accepted that that was indeed so, he accepted all of those. And when I engaged him in the morning yesterday, he even accepted that both he and Chief, yes, were open quote, clueless, close quote. How can you say what you are saying here?
Commissioner, I have to concede that it's wrong. The scene was not in line with the National Instruction 1 of 2015, and I perhaps was mentioning about this, like mentioning the scene after my arrival.
No, that cannot be. That's about the scene as it should have been.
Yes.
You cannot focus on what you found. But anyway, there are problems even with regard to what you say, that is, which is what you found.
Yeah.
So your statement is totally untrue, correct?
Correct.
Why did you make that untruthful statement?
As I mentioned,
Were you protecting your colleague, Warrant Officer Mohana?
No, Commissioner.
Why did you make the untruthful statement?
Hence, I'm saying it was, to me, it was understood that after my arrival, finding those things there. But I take the Commissioner's point that the scene should have started first.
Yes, maybe let me test you on what you say. That is, you were speaking to what you found. What do you mean by that exactly?
Speaking to the exhibits themselves.
And when you say the scene was in accordance with National Instruction 1 of 2015 with regard to what you found there, what do you mean by that?
I'm referring to the exhibits, Commissioner.
What do you mean by that?
Like that's what the evidence leader was asking above when I said the evidence, the exhibits were still secured in bags.
So what you found, go to page 109 of, same file. Go to page 109.
Page 109.
109, yes.
It's
Do you see the black bucket? It's that's the file written. It's the very same file you have. Page 109. Please project 109.
Thanks.
Is he not in the same file? Because otherwise we're going to have a problem when we get to 150.
No, it's in the stains file.
No, I understand. I had taken you to your statement, Warrant
Yes,
Officer,
yes,
so
yes,
I
yes.
understand. But at 109, there seems to be problems with flighting that exhibit. Anyway, at 109, what you see there is the black buggy, an official vehicle used by Warrant Officer Mohana, correct?
Correct.
Yes. And we have there those black bags that are lumped at the back of that buggy. And we do see the red car somewhere in front on the right-hand side. That's your car, correct?
Correct, Commissioner.
So you have arrived, you are at the scene. So this is how you found these exhibits, whatever the content was, correct?
Correct, Commissioner.
And based on what we see there, why is it that you say that the scene, open quote, was handled in line with the SAPS National Instruction 1 of 2015, close quote? Why do you say that, based on what we see here?
Yes. Commissioners, as I explained, I might have been wrong in referring it to the national instruction, and my concentration was on the exhibits, the security, like they were not stolen, and they were still.
How do you know that? How did you know that? How do you know that? How did you then, and how do you now know that they had not been stolen? You just find them lumped there, and there's nothing beyond that you know personally.
No, except for the statements of people of Scania as well as.
Do you not agree that it's fair when I say to you, you were trying to protect your colleague, Warrant Officer Mohana, by saying everything was in order insofar as how crime scenes should be handled? That's fair. That seems fair to me under the circumstances. Because one, you tell an untruth, and two, you then attempt to get out of that by saying, no, I was concentrating on what I found. But even that doesn't make sense. So what seems to make sense to me is that you were trying to protect your colleague.
No, I wouldn't do that, Commissioner.
What were you doing then? Telling a lie. What were you doing?
I do not have any explanation, but not that I was covering for him. Yes.
You just told a lie for the sake of it.
No, not really, Commissioner.
All right, I'll leave it at that.
And can you just, on the topic of covering up for your colleague, why did you say to your superior that Officer Makhanu is somebody from Crime Intelligence when we know that he's from Crime Information Analysis Center? Because your superior has deposed to 2 affidavits where he says when you called him, you said to him, Crime Intelligence requires assistance from you to go to Ireton and help with a drug bust. So why would you mislead your superior? I mean, you must have known that Mokhana is not from Crime Intelligence.
No, honestly, I did not know. And what I understand even now, sitting here, is that SAMEC is another leg of Crime Intelligence. I might be wrong. So he always introduced himself, and like I said in my statement, most of the informers in that area, I got assistance from him when we were working. So that goes together with Crime Intelligence.
No, but you know he works at a police station. Is it Zonkizis or what?
Correct. Yes.
But how can that be Crime Intelligence? Even I know that somebody who works at Zonkizis police station is not Crime Intelligence. You, an experienced and seasoned police officer who has worked with this person in the past, who was previously stationed in Alberton, why would you not know that? And I'm raising this because you've created an impression in this commission that you had permission from your superior. He knew that you were supposed to be there. That's why you were there. But the truth is you misled your superior, because what you told your superior is that crime intelligence has requested your assistance. And on the basis of what you told him, he said, yes, go ahead. But what you told him was not true.
No, Commissioner Khumalo. From what I understand, Marumo, Warrant Officer Mohana, it works in, okay, SAIMEC it's another department in crime intelligence. So that's why I said he's from crime intelligence. And like I'm explaining, he's been giving information for, and people who are working with informers are from crime intelligence.
No,
Maybe
everybody works with informers. I mean, even somebody from a local police station has informers. If you had said to your superior, a police officer from Zonkezizo police station is chasing drugs from Ekurhuleni to Johannesburg, and it's just him and a traffic official, the two of them only have called me to join them, I doubt that your superior would have said, yes, go and join them, because you are at a level of a warrant officer. The only reason your superior allowed you to go there is because you told him that crime intelligence, I mean, he's specific in both his affidavits. He says you told him that crime intelligence asked for your assistance, and it was on that basis that he gave you the go-ahead. Hence, I say you misled your superior, and it was on the basis of the information you gave him, which was misleading, that he allowed you to participate in this bust.
No, I would disagree with Commissioner.
Is your superior lying when he says you told him that crime intelligence asked for your assistance?
No, I told him that.
You told him that?
Yes.
And that is not true. Crime intelligence did not ask for your assistance.
But Warrant Officer Mohana, although he said SAIMEC is under crime intelligence.
So why did you not say to him, somebody in SAIMEC at Zonkezizo police station is following a truck from Durban, and only him and a traffic officer are chasing it all the way to Ireton, and I'm joining only the two of them?
Honestly, I did not know about SAIMEC up until our arrest, because to me, he works at crime intelligence. I'm not familiar with what is happening in Zonkezizo. He's working at crime intelligence. Whether SAIMEC or what, he's at crime intelligence.
All right, let me leave it there. Thank you.
Can I just go back to your discussion with the chairperson about paragraph 24 of your statement, where you say, your explanation of that paragraph, of what you say there, is that you were explaining, you are speaking to after you arrived there, what happened after you arrived. You have your statement there, paragraph 24.
I'm still checking it. Page 24.
Page 8. That's in your statement.
Oh, okay.
Page 8.
I'm there, Commissioner.
Yes. So the answer that you give to the chairperson cannot be correct, because you open that paragraph by saying primary responsibility of the first responding officer. So you're not the first responding officer. Mahane is the first responding officer. And then you say all of that was done. After saying, because that opening paragraph is about the responsibilities of the responding officer. That's what they must do. They must take control and secure the crime scene. To ensure integrity and originality, that whole list is what the first responder must do.
Correct.
Now, you say, if without your explanation, reading this paragraph, you are saying that's what Mahane did. That's what that paragraph conveys. And so your answer to the chairperson that you're speaking only to the period after you arrived cannot be correct, cannot be the truth, in fact. The truth is you are conveying what Mahane did on that scene, and that is false, because he did not do any of that. And you had no way of knowing what he did when he got onto the scene.
Correct, Commissioner.
Yes, so it is false, firstly, what you represent in that whole paragraph.
Correct.
Two, even if one were to entertain your explanation, which is, you're speaking about after you arrived, you did not do any of that. You did not ensure the integrity and originality of evidence and exhibits. You found them on the van and you did nothing about them.
Correct, Commissioner.
Right? You
Yes.
didn't ask why, at least in your statement, you don't say, I asked why are they on the van? Where were they? You don't say that in the statement, but importantly, you didn't do B, right?
Correct, Commissioner.
Investigate and process the crime scene thoroughly and undisturbed. The scene was already disturbed, so you're misleading when you say that's what happened. The first responder investigated and processed the crime scene thoroughly and undisturbed. And the rest of it, record facts and events properly. You did not do any of that. You tell us you took a statement from Jolene. You asked questions and started taking a statement. You're not even sure whether you completed that statement. You do say that.
Correct, Commissioner.
Yes, so none of that which is listed in paragraph 24A to G did you do personally. So
Correct.
you're not, so your answer, that's another reason why your explanation that 24 is about accounting for what happened or what you did once you got there, it's not correct. It's a false representation of what happened.
I agree.
And it still raises the question, why would you mislead about something like this? And leads to, until you give a proper explanation, it leads reasonably to the conclusion that, well, you were trying to cover up. For Mahane, whatever you knew about what he did, you were covering up for him. Do you want to comment?
I agree with Commissioner Baloyi with all the points, but I'm honestly saying cover up, it was not in my mind when I wrote this.
Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner.
Maybe now that we are dealing with that first responder, Warrant Officer Mahane, you say in your statement that Warrant Officer Mahane handed over the scene to you. That's another misrepresentation. It did not happen at all. And the question again is, why would you say that when it did not happen? And it did not happen because Warrant Officer Mahane told us what happened. He said Mashaba was in charge of the scene. And we had a lengthy discussion with him about that, and he accepted that. He said Mashaba was the person responsible. And Mahane was asked the question, you were the first responder, you're SAPS, and you have a national instruction that tells you what do you do as SAPS when you arrive there. And he said, I accept. I didn't do what I should have done. Mashaba was in charge of the scene. He could not have handed up the scene to you. For that reason, again, that's a false misrepresentation. By you, or, and most unlikely, by Mahane when he says Mashaba was in charge of the scene. So one of you is not telling the truth. But we have the version of the first responder who says Mashaba was in charge of the scene. So it is false that he handed over the scene to you because he couldn't hand it over to you if he wasn't in charge of it.
Commissioner, I hear what, and I agree with what you're saying. That's what he said, but the scene was handed to me by Mohana as the one who phoned me to come to the scene. As to why he denied being in charge of the scene, I don't know.
Yes, he called you to the scene. There's no question about that. He called you, and you tell us in a statement that he said, I want backup. Nowhere in your statement do you say to us, he called me and said, I want you to come and take control of the scene. So he's called and he said he wants backup. Now you are at the scene, and you say he handed the scene over to you. And all I'm putting to you is he couldn't, if on his own version he was not in charge of that scene, then he had no scene to hand over to you. He couldn't hand over to you. and either you or him are lying to the commission.
Can you please indulge me on the same topic? You said somewhere in your statement that in terms of the regulations, and you say this in the context of you lodging a complaint against the IPID officers and General Khan, those who came after you. And you say, regardless of the rank, if you arrive at a scene and you find a police officer there, you don't just give them instructions, you don't just take over from them. Is that correct?
Correct.
I'm not misrepresenting what you said. And you say because they did that while you were already there, they acted improperly and they defeated the ends of justice.
Correct, Commissioner.
But my difficulty with that is that when you arrived at the scene, the SAPS vehicle that we see on page 109 of the Stein exhibits was already there, and there were already 2 uniformed police officers in a police vehicle who were there. And yet you did exactly the same thing. You bypassed them and purported to take over the scene. Isn't that unprocedural because you found them there? You should have let them tell you what is going on, what they found when they got there, and they are the ones who would have then handed over to you if they saw fit to do so. Isn't that correct?
No, Commissioner. What happened is the first member on the scene, we agree it was Mohana, SAPS member, it was Mohana. So if it was supposed to be the Boysen's members to hand over the scene to me, it would have been Mohana handed over the scene to them and then to me. So hence I'm saying...
Were you not listening to Commissioner Baloyi when she says, Mohana has already said it was not his scene, it was Mashaba's scene. So if anybody needed to hand over, then it would be Mashaba. But because Mashaba, the prescripts of SAPS don't apply to him, the officers who were there, who were in uniform, who were responding to a complaint that both Mashaba and Mohane are criminals who are impersonating police officers and they are trying to hijack a Scania truck. SAPS officers went there to prevent that. When you arrive there, you find a police van with SAPS officers presumably in uniform. They don't hand over to you what they are investigating because they are there investigating a hijacking attempt of a truck.
Correct.
Right?
Correct, yes.
Now, as far as they are concerned, that's the scene, the hijacking of a truck. And the suspects are Mohane and Mashaba. But when you get there, you bypass those police officers and you start doing whatever it is that you were doing. It's not clear because you did nothing to the exhibits that were in the back of the bakkie. You did not touch them, you did not secure them, you did nothing to them. So it's not clear exactly what you did when you got there, other than these seals that you handled improperly, as it appears. So even on your version, it seems that you did not comply with the prescripts as you have explained them.
If I may answer, Commissioner, yes, the 2 Boysen police attended the scene on the basis of a truck hijacking, but exactly. it ended up, it's not a truck hijacking, it's the scene of Mashaba and Mohana of possession of drugs. It's no more their mandate that they came for. It is the other way around.
And according to you, the scene was not the bakkie. The scene was the entire area.
Yes, I'll take that.
Did you cordon off the 7 Series BMW that was parked nearby? Did you search it to look for exhibits, including this 60,000 rands that was found inside
No,
of it?
To be honest, Commissioner Kumalo, that car, I was not even, because it was standing there, I did not even know, like, as I said in my statement, the first time I saw the driver was when we were in the back of the bakkie, because I was concentrating on what I was doing.
So which scene did you secure then, according to you?
Where the drugs were. As I mentioned on that tape, when they were, because that's where my scene was, where I was concentrating.
And how did you know it was drugs? Because you did not open the bags and look inside. How did you know it was drugs?
The smell.
What?
With the smell.
Smell of what?
Of cocaine.
You could smell cocaine?
Yes.
And you could tell that it was cocaine?
It was suspected cocaine, yes.
Is that why you arrested the 3 people?
Correct. But they were not arrested by me physically.
You said you gave somebody the tape to handcuff them.
Yeah, it was Captain Midupi. Actually, he's the one on page 109 of Stain's bundle.
But
yes.
you gave, what did you call it, the tape that
The-
you said?
The cable ties.
Cable ties.
Yes, Commissioner.
You gave the instruction that they should be arrested.
Yes.
And why? Why did you give instructions that these 3 people should be arrested?
For possession of drugs.
But how do you know they possess drugs? Because you arrived there and you found drugs in the back of the bakkie. How do you know that these 3 people possess drugs?
Because the statements, Commissioner, were that those drugs are from the truck that he was driving.
Yes, but you're not arresting the driver, you're arresting 3 people. So why were you arresting the other 2 people?
No. I explained in my statement, the person that I requested Captain Medupi to cuff, it was the driver.
Yes.
And I was busy taking a statement on the second person. So the decision whether to arrest or release was going to be finalized when Lieutenant Colonel Maluleke arrives.
So you arrested the driver on the basis that you could smell the cocaine, and because you were told that he was driving the truck, you concluded that he was in possession of the drugs.
Correct.
And you gave an instruction that he should be arrested.
Not per se, Commissioner Kumar. When I arrived at the scene, he was arrested, right? And
no, you said you gave instructions that he should be cuffed with the...
Yes, I'm coming there.
Yes.
So while the scene was chaos, he was now standing on the other side. Then I went to fetch him and handed over to him, to Captain Midupi to cuff with the cable ties.
Early today, you mentioned what your experience with narcotics or drugs is. Do you remember? You were being questioned by Mr. Musigiri.
Correct, Commissioner.
Yes. And my sense was that you don't have much experience. Am I correct?
Correct, Commissioner.
And I think you said the largest consignment you would have been involved in was something like 5 kg?
Correct, Commissioner.
And 5 kg of what?
I think it was cat.
Cat,
yes.
Oh, all right.
Yes.
And not cocaine, obviously.
Correct.
Now, I'm interested to know how you would have smelt the cocaine.
No, with the smell that was coming from the bag, obviously, one could smell that it would be. Although I did not know if it's a cocaine or it was.
Do you know how cocaine smells?
Right now, I know how it smells.
At the time, did you know how cocaine smelled?
Hence, I was saying, Commissioner, I did not know.
You did not know.
Yes, what kind of a drug
But
it
in
was.
response to Commissioner Kumalo, is that not the impression you gave, that is, you could smell the cocaine?
Yes, I should have said I could smell suspected drugs or I said suspected cocaine, if I remember well.
Meaning you smelled cocaine. That's what you meant in response to Commissioner Kumalo.
Yes.
So that was untrue.
No, it is.
Because you've just said now, at the time, you did not know how cocaine smells. So it was untrue to respond to Commissioner Kumalo that you could smell the cocaine because at the time you did not know how it smells.
But there was a smell coming out of the bags, Commissioner.
We're talking about cocaine.
Oh,
you
okay.
say you did not know at the time how cocaine smells.
Yes, I agree, Commissioner.
But in response to his question, you said you could smell the cocaine. So I'm saying if you did not know how cocaine smelled, you could not, or it would be untrue to have responded to Commissioner Kumalo by saying you smelled the cocaine. That was untrue, correct?
Correct, Commissioner.
you've told quite a number of untruths when all three of us are engaging you on a number of issues. Do you want to explain why you've told that many untruths, Warrant Officer?
It is not per se that it is untruth, Commissioner. Maybe it is how I explain or express, because I wanted to say I could smell it was drug, but not cocaine. But I understand I already considered it was cocaine, and that statement was false. So I do not have any.
It's untrue, so you cannot change that, and you've basically accepted that it was untrue, so you cannot make it true. You've already accepted it was untrue. So I don't understand what purpose the explanation serves. Do you think it serves any explanation?
I suppose so, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Warrant Officer, you are at the National Investigation Unit.
Correct, Commissioner.
That's what you say.
Yes.
Is that the same thing that is commonly referred to as NIU? There is something called NIU, and
Correct.
I think here in your when you first explain, the acronym you give though is NINU.
Yeah, that's the correct one, NINU.
It's the same unit that is normally referred to as just NIU, or there's another unit called
No,
NIU?
there's another unit of investigation, NINU.
Okay,
And then
which is where you are.
That's correct,
And
Commissioner.
then NIU?
NIU is another unit of the intervention unit.
Yes.
Yes,
Okay, so it's a different unit.
it's a different
altogether.
unit, Commissioner.
Okay. Now, in paragraph 2.5, you set out of your statement, you set out your duties in the NINU.
Correct, Commissioner.
That's still correct. That's what that unit does.
Yes, that's correct, Commissioner.
Okay. It's blue light robberies, airport following robberies, head office inquiry files, and high-profile cases as determined by the Minister of Police, Deputy Minister of Police, National Commissioner, Deputy National Commissioner, Divisional Commissioner, and political leaders. So you've told us what that unit does.
Correct, Commissioner.
The request from Mr. Makhane is not one of those.
Correct, Commissioner.
Okay. How do you get involved with it? You are in Pretoria. I think you're based in Pretoria.
Yes,
you
I'm
say.
based there.
You get called out to the East Rand by a station-based person who is in fact an office-bound person. He's not a detective. He's accepted, he's told us that, he's accepted that. You get called out to come to this operation on something that is not any one of what you say is the functions of your unit. Can you explain why you get involved with it? It's far from you jurisdictionally even. It's far from you, and you go and get involved with it. From someone who is not a detective, for that matter.
Okay, I'll start with the jurisdiction part. I'm working nationally, hence in May of that same year, I was in Richards Bay, Emangu. I forgot that circuit court, the High Court, where we were dealing with another matter there. Okay, so we work nationally. So, and then the issue of involving myself, I first requested permission from Colonel Sipungu, and had he said no, don't go, I wouldn't have.
Yeah, well, it's another question why he said you can go. Don't concern yourself with his reasons for giving you permission to go. I'm having the discussion with you that you get a call from someone whose job is office bound. You say he's crime intelligence. Well, we know he doesn't do this job. He told us that his job is administrative, he's in the office. Even his superior said that about him. You get a call from that person, and then it doesn't fall in any one of these. It's not blue light robberies. It's not airport following robberies. It's not a head office inquiry file or high profile case, as you've described. And so I'm asking you to explain your decision to become involved with something like that, which is so out of your functions or the functions of your unit as you describe them.
Commissioner, I got permission, I got involved by requesting first permission to attend.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. What, I could ask you, and maybe your answer is as good as it will ever be, that why did you ask for permission about something that has nothing to do with you? That's really my question. Why did you decide to become involved with it? You could have said to Mahane, look, I can't help you. Go find somebody else or refer him to people that you know in your unit deal with these kind of things. Or the right DPCI, SANEP, the ones that I think you say you referred him to, you call SANEP eventually. You don't do that.
Yeah, the reason is the information was supposed to be attended to. So maybe the delay in attending to that the drugs would have disappeared.
No, he didn't say to you the drugs are going to disappear. He said, we have information, come meet me in Alberton. We have information, and then you say, yes, once you've identified positively, come back to me. So don't do maybe the drugs would have disappeared. He never said that to you.
Yes.
And you never said to us there was agency. In fact, I want to suggest to you that forget any explanation that seeks to suggest there was agency to this. There wasn't. Mahane and Mashaba had it under control. They followed the truck. They went to the depot. They followed the truck. They got to Scania. They reported themselves. The buggy went in. So there was no agency that required your involvement. So don't let that enter my conversation with you. My question still is, this has nothing to do with your functions. All there is a connection. You and Mahane are friends. You've worked together before. You've told us that, and he continues to give you information. That's the only connection. He calls you about something that has absolutely nothing to do with your unit and with your duties in particular. Why do you not say to him, find somebody else? You choose, I'll get involved. Especially something that you know nothing about. You've never done drug busts. You've told us about 5 kilogram. You think it was cat. You've never done a truck is coming, it has drugs, we have information. Why do you choose to be involved with this? And the question is asked because the circumstances of this operation, including the involvement of Mr. Mahane, of Warrant Officer Mahane, is deeply suspicious. That's why the question to you.
No.
Yes.
I understand. And Commissioner, I honestly assisted because I was available, and there was no and I seek permission, and it was granted. That's the only reason why I could say I attended.
Okay. And you tell us in your statement that Warrant Officer Mahane asked for backup. You say that at paragraph 6 of your statement.
Yes,
It says that he needed backup. What does that mean when you get a call to say, I need backup?
Backup would include the role players of whatever the crime that you are busy investigating.
So you're not saying that in your statement. You're not saying he told you, get me the role players. He calls you, he says, I want backup.
Yes.
So you understood that he needs you to
Role
come
players.
to come and assist him at the scene. Because if he had said to you, I want you to find me role players, you would have said it in your statement.
Yes, by virtue of telling me to back up, then I know that kind of crime will need a photographer, will need a dog unit, and so on. That's why I started by calling them to the scene.
Okay. And you do that without knowing whether he has called those people, because you don't tell us in your statement that he said to you, I want backup, which means I need you to call people. You're not the only one, remember, that he calls for
Yes.
backup, and not everybody did what you did.
Yes.
You've become very busy from the outset. You start calling people to come to the scene when all he has said to you is, I want backup, which brings me to the question of, what in fact did he say to you that makes you so active to now start calling people and gathering people to go to the scene?
There's a paragraph where I mentioned that he told me that he's been trying to get other people who are out of the province or others who phones are off. Although I didn't write it in the statement that he said he phoned, because he told me about Doc Unit as well. He phoned Maja and he couldn't come and assist. So I included it in that statement that I made, that he wanted me to call. He told me that he was calling other people, but who are not available and all that.
Have you ever had to organize? I understood your evidence earlier that you've never had to organize or manage a scene. You've never had to do that.
The drug scene of this magnitude, yes.
Did a drug scene? Have
Yes.
I understood you correctly?
Yes, correct.
And I may have, you can correct me, I understood it to be so you don't have experience in crime scene management.
I'd say I have experience in crime scene management, particularly.
Because you have managed a scene before.
Correct.
Okay,
Correct.
just not drugs.
Yes, Commissioner.
Just not drugs.
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay. So when you, without experience, when you get that kind of call and you understand backup to mean he needs the different role players, why do you not call the people that have experience in that? Instead of calling everyone else that you've called, why do you not, the first call make, why don't you call SANEP, which you do much later?
Yes.
Why do you not call LCRC, which you do? You tell us once you're at the scene, you do that.
Yeah.
Why are you calling all these other people? I have a long list of the people that you have called along the way. And the question is, why are you not calling SANEP? You know there are people who have experience in matters like this.
No, Commissioner, as I said, the first call I made, it was to Captain Midupi. Captain Midupi is my immediate commander, and he also came to the scene. And then...
You were calling him to say what to him? I thought you called him to get permission to go.
No, Captain Midupi, he came to assist at the crime scene.
Okay.
Yes. Colonel Sepungu is the one that gave permission.
Oh, yes.
Yes. So after Captain Midupi, I phoned the dog unit. And then they are the ones that told me that a lieutenant colonel of SANEP has the similar inquiry. So I did not need to call other people, because I believe that when he comes, he'll take over the scene. Okay. Yes.
Okay. And just to be sure, did Warrant Officer Mahane ask you specifically to organize role players for him? Did he tell you, I haven't done this, I need you to call the forensic laboratory, for example, because you called the forensic laboratory?
Yes, that's another one. Because initially when I phoned when I phoned the forensic lab, I was of the opinion that they still come to the crime scene and package everything. So that's when I was told they no more do that. So when he phoned me, to say he wants backup. So I understood it. He wants me to arrange every role player for that scene.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner.
Thank you, Chair. Warrant Officer, I think I had referred you to the National Instruction 1 of 2015. Can we start at page 150? So that's the
bundle?
CJ's, the stain bundle, CJC 219. So you will see the warrant officer that on that page there is a summary of the crime scene process, and it says that crime scenes can broadly be divided into the following phases, and it lists about, let's go through them in fact, because it actually tells you where to find them. So the first phase will be the reporting, and then the activation, the responding, controlling, the handover, the planning, the investigating and processing, debriefing, restoring, releasing, and the last one will be evaluation. And in this case, because you had at least testified that you were involved at the handover, I want us to go and look at the handover phase as to what that entails, as you at least allege in your statement. That will appear on page 140, so you have to go about 10 pages back. And you will see there at 12, it deals with the handover. The first phase would have been dealt with by Warrant Officer Mahane yesterday. And then this is under continuity of control. It says the first responder must remain in control of the crime scene until he or she hands the cordoned area over to the crime scene commander and hands the activities beyond the outer cordon off to the CCC or the CJOC. You accept that, at least on your version, then you would have at least tried to fit yourself as the crime scene commander if we accept for a moment that Warrant Officer Mahane handed the scene to you. You accept that?
Yes, Commissioner.
Yes. Now, the following page, at 3, it deals with the designation of the crime scene commander. It says that the dispatcher must, depending on the information obtained, identify the appropriate investigating unit in accordance with the contingency plan and report the incident to the relevant duty officer of the unit. We are on 3, Asia. Yes. And I put it to you that you did not do that. You did not identify the investigating unit in accordance with the contingency plan.
Where are you reading? Sorry, Commissioner.
If you go to, are you on page 141?
Yes.
If you go to 3.
3, yes.
3A, it says that the designation of the crime scene commander, we have established that on your version, that should be you. And it says that the dispatcher, depending on the information obtained, identify the appropriate investigating unit in accordance with the contingency plan and report the incident to the relevant duty officer of that unit. None of that happened. You accept that at least? Because there was no report, there was no plan.
No,
in action.
Okay, sorry about that. I'm still trying to digest this because the dispatcher, these are the roles of the dispatcher.
Do you see that it says designation of the crime scene commander?
Yes.
Yes.
No.
Perhaps let me help you. We'll come back to that.
Yeah.
Go to number 5.
Okay.
And it talks about the responsibility of the crime scene commander following the first handover. Once the first handover has taken place, the crime scene commander must take control of the scene and ensure the signing of the first responder report, annexure D2. And we accept in your case there was no report given to you by Mahani.
No, there was no report.
Yes. And then say obtain a comprehensive C-trap from the first responder. Did you receive any of that?
Comprehensive, like in what? No, I didn't receive anything of that.
Yes. And then I would take you, if you go to the following page, on 13, it deals with the planning phase. And this is the important one. It says that the planning activity is the key to successful crime scene processing. This includes, inter alia, a walk through the crime scene by the crime scene commander and meetings with the role players such as the crime scene examiner, forensic pathology official, other experts, and emergency personnel. And it says at 13.2a, the crime scene commander must evaluate the situation and, if appropriate, do the first walk through the scene, the crime scene, taking into consideration that the route used might need to be processed prior to the walkthrough. Appropriate PPE must be worn. And you accept that none of that happened. You did not walk to assess the situation. You did not, at the very least, have meetings with other people except the three that you mentioned, or the two that you mentioned, and you did not wear any PPEs. You accept that?
Yeah, but I made a walkthrough when I first went to introduce myself to Mokana and Mashaba, and then went to the Boysen's police officers, and I also approached the witness who I was busy with, and I considered that within 30 minutes of my arrival, the scene was now starting to be chaos, uncontrollable.
In your statement, you say nothing about doing the walk through the scene. It's quite clear you say that you met Warrant Officer Makhane and he introduced you to Mashaba and briefed you on what happened, and then what you did was to then instruct them, together with the assistance of the Boysen's police, to cordon off the area, and you started conducting the interviews, and later on you told Captain Midubi to arrest, or at least to effect the arrest of the driver. Nothing of sort to say you, and it says you must first walk through. You did not do that. You accept that?
I accept that.
And even if you walk through, you never wore the PPEs.
Yes, I did not wear the PPEs.
Yes. And for the purpose of this conversation, I think they're quite, the rest of the requirements are quite obvious and apparent that they were not met. What I want to read to you is, at least on E, it says you must keep the crime scene, well, when I say you as the commander, the crime scene commander, you must keep a crime scene report updated. And you never said that. You never attempted to keep a report. All you did was to rush to start taking statements. What's your comment?
Commissioners, if I may say, yes, that's true what happened. But when you get to the crime scene, this administration is difficult to go through it, like to complete it. When you are at the scene, you are concentrating on statements, exhibits, and whatever it is. So I accept. I did not complete that thing, but it was because of I was.
Are you suggesting, Warrant Officer, that compliance with this instruction is optional.
No, I'm not saying optional, Commissioner. However, in a normal day-to-day working, it is difficult. I'm not saying it's optional. It is a mandate.
So when you find it difficult, you may choose not to comply with it.
No, you don't. No.
Please make me understand.
No, you have to still do it with difficulty, yes.
Thank you. Please continue, Mr.
Just out of interest, how many bags were in the back of the van, the black bakkie?
23, Commissioner.
23. And what was inside? Did you count? Did you check what was inside? Inside the bags themselves?
When I arrived or as we were arrested?
At any stage before you were arrested? Because you say your responsibility was to look after the exhibits. You didn't have time to do the walkthrough. So I'm just testing with you whether you actually looked after the exhibits and you checked that they were secure.
Yes, I checked on the exhibits and...
What did you check?
That they were still the way they were when I arrived on the scene.
So you found the bags in the back of the bakkie and you were satisfied that they were still in the back of the bakkie?
Yes,
that's all you did?
Yes.
The primary scene, did you know where it was? The primary crime scene?
Yes, at the back of the trailer, yes.
Did you check that?
It was now impossible because the truck was now reversed to the loading bay, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you.
Warrant Officer, I think the point I was trying to at least converse with you, it's simply that you were not the appropriate person to deal with the situation, and you were not equipped in terms of your experience and knowledge of what you were required to do, even if you were to accept that you attempted to act as a crime scene commander. Do you accept that?
I accept, basically because I wanted to, I believed I was securing the scene up until the relevant people arrived. So I was doing that to the best of my ability.
Yes, we have established that, but that does not accord. That does not accord with what is required of a crime scene
yes.
commander.
Yes, correct.
Yes. Chair, it's 1 o'clock. I don't have any further propositions to put to the witness in terms of this crime scene, unless the chair has further questions or the commissioners.
Let's adjourn and resume at 2 p.m. will not look to you, Mr. Musigiri, but to my colleagues.
Thank you. Chair, perhaps I can benefit from the lunch hour that we had. Maybe just get some clarity from the warrant officer, then I'll hand it to your commissioners.
Oh, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Warrant officer Pakula, I spent the lunchtime trying to figure out what you were trying to say to the chair. And in particular, and to give context to it, is that you specifically testified, and it's in your statement as well, at paragraph 12, that one of the people that you called to the scene is your brother, Sergeant Pakula, who works in a dog unit. That you remember that?
Yes, I remember that, Commissioner.
Yes, the canine unit. And you accept that the reason why you need dogs to be there is to sniff out possible drugs at the premises, among other things.
Yes, correct, Commissioner.
Yes. And I spent the whole lunchtime trying to figure out, looking at different sources, following from what the exchange we're having with the chair, that you could smell or you can smell cocaine. And I think your version was then to say, no, it's not cocaine, I could smell drugs on the scene. You remember that? Remember that exchange between you and the chair?
Yes.
Yes. And in this particular instance, I want to demonstrate to you that is complete untruthfulness to say that you could smell cocaine. Otherwise, first of all, you would not need to have sniffer dogs if you yourself could smell any drugs, as you put it, whatever format that they are. Because when you say you can smell drugs, that means you can sniff out any of those drugs. But in particular in this matter, I want to have a look at this picture of how these drugs were wrapped. Chair, can we go to CJC 204?
CJC
204.
204.
Yes. That is a picture of the bags containing the alleged drugs at that stage. And if you go further down, you'll see that those bricks in there, they are tightly wrapped. In fact, a witness came to testify here on Monday, specifically on how tightly wrapped these drugs are, especially because they have to travel across the ocean to avoid moisture and anything else. So they are tightly wrapped with plastic and also with labeling materials and put inside the
Actually, sorry to
Yes,
interrupt. Actually, from what we see at page 4, 2 pages back, yes, there's what looks like plastic, just ordinary black plastic. And then my understanding is that inside those, let's go to page 5, inside those there's a canvas bag.
Yes.
And then inside the canvas bag is what you see on top of this canvas bag, and also where you took us to, Mr. Musigiri. You see this
Yes, I
warrant
can see
officer
that,
at
Commissioner.
page 6.
Yes,
It's so it's the outer plastic bag, it's the canvas bag, and then it's the plastic wrapping inside the canvas bags.
Yes, Commissioner.
Yeah, you may continue with your point, Mr. Musigiri.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And the point I'm putting to you is that not only were you untruthful to the Chair when you say you could smell cocaine, but I'm putting it to you, given how they are wrapped, given the research that I've conducted over the lunchtime, you cannot smell, you could not have possibly smelled any drugs under those circumstances. So your version that you could smell the drugs, it's completely false. What do you say?
I disagree with you, Commissioner. That's how, there was one bag, I'll look at the pictures that was opened. In one of the pictures, it shows the bag that was open. So from then, that's when you could see that.
Maybe let's then explore this. Did you go there with your nose smelling each and every bag? Or how did the smelling happen?
No, I can't go.
Sorry?
No, I didn't go through each and every bag. But from what I could see with the packaging and all that, I could suspect it's drugs there, and from the smell that came from touching these things.
No, but you didn't touch anything on your own testimony. But that's besides the point. You could not have smelled the drugs wrapped in that way, and second, the drugs do not smell. And your suggestion that you could smell the drugs, it's completely false.
No, I disagree.
Unless you are a special corp that can smell drugs.
Can you please explain this thing you're saying about a bag? You say that was open.
Yes, at the later stage, there was a bag that was, I think one of the bags was open.
You say at a later stage. At what stage was that?
During that chaos, I can't remember exactly when it was, but it was during that chaos that when...
I also took you to page 5, and the bag at page, the canvas bag at page 5 is open. Is that what you mean by an open bag?
No, not this one, Commissioner.
What do you... 7. There's another one at 7. Is that what you mean?
No, from the pictures that are on top of when they were still on top of the buggy.
On the buggy?
Yes, Commissioner.
So you want that picture where your car is in front to the right? You want that picture?
I think it's that one, Commissioner.
Can you please take us to that picture?
109. Same file.
Yes, please show us the open bag. Are you there?
Yes.
Show us the open bag.
Please look at the screen behind you.
Oh, yes. I think it was one of these. Can I point?
Yes, please. Surely. And so?
So from touching, then you could smell.
No. So I don't see any difference between this and what I showed you at, was it 5 and 7? There's no difference. There is not just, it's not just tears on the plastic bag, but these have actually been taken out of the bags. And yet you see that what's inside is still sealed. It's still sealed in plastic. So it's not as if once you have tears like you show us there, you see drugs that are bare, uncovered.
No, they were not bare.
Yes.
They were bricks inside.
So I don't understand then, just because you saw tears on the bags, that should mean that you could then smell the drugs.
It's my submission, Commissioner.
No, you're just relying on that just because you saw the tears on the plastic bags, that's all.
No, Commissioner.
But anyway, all of that is irrelevant, because when I engaged you earlier, you accepted that you have no idea whatsoever how cocaine smells. And yet you had said to Commissioner Khumalo, you smelt the cocaine. And on that basis, I said you lied, because Later, when I'm engaging you, you accept that you do not know how cocaine smells, and yet you had said you smelt the cocaine. So I'm saying none of this is irrelevant to the extent that now you are digging in your heels, as it were. All of that is irrelevant because the bottom line is that you lied. You do not know how cocaine smells, and you lied when you said to Commissioner Kumalo, you smelt the cocaine. So I don't think...
Thank you, Chair.
Yes.
We can't take it further, but perhaps to say to him, the proposition I want to put to him is that, in essence, then, if he could not smell, then he must have known for a fact that there are drugs there. And the question is, how did he know that it's in fact cocaine in there? Because he couldn't have smelled.
No,
What is your comment?
I did not know for a fact what kind of drug is that one. I did not know that for a fact.
And just to close it, you are now relying on the obvious tears that you see to try to bolster your version that you did smell. I will not say cocaine because you accepted you do not know how it smells. To bolster your version that you smelled drugs. Your comment?
No, I'm not taking advantage of the back, Commissioner.
And what drugs, what smell of drugs was this that you are referring to? We know that you do not know how cocaine smells, but you say that you smelled drugs. What drugs? And what smell of drugs?
No, it should have been any scent that was coming from.
And what makes that drugs?
Because the information was that it's suspected drugs, I concluded it.
So it becomes drugs just because you've been told that the suspicion was that there were drugs in the truck?
Yes, Commissioner. That's how I came to that conclusion.
Thank you.
Maybe let me start off by adding, you've heard what the evidence leader says he's proposing in fact was happening. Let me add to why the explanation that you're giving to why you say you smelled cocaine and later drugs is not correct. It can be. It's untruthful actually, because you said to us in your testimony earlier, you did not touch those bags that you found, that you saw in the bakkie, because you did not want to contaminate the exhibits any further. That was your evidence. When you were asked, why did you not, now that you're in charge of the scene, why did you not order that those bags should be taken off the bakkie, because they shouldn't be on the bakkie? And you said, I didn't want to touch anything further because they had already contaminated that. So it's a lie that you touched those bags on the basis of that kind of evidence. Or you did touch the bag, and so you lied earlier when you said, I didn't want to touch the bags. I didn't touch them. I didn't want to touch them because they'd already been contaminated. The two can't both be true. Do you accept that?
I accept that, Commissioner.
Okay. The second reason I say your explanation is false is that you wouldn't have written in your statement, there's that paragraph where you describe the scene. You say the crime scene was handled and there was nothing out of place. Yes. If you had seen that one of the bags was torn or was open, you would have said that. Otherwise, you saw it and you lied and said the scene was intact. Everything was in place when in fact you had seen that there was a bag that was open. So again, the two versions can't stand. You can't say there was a bag on the scene that was open when in fact your statement says there was full compliance with the instruction on handling a crime scene. All the exhibits were in their original place, and they were I think the word, I don't remember the word, but they were They were not tampered with, basically. That's what you're saying.
Yes. Commissioner, if you can look at this picture, the scene was now out of my control.
Yeah, so you didn't touch at this point. This is a picture you see after the fact, when now things with a trial. You didn't see it on the day, this picture. So do not use this picture to support what you're saying. You either on the scene, when you touch the exhibits. Yes. Actually, at paragraph 23 of your statement, you say, at this stage, the scene, you were speaking to Jolene, she was shaken. And then at 23, you were trying to take a statement. And at 23, you say, at this stage, the scene was under control. The exhibits were still secured in bags in their original form, not tampered with. The crime scene was still under investigation as witnesses were interviewed and suspects under arrest. Dog unit was summoned as well as the photographer. So you tell us and whoever you were reporting to at the time that the bags were in their original form, they were not tampered with. So when you say now to us that one of the bags was torn, what I'm saying to you, what I'm putting to you is then paragraph 23 is untruthful, where you communicate that the exhibits were in their original form, because according to you, a bag was torn, was open. And your statement should have said that, if that was the case. You want to comment?
Yes, please, Commissioner Baloy. At that time, while I was taking down the statement after my arrival, it was intact. Yes. So this photo shows at a later stage. As you can see, that's when Mohana is already is placed in the car, and the scene was no more in our control. That's where I observed that scene.
No, you touched. You touched. Remember, the issue now is the scene being, you say you touched, a bag was open. That's the only way you could have touched.
Yes, yes.
So the bag had to have been open.
Yes.
For you to touch it.
Yes.
And smell it.
Correct.
Yes.
And I also admit that I did not put that in my statement.
So you're saying to us now that you in fact did touch the exhibits while you were on the scene.
Correct, yes, that's what I'm saying.
So when you told us earlier that you did not touch, when you were asked specifically the question, why did you, when you got there and you saw these things on the back of the bakkie, why did you not instruct that they be removed? Why did you not remove them? And you said, I saw that they had already been touched, and I didn't want to add further to what is the word? Tampering, yes. Contamination is the word I was looking for. Thank you, Chair. You didn't want to contaminate further. So earlier on, you told us you didn't touch these bags. Now you say you touched it.
Correct.
But they can't both be true. There's where one of them is false. You can choose, you can tell us which one is false, because you said two different things that cannot both be true. One of them is false. The question is, and maybe let's simplify it so that we finish very quickly this question, which of the two versions that cannot stand together is false?
I think let's take it this way, Commissioner. I did not submit it in the statement that I touched. So if the paragraph 20, the one that the Commissioner was reading, it is what it is when I arrived at that time.
I want to be clear. Are you now telling us you did touch these exhibits while they were on the scene? Is that what the last word on this?
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay. So your earlier evidence that you didn't touch these because you didn't want to contaminate them any further is false. It must follow. That statement is false.
I concede, Commissioner.
Thank you. The other question, the question that I wanted to ask is, you You are told by General Khan to stand down, you tell us.
Yes.
And you understood, you were asked the question, what does that mean? And it is, don't be involved any further. In the light of that kind of instruction, you go to the bakkie to retrieve the two,
Seals.
what do they call it? So the seals, I think it's too long in the days. You go to retrieve the two seals. Did you put those seals there?
No.
How did you know they were there?
I knew because I was with Mohana and Mashaba on the scene.
So you did go to the front of the van? Because you tell us those
Yes.
seals were on the seat.
On the left passenger side, on the where the foot.
So you went and you saw them there, the seals.
Yes.
Did you ask why are these seals here? Because you know that's not the original site of those scenes. That's not where they were originally, those exhibits. Did you ask Mahane, where do these come from? As in, where did you remove them and why are they here?
Yes, he explained. He found this, like the seals. One of the seals was broken, and the other one he found in the back of the trailer.
Did you ask him why did he remove them where they were? You know about crime scene management. You've told us that you know. So you know that things must be left in situ, right? Until the photographer and LCRC arrives and take note of everything that's there. You know all of those things. Did you ask Warrant Officer Mahano, why did you remove them from where you found them?
Yes, and his explanation was simply because he wanted to put them safe where, when the photographer comes, they can be easily accessed.
Did you tell him that's not what we do? That's
Yes.
against, you've contaminated the scene.
Yes.
So when you now want to take them to the photographer after you were told, stop being involved, you continue to be involved.
Yes.
When you want to take them to the photographer, you want the photographer to do what with them?
No, she take photos and
In your hands, would you, they are not where they're supposed to. One, they've been removed from their original position in the container. Two, you've removed them from where Mohano put them. Mohano and Mashaba, you've removed them. So you removed them from two locations. When they've been removed from two locations, the photographer comes, you don't take the photographer to where you say you found them, so that the photographer can take them in that position and say, well, this is where I found them. We need to get an explanation. You take them. Your intention is what? Is to hold them in your hand and say, here are the seals, take pictures of them.
Commissioner, remember when I'm told to stand down, I have to hand over the scene, obviously. So the exhibits that was in my possession, I had to give it over to the photographer.
So that which was put by Mohane in your car, in his car, is in your possession. That's how you're telling us now.
No,
That-
as a
well,
crime-
actually, the seals were in your possession.
As a crime scene manager,
Yes.
the seal was as well. I was accounting for it, so that's why I handed over to the photographer.
Sibula was there at that point. He had arrived at the scene.
No.
He hadn't yet
No,
arrived.
I haven't seen him. Yes.
Okay, but do you know, if you didn't know then, do you know that what you did is contrary to proper crime scene management? That you remove those seals from where you found them and you want to take them to the photographer? Do you know now that that's not proper crime scene management?
I'd like to put it like this, Commissioner. When we deal with such scenes where exhibits might get lost or whatever the reason might be, you have to take steps that will preserve whatever it is the exhibit that you are. And at that time, I thought I'm doing the right thing by taking them to the photographer.
No, you couldn't have thought you were doing the right thing. There was no way of it getting lost when all that's happening is the photographer taking a picture. If you went to the photographer, they've been sitting there, according to you. General Khan tells you that stop whatever you are doing. You defy it, in fact. and go and do something else, to go and point out to the photographer, here are the seals that I found. So if you had taken the photographer to go and take a picture, as the instruction requires you to do, they wouldn't have gotten lost. There was no risk of them getting lost, just because the photographer is taking a picture of them, unless you're saying you were concerned the photographer will take them and put them in your pocket.
No. It could have been either way. Whether I went to fetch the photographer, and again, if I approach the photographer, it was going to be as if I'm still interfering. So the best way was to take this thing to her. That's an honest explanation regarding that thing.
Do you accept that is contrary, what you were doing? And if your answer is yes, I'm going to leave this topic. Do you accept, as I suggest you must, that you're removing these seals from the bakkie where they were to want to take them to the photographer is in breach of the protocol about proper handling of exhibits on a crime scene?
I agree.
Thank you. And then lastly, you say that you waited in Alberton, or the driver was not handcuffed, the driver was arrested, was not handcuffed, because he was supposed to drive the truck, the yellow jersey truck,
Correct,
to,
Commissioner.
I think, to the police station, to Alberton
To the
police
pound.
station.
No. There's a vehicle pound about a kilometer or two from.
So he would have driven it to the pound.
Yes, Commissioner.
Why did you consider that now that the drugs have been found, that's what Mohan called you for? Come help me with drugs. They've been retrieved. You say you know it's cocaine. Why would you take the truck to the pound?
As a vehicle that was used in transporting the drugs.
And that's in terms of what? You do that in terms of what? Because the target is the drugs. You have been informed by Jolene, whom you said, I think you said she shouldn't be arrested because you were satisfied with her explanation that she didn't know what was going on. Why would you impound
the truck?
Yeah.
Simply for the chain of custody of that, like the chain of custody of that of those drugs, because let's say, for example, I come to court and say the drugs were recovered, but the vehicle that brought the drugs to this place is not impounded. It won't make sense. But then. And that's what happens in most cases.
Why would it not make sense? If you, as you had here, you have the registration details of the vehicle, you know who it belongs to, you have the driver, you have told us that there are cameras in that place, so you have all the information about the truck, and you've got statements that say these drugs came in this vehicle, the full details of which you have. Why would it not make sense to go to court? You're not going to present the truck at court, as in someone is going to drive it to the court building for an inspection by the magistrate. That's not going to happen. We know it doesn't happen that way. Why would it not make sense to leave the truck where it is, and you have all this information and statements that tell the court this is the vehicle that transported the drugs?
No, what we do usually in such cases, like I'll give, let's say, for example, you arrest someone in driving in the car with firearms also. You cannot just confiscate the firearms and leave the car, because as the instrument that was used to transport the firearms. So that is like it's an exhibit, a truck itself, because it was used to transport drugs.
So are you saying it's police practice to,
Yes.
in all cases, to confiscate the truck?
Yes, it is, Commissioner.
Okay, we know in Port Shepstone they did not confiscate the container. They found drugs in a container. They did not confiscate the container, which carried the drugs in it. This is where they found them. And these are people who are experienced, unlike you, who are experienced in drug busts. At no point was it even the discussion there to take in the container. And I put this to you to suggest that you are making up an explanation for a decision, for a decision that is not justifiable by the facts of what you guys were dealing with here. It's just not justifiable, and you're making up an explanation.
No, Commissioner Baloy, I'm not making up any explanation. In most cases, the vehicles that are transporting those, whatever the exhibit, that vehicle has to be impounded.
Yeah. Well, lastly, you haven't been involved with drug busts like this, you've said, so you don't know. I think you could have said that to me when I said the container was not confiscated. You could say, well, I'm not involved with that kind of work ordinarily, so I wouldn't know that that is not necessary to do.
Okay, Commissioner.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief.
Warrant Officer, let's just follow up on paragraph 35 of your statement on page 11.
Okay.
So according to you, the initial plan was that the truck driver was going to drive the truck to the SAP 13 pound.
Correct, Commissioner.
And that's the one in Ekurhuleni.
No. There's one about 2 kilometers away from the crime scene, not even 2 kilometers from where the crime scene happened.
So it was going to be the one in Johannesburg?
At Araten, yes.
At Araten. And who was going to go there with the truck driver?
We had a lot of members on the scene. It could have been any of us, Captain Midupi, myself, or...
So the crime scene was going to be moved to the SAP 13 pound because it's the container that is behind the truck or on top of the truck. So the truck was going to go with the container to the pound?
Yes. That would be after the whole crime scene is done.
And then what was the plan with the van? What was going to happen with the black bakkie? According to you and Mashaba and Makano, what was going to happen with the bakkie?
No, that discussion with the bakkie, we never entertained it. We were not going to entertain it anyway.
So you were not going to go to Alberton to book the exhibits
no.
at SAPS 13?
No, Commissioner.
You never had that discussion?
No.
So why did you initially wait for them in Alberton if that discussion never took place? Because remember you said you were supposed to meet them at the police station?
Yes.
When things took a turn, they called you to come to Araton.
Remember, Commissioner, I was guided by Mokhana.
Yes.
As I was coming to assist him. If he says he's on his way to Alberton or he's coming to Alberton, I would go and wait for him where he says he's going to.
So the initial plan was that these exhibits were going to be driven to Alberton, to be booked at a police station in Alberton.
Yes, but I was not aware of the magnitude of the exhibit.
Why else would you have waited for them in Alberton? Because these trucks were never in Alberton. Remember the truck moved from Rooikop?
Yes.
And then it went to Ireton. And Rooikop is not in Alberton. We've established that it is near Spruitview.
No, it is in Alberton, Commissioner.
No, I know where Alberton is. Rooikop is in Rooikop. For it to get to the police station in Alberton, it just was not going there. It went to Ireton.
No, Commissioner, if I may assist, Rooikop, the policing precinct of Rooikop is Alberton.
But the truck moved from there to Ireton.
With that, I cannot answer, yes, Commissioner.
And as it was moving to Ireton, that's when you were called and you were told to wait in Alberton.
No.
At the police station.
No, it was after he opened.
Yes.
Yes, after he opened in Ireton that he said he's coming to Alberton.
That's exactly what I'm saying. So their plan was to take the exhibits to Alberton.
Yes.
That's why you had to wait in Alberton.
Yes, Commissioner.
And when there was interference, they then called you to come to the scene.
I don't know, because I'm the one who phoned and to find out how far is it, and that's when he said I should come to Ireton.
And while you were at Ireton, did you discuss what is to happen with the exhibits that were in the back of the Paki?
No, we didn't, because remember, Commissioner, we were still waiting for Lieutenant Colonel Maluleka to come.
So you never had that discussion at all?
No. What as to where we are going to book, and no, we never discussed that.
But what did you think was going to happen to the exhibits once
No,
you got there?
they were definitely going to be booked in Boyson's SAPS.
In Boyson's?
Yes.
Did you call the Boyson's police station to prepare them for that?
No, I couldn't, because the buggy was already on the crime scene, Commissioner. I didn't.
All right, thank you.
Sorry, it's an unrelated question. What are the rules? I imagine there are rules or instructions about carrying of firearm on duty. What is the rule? Maybe let me ask differently.
Yes.
Are you required to have your firearm when you are on duty? Because you are issued with a firearm for duty.
No, it's not compulsory, Commissioner.
It's not compulsory?
Yes.
How, so they leave it to you to decide?
Yes, I can put it like that. Unless if maybe there's an operation and where we are going to work, and then you have to have your full equipment with you.
So you are going to an operation when Makane called you?
Yes.
You're going to an operation.
Yes.
Explain how you don't have your firearm if you didn't know what you were going to find there. What kind of scene or operation you're going to walk into. How do you are at home when you get the call. You leave home to go to an operation. Explain why you don't have your firearm with you if it is not that you knew exactly what was going to be happening there.
No, Commissioner, it's two-way. Perhaps had I had my firearm with me, it would have been we were going to rob or so.
No,
but
answer my question. Don't make up your own question, and
Okay.
then give me an answer. I've asked you a very direct question. Explain why you get a call to come and help at an operation, and you are at home where your firearm is, and you are now on duty. You've been told it's about drugs.
Yes.
It's an operation about a drug bust.
Yes.
You go and you leave, you make the decision to leave your firearm behind. Explain how that makes sense.
No, we were-
And I want to suggest that unless you knew exactly what is happening and what is intended to happen at the scene, if you knew what the scene was about, I would understand why you left your firearm behind. If you didn't know and all you knew was it's you, Mahane, and Mashaba at that point, you're going to be joining these two people, and you've been told it's a drug bust, why does it make sense that you leave your firearm behind?
No, Commissioner, remember before I left, or I phoned Captain Midupi as well, my immediate commander. And the initial, like when I left my house, I was going to meet Makana at Alberton Police Station, of which is also a safe place. That was my thinking about it. So I never thought it's going to be dragging to other areas. My intention was to go to meet with him at Alberton.
In fact, with that answer, if you're going to meet him at Alberton Police Station, why are you even going? He's going to the police station. He has the exhibits. He has the hall. He doesn't need you at the police station. You actually don't need to be calling everybody. You don't need to call LCRC, the trouble that we've put you through. You don't need to call K9. You don't need to do anything to call anybody, because on this version, you are just going to a police station. So the operation, they've done what they need to do, and now they're meeting you at the police station. Explain that. Unless I don't understand something, just clarify it perhaps.
Yes. Remember, Commissioner, Mashaba and Mokana are not, as he considered here yesterday, are not well clued with. I might not be as well clued as they are. But the reason would have been to assist them in statement taking, booking of exhibits in the SAP 13 and all that.
But they are taking the stuff to a police station. So
Yes.
why are you calling K9, for example? Why are you calling the many people that you called here to come to come and assist? If you are going to, if the drugs, on your understanding, are being taken to Albertine where there are resources, there are people there. Why are you mobilizing all these resources?
Obviously, the dog unit to confirm the exhibit, and who else? To assist with taking down of statements and booking the exhibits in the SAP 13, I'd say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair, no further questions from our side.
Thank you, Mr. Musigiri. Warrant Officer, thank you very, very much.
Thank you, Commissioner.
You are excused. Let us adjourn and resume at 9:30 tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Mpane has welcomed the arrest of 11 suspects following the discovery of a multi-million rand drug manufacturing laboratory on a farm in Swartrakens in Northwest. Police say the suspects include 4 Mexican nationals and one woman. National Police spokesperson Atlenda Mate says investigations into the matter are continuing.
This intelligence-driven operation resulted in the successful dismantling of the drug lab worth 100 million and the arrest of the suspects. Lieutenant General Dimbani commends members for their continued commitment in dismantling organized crime syndicates involved in the manufacturing and distribution of drugs.
NCC MP Fadil Adams did not consult the family of slain ANC Youth League Secretary General Cindy Somakaka when he took statements and recorded a cell phone video from this now self-confessed killer at Westville Prison. This is according to a statement from the investigating officer Sandile Mavuka that's being read out during Adams' bail application in the Pinetown Magistrates Court. Mavuka says in his affidavit the Magaka family was shocked when they saw Sibusiso Ngcengwa's video online. Adams allegedly visited Ngcengwa in prison in January last year. Prosecutor Advocate Nokulunga Ngcobo read the affidavit to the court.
At the end of the said interview, I'm now at 15.8, my apologies, a sworn statement was obtained from Mr. Ngcengwa, who mentioned his involvement and that of his accused and others in the killing of Mr. Makaka. The applicant arranged for the said statements to be circulated on social media. It was also articled on a Sunday national paper. This statement was obtained in the middle of a partly held trial matter.
Western Cape Traffic Services says the N1 southbound from Worcester to Paarl has reopened following extensive overnight work by SANRAL. Provincial Traffic Chief Maxine Bezuidenhout says a stop-and-go system remains in place at the Rossonville Weybridge and motorists should prepare for heavy delays of up to 90 minutes.
Hazardous goods vehicles will not be allowed through the area and freight operators are urged not to send these loads toward the corridor. The N1 northbound between Paarl and Worcester remains closed until further notice, and motorists should not travel toward the tunnel.
King Charles has presided over the state opening of the British Parliament as questions continue to swirl over the future of the Prime Minister Keir Starmer. The King set out Starmer's legislative agenda amid mounting speculation that the Health Minister, Wes Streeting, who briefly met Starmer, could be about to launch a leadership challenge. The BBC's Rob Watson has the details.
There is an awful lot of rumour and suggestion that Wes Streeting may be preparing to resign perhaps tomorrow and to mount a challenge to Keir Starmer. So people have been thinking, political hacks, well, if the meeting had gone well and Wes Streeting was staying in place, wouldn't Downing Street or Wes Streeting's team have briefed people like me on that pretty quickly? I mean, if it is the case that Wes Streeting is going to challenge the Prime Minister, that really does take us to the next act in what is already, let's face it, a pretty profound political crisis here in the UK.
Recapping the top story, National Assembly Speaker Toko Didiza has tabled the Section 89 report that recommended that an impeachment committee be established to look into a prima facie case against President Cyril Ramaphosa. I'm on Lambana for SAFM News Headlines at 3:30.
In sports this hour, Caruso yet again points to schedule as title hopes slip away. Brown omitted as Australian name World Cup squad, and Ethiopian marathon star Melise dies at the age of 36. More details at 3:30.
The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAFM. You're listening to the National Pulse. Weekdays, 3 to 6 p.m.
Well, it's a bit warmer in parts of the eastern parts of South Africa, and I think there's less rain in the western parts of South Africa. Thank goodness for that. So mopping up operations on the go. Hope the winds have subsided as well, so we're all okay. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the National Pulse. And yes, very often the weather does have a huge impact on the pulse and the psyche of us as a nation. So what are we going to talk about today? We're going to talk about the impact of xenophobic tensions on South Africa's brand reputation. Very important conversation we're going to have. We'll also, as part, and I told you this the other day, we have this big issue now every day around 3:45. We look at different things. At the moment, the big issue theme is exactly that. How South Africa's immigration issue, crisis rather, how did we get here and what do we do next about it? We'll chat to Professor Lauren Landau of that coming up later on. Right, to call in live, 086 000 2032. You're bound to have that number anyway. If you're listening for the first time, when you come on, please tell me so I can give you the adequate shout out, respect you deserve. You know that. 0614 104 107, WhatsApp, or that's voice note or text. 30 seconds, please, if you do that. By the way, and as always, you, the citizen reporter, not just the weather, wherever you are in the country. How about a picture of where you are, including you? But if not including you, maybe you find something very interesting happening in the country. Hey, just tweet us along, hashtag the National Pulse, or you can also send us via WhatsApp. I'll be able to pick up that picture. Love to see it. Right. First things first, South Africa's reputation. What's happened? What happens next?
OutSurance can't improve your couch coaching skills. But they could improve the car insurance premium you currently pay. SMS out to 30754. Get a quote today, and if OutSurance can't save you money on your car insurance premium, ask for 500 Rand cash. Make that 1,500 Rand if you've been claim-free and with the same insurer for 3 years. Get a quote and get savings or cash. Either way, you win. SMS out to 30754. When it comes to car insurance, you couldn't be in better hands. OutSurance was voted News 24 Short-Term Insurer of the Year for 4 years in a row. Built to Reader's Choice Best Insurer 4 years in a row. And City Press Reader's Choice Best Insurer Award 3 years in a row. Clearly, they all feel they're getting something out. SMS right now to see if you can switch and save. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754. OutSurance, licensed insurer in FSP. T's and C's online.
When Avukile was diagnosed with blood cancer, his only hope was a stem cell transplant from a matching donor. Thankfully, a perfect match was found, and Avukile received the transplant that saved his life. But thousands of patients in South Africa are still waiting to find their match. Together, we can give more patients like Avukile a second chance at life. Visit dkmsafrica.org.
This is an SABC-supported initiative.
As part of Africa Month, now we are profiling
Mozambique, Southeastern Africa. A nation of layered identity shaped by history and heritage. Over 2,000 kilometers of coastline, islands, coral reefs, and waters rich with life. Portuguese is the official language, but Makua, Sena, and Tsonga carry culture through communities. Bordered by South Africa, Eswatini, Zimbabwe, Zambia, Tanzania, and the vast Indian Ocean.
Mozambique gained independence in 1975. Freedom followed by years of civil war. A country tested deeply. Today, the nation rebuilds. Natural gas discoveries promise growth. Tourism returns to its shores, yet challenges remain. Poverty, cyclones, and conflict in the north. Still, the spirit holds. Music, dance, and community define everyday life. A culture that moves even through hardship.
Mozambique bends, but never breaks. In every wave, in every rhythm, in every voice, there is resilience. Mozambique, coastal, cultural, rising.
Africa Month on SAFM. Conversations, context, connection. X at SAfmRadio and at Ashraf Garda.
Right, South Africa's immigration crisis. What impact is that having on South Africa's brand reputation? Tsepo Matseba is the managing director of Reputation First. Tsepo, good to connect with you as always on the National Pulse.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. Great to be here. Thanks
Thank you.
For inviting me.
So let me ask you this then. I mean, does what happens locally within our borders, right? Does it ordinarily have an impact on how other countries perceive us in a way, for example, what may happen, I don't know, in India? There's lots of things happening domestically in India. Does that impact how we as a country perceive India?
Yeah, absolutely. It's the actions that we take as a country, either be it our leaders or citizens, or a lack of actions in that regard, does impact how other countries perceive us from an economic point of view, tourism point of view. Is it safe for us, me as a tourist, to go to South Africa? Investment point of view, is it safe for me to actually go and put my money in South Africa and help build infrastructure or run a business? So all those factors are taken into account. That said, it doesn't mean that we negate the fact. I think we should empathize with South Africans who say, well, the issue of illegal foreign immigration is excessive and needs to be managed. I think but that should be separated from the reality that how you react to that issue. If you react to that issue outside of the constitution of South Africa, you really create a perception and negative perceptions about the image and reputation of the country, which may lead to people deferring their investments to the country, their travel to the country, if they were coming here for tourism, their studies, if they were planning to study here, because they would be hold the perception, and not necessarily the fact, but the perception that we are an unsafe environment for foreign nationals.
Now, in how other countries perceive us, do they then make the difference between certain elements of civil society and their position regarding foreign nationals? Do they make the difference between people who are not part of civil society, but, agitators on their own, who are disgruntled as well regarding foreign nationals, as well as political parties and then the government? Do they make that distinction, or do they see it all as one?
Look, ordinarily, people, at different levels, different stakeholders will have different levels of understanding and appreciation of the challenges that we're facing as a country. So an investor will do a little bit more detailed analysis, even though we know that their decisions are based on perceptions to a certain extent. But they will come and invest in South Africa, and they still reinvest in the country because they see it as a viable investment destination, and that they are making money, and they're able to take their money whenever they need to leave. However, other spheres of society may not necessarily, of investors, of tourists, of visitors, may not necessarily look at South Africa in a critical lens. They look at the visuals and the optics, and they go, well, I'm going to form an opinion. And they form that opinion, and if I'm an international influencer or a journalist, and I form an opinion based on the pictures that I see, and based on one or two interviews that I may have seen online, I may actually hold a wrong view. But that wrong view might be sustained over a period of time, thus impacting South Africa negatively. And so stakeholders or the community globally doesn't use critical thinking all the time when they look at countries. Moreover, they actually use perceptions and the optics that they see online. Some of the optics may be wrong. And for a country like ours, it's a responsibility for us as citizens is there for us not to fuel the perceptions or optics that are not real, but instead to deal with things through the law and law enforcement, so as not to create an impression that we are an irrational nation that reacts adversely or violently towards foreign nationals.
Well, as someone who deals with reputation as a business, you'd be keeping a closer eye on exactly how South Africa is perceived right now. So what do you understand right now? How is our country perceived by key capitals of the world?
Yeah, look, I think globally, our trading partners, despite the negative sentiment that you often get, our trading partners understand that we are a viable destination for business, for events, for trade, for study, for tourism. And that's very clear. And when you're there, I'm talking about markets within the BRICS community, but also markets such as the U.S. In fact, when you look at our recent tourism numbers, you'll notice that Americans actually come to South Africa in numbers, despite President Donald Trump's perceptions and views that he has shared over a period of time, including Elon Musk. However, there is a pressing reality that in the Southern African region, especially SADC and in West Africa, you may have governments, those governments that have issued warnings about South Africa, maybe actually getting a signal and a perception that, hang on a second, it looks like South Africa is being anti-African. And you don't want that sentiment. And that's why we must, commend President Cyril Ramaphosa and his team for consistently saying that violence against foreign nationals is wrong. But in saying so, it doesn't mean that the continent itself has no responsibility towards managing socio-economic issues so that we can collectively take responsibility for responsible migration. So the foreign nationals who are here illegally in South Africa can be documented and that wave can be cleaned up. But then that the countries themselves in SADC and others can manage their economic issues better and communicate with citizens better so that we can minimize the influx of undocumented foreign nationals in South Africa.
You've been quoted as saying that South Africa must condemn without hesitation any violence, intimidation, or unlawful conduct directed at foreign nationals. If you've been quoted correctly, that suggests that we're not doing that at the moment. Surely we are.
I think we are condemning to a certain extent, but when you watch and observe, and I'm not talking about the videos of content that's been circulated of the past or things that happened that are being rehashed. But if we talk about the current protests, there are explicit areas where you can see foreigners being attacked, verbally abused, insults hurled at them, especially the business people. And now some of the comments, sexist remarks, some of the comments that you watch that were made by some of the leaders of the marches or protests actually border on violation of human rights. And the fact that there are no cases where individuals and some of the leaders have been called out directly, not as in a collective and broad picture, but directly calling out someone from a leadership point of view, I think that is a shortfall, and South Africa needs to be seen and perceived to be calling out the individuals so that they are consequences.
And who should be doing the calling out? Should it be government? Should it be the president, for example?
Yeah, I think the president can only do so much, but I think that if you look at the South African police, who's present at some of these protests, I believe that citizens and NGOs and politicians need to open cases, lay charges against those who violate human rights of foreign nationals, so that there may be consequences. Because the whole idea is not necessarily that you are saying South Africa is xenophobic, but you must be seen to be dealing with any form of violation of human rights and violence. Okay. And if you are perceived not to be doing that, you are creating problems for Africans, because we run businesses in Nigeria, we run businesses in Kenya. Our students are studying in some of these African countries. They are doing businesses there. So you make it difficult for South Africans to function in Mozambique, for example, if you really hurl insults at Mozambicans on the basis purely that they are darker. And unfortunately, the nightmare is that the black people who are African and perhaps undocumented in South Africa are the ones who are targets. The rest of the Europeans who may be here illegally are not targeted at all, and that's a shame.
Let's then talk about managing the reputation of the country, managing the communications narrative. It's a space, again, that you know pretty well. So should we be pronouncing in terms of how we as a country are facing these problems? Should we be pronouncing on that internally, as maybe we're doing? And should we be doing so externally? And if that's the case, who is doing that?
Yeah, South Africa has got institutions that are supposed to deal with domestic sentiment, brand image, and then there are institutions that deal with international sentiment. We are obliged as a country to articulate our position on an issue from a government point of view, and there you expect the different institutions such as Brand South Africa, to have a view and articulate that view consistently, but also SA tourism could have a view because the decisions and the activities that happen in the country do impact tourism. I think the Department of International Relations through the Minister Lamola has been very consistent in articulating our position and sometimes countering the views for example, of other countries who say, well, South Africa is not doing much and we are taking you to the African Union. And in fact, Lamola at that stage said that's unfortunate. And for that I think is being covered. But I think we need a far more coordinated strategy so that the different arms of government can articulate their position. And the private sector needs to speak as well and say that this place is safe. No one is under attack. We do have to make a distinction between sporadic events and events that are systemic and a pattern.
Okay, last question. Is South Africa in the midst of an immigration crisis? Yes, no?
Yes, absolutely, undoubtedly, because we have no means, it seems, to coordinate and control access to the country. So our borders are porous, and we are making, therefore, it easy for people to come to our country. And some of the elements that come into the country are criminal in nature, and as we've seen. And so it is the responsibility of the South African government and South Africa itself to ensure that access to South Africa is controlled. It's not very easy to get into Kenya, for example. If I were to go to Kenya and went there illegally, I would probably be deported quickly. If I went to Zim, the similar process would be. So our systems are weak, and we need to strengthen our system holistically.
Well, a broader question. Thanks for that, Tsepo Matseba. I'll tell you what, lots to consider from that conversation. The broader question coming out of that is, and Anita just put it out there, has South Africa's concept of Ubuntu, 1994 and beyond, are we paying the price for that absolute openness? Tsepo Matseba is the managing director of Reputation First. We'll have a podcast of that conversation put up in a few hours' time, so look out for that. Right, we'll have an update now on the court appearance of Fadil Adams in a moment.
Ashraf Garda is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube and X at SAfm Radio.
Well, I think it's a fair question to ask you. It's part of our daily theme is the big issue we're dealing with, right? South Africa's immigration crisis. How did we get here? What do we do next? And I'm really looking at solutions. What do we do next? So WhatsApp us. I'll take that to Sipho in Viking. I think it is. Sipho, hi.
Ashraf, how are you?
I'm good indeed, right? What's your point?
My point is, Ashraf, remember, I just want to emphasize the issue of migration, especially make an example about Zimbabwe.
Yeah.
Ashraf, there's no crisis in Zimbabwe. The president said so of Zimbabwe. He said on TV, "Kunakudla Zimbabwe, nabantwana bayafunda eZimbabwe, isebenzi khona." That is, I'm quoting the president of Zimbabwe.
Yeah, but why would you think the president's speaking the truth? Like, does his track record suggest that what he says goes?
It's his people.
No, we've had 1,000 countries where the president don't speak truly on behalf of their people. What I'm asking you is this. No, what I'm trying to understand you is this. Yes. Why would you take what the president says about his own country, that there's no crisis, when thousands of people leave that country? I know many people who talk about absolute poverty in that country. Why would we believe the president and not the people?
Because the very same people elected is a mouthpiece of the very same people.
Okay, but we should still believe him and not them.
And remember, Ashraf, let me try to emphasize the point here. We have a Lancaster Declaration. Mm-hmm. Something happened in Zim. They took farms and everything, and then the economy started to collapse. If they feel that action was wrong, let them give back the farms to the people whom they have taken the farms to, and then the sanctions will go away.
Okay.
Not that you keep your status quo in your country and then you run and bed in the next country.
All right. Okay, got that, Sipho. Listen, the reality is there's only so much the people can do. When we say the people shall govern, they do, but they don't totally govern. Some things are just out of their hands, aren't they? Sipho, thanks for that contribution. Absolutely worth thinking about. Let's talk about something internally next.
Ashraf Garda on SAfm.
This certainly dominated the news last week. National Coloured Congress MP Fadil Adams was back in the Pinetown Magistrates Court for a bail hearing today. We know he's been charged with fraud and defeating ends of justice linked to the alleged interference with investigations in the murder case of the ANC politician Sindiso Magaka. Now, let's find out what happened today in court. Zanele Buthelezi with me, SABC News reporter in KZN. Zanele, thanks for joining us on the National Pulse.
Hi,
Yeah, okay, your line's not that great. Hopefully you can speak up a bit louder. What in effect happened today?
Well, today, Mr. Adams is back in court for his bail application. Maybe let me take you back a bit. You remember that he was arrested on May 5th.
All right, look, I'm afraid we are absolutely battling to hear you. I'm not too sure what it is. Let me put you back to keys and see if we can just reconnect you, because we don't want to miss out on what you have to say. So let's see if we can fix that up, Zanelli. In the meantime, there's some comments from you. Let's play them.
Afternoon, Ashraf. It's Vugani from Durban. Your guest was talking about the reputation of a country, South Africa in this instance. I would have loved if you could have asked him about the hypocrisy of some of the African countries who have issued warnings against South Africa when they are extremely strict with their immigration and with their immigration laws, and have a history of deporting others in numbers, like Ghana, for instance. There's a lot of history around them deporting Nigerians in particular. So I would have loved you to have asked him about that. Thank you.
I think it's a fair point, although in the purpose of, with these conversations, time is a big issue, right? So we are governed by how many minutes we've got, which means we often can't ask about other things too. So we had to keep pretty straight, narrow, focused on what we needed to get out of that for today. But your point is taken. Zanele Buthelezi, you're back, right? Hi.
I'm back.
Okay.
I hope you are hearing me better
I
now.
certainly can. Right. What happened today?
Well, yes, the case is still going on here in the Pinetown Magistrates Court, where Fadil Adams is applying for bail. And what we've heard so far is a presentation made by both sides. First, it was the prosecution that presented the affidavits from the investigating officer in the matter. That was Sandile Mavuka, who's a part of the political killing task team based here in KwaZulu-Natal. And in the statement, he stated that Adams did visit the Westville prison to interview two accused in two different matters that were being investigated by the political task team. And that one of the accused that he did interview was the man by the name of Musi Sonengwa, who was accused of killing the former ANC Youth League leader, that was Sindiso Magaka. He was a councillor in the Mzimkhulu municipality when he was murdered in 2017. 2018, the PKTT made some arrests, including in those arrests was Mr. Ngengwa. Mr. Ngengwa, in his interaction with Adams, he made some statements and videos, and those videos Adams posted online, which the state says it happened without any knowledge of the investigating team in the matter. And also in the statement or affidavit that was read in court, the investigating officer states that when Adams went to Westville prison to interview Ngengwa, he did so under false pretenses. He misrepresented himself, claiming that he went there as a member of parliament who was conducting his duties as a member of parliament. However, the state says this was false because he went there in his personal capacity. And also what the investigating officer stated was that the Magaka family was shocked when they saw the videos circulated online of this accused and his claims that he was making in these videos, saying that they found the actions by Adams who have been very callous because they were never consulted in the whole process by Mr. Adams. And also they believe it was reckless of him to actually do so, go and interview this individual and then post his videos and statements online. And this is where the interfering with the police investigation comes in. But in terms of the fraud that he's accused of, it's alleged that he misrepresented himself, Mr. Adams, when he went to the prison. And also he asked or requested for blue light escorts from the Durban Metro Police from the King Shaka International Airport to Westville Prison to interview Ngengwa and back to the airport. And that was done, illegally, according to the state.
Okay. Thank you. Let's leave it at that. Zanele Buthelezi, SABC News reporter, covering the story of the bail hearing of the National Coloured Congress MP Fadil Adams. News headlines just go on 3:30 years on Delaimbana.
Thank you, Ashraf. On the news headlines, the Speaker of National Assembly, Toko Didiza, has extended the ad hoc committee that is looking into concerns of national security. The acting National Police Commissioner, Puleng Timpane, has welcomed the arrest of 11 suspects following the discovery of a multi-million rand drug manufacturing laboratory on a farm in Swartkrans in Northwest. And US President Donald Trump has arrived in Beijing, where he will hold talks with his Chinese counterpart Xi Jinping over the next 2 days. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
This is SAFM Sports with Tuming Khapele.
Jimmy, listen, I know I'm not in Pretoria, but I don't see a single sundown stop here. But what I do see is a lot of people wearing Orlando Pirates stops. Am I missing something?
I wonder why.
You're wearing black, by the way. Black and white.
I do have
I thought
a
I
touch
should
of
just
black
tell
and
you
white.
that. Well, there you are.
But I'm not wearing a Paris jersey, though.
And so am I wearing black and white. In
Yes,
case you haven't
so are
noticed,
you,
yeah.
actually. So are you. A very good afternoon to you, Ashraf, and our listeners. Well, Mamelodi Sundowns coach Miguel Cardoso has continued to be very adamant that the club's congested fixture schedule could ultimately cost them the title should rivals Orlando Pirates go on to dethrone them as champions. The Brazilians suffered only their second league defeat in the Betway Premiership last night, falling 3-2 away to TS Galaxy. And speaking after their final match of the season, Cardoso admitted that Sundowns failed to convert several clear-cut chances, but insists fatigue has also played a role.
What we wanted was to finish today the championship in the best way, by winning here and stating ourselves in terms of campaign, of points achieved, but very unfortunate match played in. But I know people will say that is excuses, but I don't know, but I invite anyone to really look the calendar that these boys have been submitted in the last 21 days. After playing Esperance, we played 7 matches in 21 days. This is the 4th in a row on the 3rd day. I don't know if you imagine what it is to do something like that. It's almost not sleeping at home. So obviously that I knew that the energy would not be high. The character had to be very, very, very on top, very much on top. But of course we made mistakes that we cannot do. In the last 2 matches, due to fatigue for sure, we exposed ourselves and we suffered goals that we never suffered. So throughout one entire season, well, since I came in the club, so quite unfortunate. Anyway, I think the team had a character in the first half to react to the 2 goals that we suffered. That is incredible because we started the game with Artur in front of the goalkeeper, 1 against the goalkeeper, and he was not able to score, to open the score.
So, Ashraf, I've got a question. And I mean, I've been asking Sundowns fans what they think about their coach because it seems like he always has some sort of complaint with regards to the fixtures. Knowing Sundowns from the previous years, have we not known the club to be somehow juggling their fixtures between League and CAF Champions League duties? Do they not have a humongous squad of quality players? But also, if it was any other club besides Orlando Pirates, do you think Cardoso would be complaining the very same way
that he's complaining now?
Well, I'm not Caruso, so I can't tell you, but I heard him say like they got too many games playing now. I have a solution for him. Get knocked out of all the other competitions early, then you don't have to worry.
Solution.
In fact, you can look at the example of Man United in England. They're having lots of holidays. You think they like it? They hate it. Because if you're a big club, you have big squads, right? And they must cater for it. So, no, they're paying the price of their own success now. What would they want? Not to be a leading team in the African continent and have less matches, or what?
Listen, the Sundowns fans that I spoke to, most of them are just saying, our coach just complains a lot. Like, literally, we know that we have a hectic fixture. We know. It's a fact. What do we do? Like, are we going to continue
You know why
complaining?
he's complaining? He now stands to be part of a fabulous trivia question. Name the first coach in a decade for Mamelodi Sundowns not to win a league title. That'll be a trivial pursuit question.
Literally. Well, listen, it's all to do for Orlando Pirates this weekend at a sold-out affair at Orlando Stadium, or the Armstell Stadium. And it'll be interesting to see if they'll be able to do it, because they just need 3 points. And then they have won the league. But in the meantime, Real Madrid President Florentino Perez has called club elections and also confirmed that he will stand for re-election. This is despite a second straight season without silverware. The 79-year-old insists that he will not resign, describing his decision as a response to what he calls an absurd campaign against the club. Madrid's struggles have included a Clásico defeat to Barcelona, a Champions League quarterfinal exit, and unrest around coach Alvaro. His future with Jose Mourinho linked to a possible return. In terms of cricket, Australia have named their 15-player squad for next month's T20 World Cup in England, with fast bowler Darcy Brown a surprise omission. Selector Sean Flegler says that the decision was based on conditions and team balance, with left arm Lucy Hamilton earning her first World Cup call-up instead. Now, the squad will be captained by Sophie Molineux, with Ashley Gardner and Tahila McGrath as deputies in that first major tournament since the retirement of Alisa Healy. And finally, in athletics, the athletics world is mourning the death of Ethiopian marathon runner Yabral Melese, who passed away at the age of 36. This is after falling ill during training in Addis Ababa. Melese was preparing for the Ottawa Marathon later this month, but suffered a medical emergency and could not be saved despite being rushed to the hospital. The Ethiopian Athletics Federation expressed its deep sorrow and also offered condolences to her family, friends, and fans. I'll have more on other sports in the next hour.
Okay, terrible story that indeed, but thanks for that to me.
As part of Africa Month, now we are profiling
Cape Verde, West Africa. An island nation in the Atlantic Ocean, located off the western coast of Africa near Senegal and Mauritania. A country shaped by the sea, volcanic islands, ocean winds, and a culture carried through music. Portuguese is the official language. Cape Verdean Creole gives rhythm to everyday life. The sounds of Morna and Coladeira travel far beyond its shores.
Cape Verde gained independence in 1975. A small nation that built stability through resilience and connection. Tourism, services, and remittances power the economy, one of West Africa's strongest democracies. But challenges remain: drought, limited natural resources, and economic dependence on imports. Still, Cape Verde continues to shine through creativity, education, and global influence.
Cape Verde turns isolation into connection. In every melody, in every island, in every journey, there is soul. Cape Verde, soulful, resilient, connected.
Africa Month on SAFM. Conversations, context, connection. As we celebrate 90 years of existence, SAFM takes you back to the voices that shaped a nation.
Olani Gwala will be back again for you 6 to 9 Monday here on SAFM.
And
Thanks, Tolani. Good morning and welcome to Morning Talk with me, Kim Gabadeli.
The name is Bonge Kwala. Good to be with you till midday today. Let's engage South Africa.
Welcome to Morning Talk on SAFM, South Africa's news and information leader, with me, Rowena Bird.
90 years of trusted voices. This is SAFM. Ashraf Garda on the National Pulse.
Right, so we're going to chat to Professor Lauren Landau coming up pretty shortly, but time for me to get to your calls as well. Impo in Joburg in the CBD. Hi, Impo.
Hello.
Hi, you live? Go for it.
Yes, thank you. No, I want to comment on this issue of illegal immigrants.
Yeah.
And I want to start by asking this question. Why is it a problem when South Africans start to raise their concerns about illegal foreigners in the country? And I think the very same illegal immigrants are getting it wrong because of now they are saying that South Africans don't want them in their country. And it is not like that. You know, African leaders have not been on board assisting South Africa when it comes to illegal immigrants. How do you allow your own people in your own country leave their own country illegally and want them come and stay in South Africa illegally? Why don't you assist at least South Africa with this crisis that South Africa is currently experiencing? Because of now this crisis is so big, the people of South Africa have come out and now they're busy fighting for their own. Because of the reality is everything, they feel like everything has been granted to illegal foreigners.
Okay.
So we have them here in illegal buildings here in Johannesburg. But when they have to be removed there, they must get a place to stay. Whereas South Africans are till today from 1996 are waiting for RDP houses.
But I mean,
So
can't you do both? Can't you make sure that we accelerate the RDP homes? They must have someone to stay. And then foreign nationals who are in the country, and many of them are refugees as well, I may add, right, that they are given places of refuge. At least we should do.
With the refugees and asylum seekers, that blame is on the government. Because of, I believe that there are rules or there were agreements made for asylum seekers to come within the country. So they should have taken care of those immigrants and made sure that they follow the laws of this country. So now, people from Zimbabwe, neighboring countries are, let me say Zimbabwe and Mozambique.
Okay, I need to push on. I mean, I've heard you. I think you've made your point. I hope you don't mind. I just need to get other voices as well. But your voice does matter, so thank you for that, right? Let's get to G in Pretoria. Hi, G.
Afternoon, Ashraf. How are you?
Afternoon indeed, right? Go for it. What's your point?
Yeah, Ashraf, you know what? I have a serious problem with so-called industry experts, professors and doctors coming into your show.
Sorry, a serious problem with who? Just repeat.
The so-called experts.
The so-called
professors
experts.
And,
Okay.
Yeah, and doctors coming onto your show.
Right.
All I hear from them is anti-South African rhetoric. The one solution that they're proposing to curb illegal immigrants is actually document them. And the worst part about that is that they stop there, document them. Then what after documenting those people? Are they now allowed to stay in their country by their millions? Does documenting them in their millions actually sort out the health issues that the health sector is experiencing, or the pressures that the education department is actually experiencing with the influx of illegal people and their children?
But your big question, you're saying you have a problem with these so-called experts and doctors, of social scientists. Are you saying they have an anti-South Africa sentiment? Where are they not saying it as it is, as opposed to being anti-South African?
Okay, the guy you just interviewed just now as well, he said South Africans now need to actually be punished, cases be opened against them for violating human rights of those legal or illegal foreigners. But I promise you, South Africans' human rights are violated every day. No one says anything about it. Now there's a special attention to these people to be protected, whereas South Africans are asking for the same protection, but no one is actually listening to them. That's what the guy you just interviewed said.
Okay, interesting point.
Not once they did. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I hear you. I mean, so if there's violations of human rights by South Africans, should we prosecute them or should we leave them alone by South Africans, firstly? That doesn't mean I'm separating different people. If South Africans commit acts of human rights violations, should we leave them alone because they're South Africans?
But in this case, he emphasized, he actually alluded to South Africans now being targeted and being sought after for violating the human rights of foreigners.
Okay.
So we've been targeted for fighting for what is our own now as well.
All right. Thank you for that, G. I have to move on. Always, time is a huge management act that we have to sort of fit into. So appreciate your input because, again, if we're asking you, can you get us to think about something today? Then, G, you've certainly done that, including the previous caller we had from Joburg as well. Absolutely did get us think, and that's really the whole purpose of these call-ins. You do that. What about chatting to Professor Lauren Landau? We'll do that next.
At SAfmRadio and at Ashraf Garda.
Right, so let me tell you what we're doing. Starting this week, every day around 3:45 approximately, we pick up an issue we call the big issue, and we run it with 5 different versions of the big issue, starting on Monday, which we did, right? And the big issue right now is South Africa's immigration crisis. How did we get here? And what do we do next? And I'd like to think that the focus must be on the what do we do next, right? So today is the turn of Professor Lauren Landau to talk to us. He's the professor of migration and development at the University of Oxford and research professor at the African Centre for Migration and Society. Appreciate your time, Prof. Landau. Thanks for joining us on the National Pulse.
It's a pleasure. Thanks for the conversation.
Thank you. Well, you can help us with 2 questions first, 2 short answers. Firstly, how did we get here? Are we in a, well, let me put it this way. Let me rephrase. Is South Africa experiencing an immigration crisis?
Well, it's an interesting question. Is it a crisis because of the number of immigrants? No, that hasn't changed substantially. It's gone up slowly but it's remained relatively constant as a percentage of the national population. Is it a crisis because of how it's framed? Absolutely. And it's a crisis that politicians are using to try to elicit votes and support. And of course, it's a crisis if you're on the street and someone comes up and harasses you, attacks you, kills you because they think that you're from the wrong place. Is this unmanageable? It is manageable. Is it going to go away no matter what we do? No. So we better find a way to manage it better.
Okay, so let's then talk about it because I asked the question, well, how do we get here? The matter is, what do we do next? What do we do next?
I guess it depends on what it is that we're trying to do. Is it try to protect South African jobs or create South African jobs? And in that case, we should enforce labor laws and we should make sure that people who are working, whether it's in the formal sector or the formal sector, have the protections that they need. And we should think about migration as something that can promote investment. All of the scientific literature, not the popular literature, all the scientific literature suggests there's huge potential benefits from migrants in terms of trade, business creation, skills, etc. How do we capitalize on that so South Africans and the South African economy more generally can benefit? That requires a kind of pragmatism. It means that we'll have to look at where South Africa sits within the region in terms of trade, in terms of resources. And it means we have to somehow get beyond this framing, which is about fear, about threat, about immediate danger. As long as that's what's driving the conversation, there's no way we're moving forward.
Let's then look at the numbers. There's a perception, and it's been at pains by many people to say South Africans are not xenophobic, as in targeting a certain people or race because they are that people. They are disgruntled by foreign nationals who are here undocumented, who it comes across they are keeping them out of their own jobs, South Africans. And as we know, with South Africa's unemployment numbers yesterday, again over 32%, massive numbers, 15 to 24 goes up to something like 60%. That in fact what they're targeting is what they see as their future being taken away from them. Now, does that hold any water?
Well, the fact that people are disgruntled, the fact that people are very uncertain about their economic futures, which means they're also uncertain about whether they can be married, whether they can buy a house, whether they can live comfortably, that holds water. Everyone has a reason to be uncertain. The economy is in bad shape, price of fuel is going up, etc. We know that is real. Are immigrants the reason for that? For almost no one, the answer is yes. People believe that immigrants are why they don't have jobs, but just the numbers alone don't match up. Depending on how you calculate, it's somewhere 18 to 12 million unemployed people, 2 to 3 million immigrants. That's 8 or 9 million jobs that have nothing to do with immigration that people don't have. And a lot of those immigrants are creating jobs, or hiring, or are highly skilled and helping to build the economy.
So are you saying
right?
if we,
so the
if
numbers
we,
just don't match up.
So you're saying if we remove all the immigrants, let's just say that we remove them from the equation, right? Then 3 million of the 8 million jobs that are currently not available to South Africans will be taken up by locals, okay? Currently. And then you're saying another 5 million or so would still be unemployed, and that will not solve the problem whatsoever.
Definitely would not solve the problem. But as Julius Malema, one of the few things he said that makes a lot of sense, if you attack someone who's running a shop, you don't get that shop. You can start your own shop anyway, right? A lot of immigrants are business people. A lot of immigrants are in jobs that they have skills for that South Africans don't yet have. So it's not even if you take those 3 million away, there are new 3 million jobs for South Africans. But even if you take them away, we still have a huge unemployment crisis on our hands. The solution to that is structural change, not immigration policy.
Okay, the structural change, unfortunately, won't happen in one day, right? It takes longer than building a building. We know that. I'll get to that in a moment. Let's just stay with the numbers. So yesterday, I chatted to the head of Stats SA, who made the point that there's a 60% chance of a foreign national getting a job versus a 30, and I'm rounding off numbers here, a 30% chance of a South African getting a job for the same job. But he qualified it by saying that is at the lowest entry positions. And that explains why so many South Africans in impoverished communities are the most disgruntled about foreign nationals, because they see that as taking away their jobs because it's low entry. What are your thoughts on that?
Right. I think when we look at that sort of sector, that is where we see competition, particularly in sectors that are not very well regulated. So agriculture, construction, some elements of hospitality, etc. There is competition there. Absolutely. Of course, we also have the issue that if an immigrant doesn't get a job, they leave the country, right? They can't stay because they don't have access to public services. They won't have the family support networks. So we have a selection bias. The immigrants who come to cities are highly entrepreneurial, they're risk takers, etc. They're going to fight for these jobs. But it is at that sector where there is real competition, and probably immigrants are part of why those sectors are dangerous, why those sectors are so poorly paid. Getting rid of immigrants is not the solution. Ensuring that legal that employers comply with all of the laws is how we solve that problem.
All right, let's go back to your initial statement when you spoke about structural change, Professor Landau. So what does structural change mean? Give it expression, and how long would that take?
Right. I mean, obviously, we're not talking about shifting the nature of the economy overnight. What we have seen over the last 10 or 15 years is South Africa shedding jobs, right? We've lost jobs in industry. Load shedding has had a huge impact on people's willing to invest. Corruption, electricity, water, infrastructure decline. Those are all things that prevent job growth. What South Africa needs is to reinvest in those things. And ironically, given the popular discourse, immigration can be a critical part of how we rebuild the South African economy. Part of why people won't invest in South Africa is because there is a skills shortage when it comes to engineering or accounting, etc. We can train those people. There are South Africans who will learn those things, but they're not ready today. We need people who can take those jobs today. That will come from immigration. We need to think about
what level of jobs are we talking about? Are we talking again at higher level, higher skill jobs, or are we talking again at those easy to enter jobs that has been discussed before, like waiters again?
Yeah, I mean, clearly at that higher level, highly technical people, there are skills that only a few countries produce. But even at the level of trained artisan, I think that is something where we've really struggled in South Africa with the kind of training colleges to produce people who can fulfill all those jobs. Those can come quickly. But what I'm saying is that we need to think about what are the various strategies that we need to rebuild to create the jobs for South Africans, for the South Africans, the population that we have and that will be here in the future. And we're not doing that. Instead, we're focusing on how do we remove some people from the labor market, but without creating additional jobs, which is what we really need to do.
Well, what about, you spoke about the structural changes and immigrants can play a very important role. I get that. The problem is, how much time do we have? I look at it now in football terms. If you are a coach and you need to win 3 games out of 5 to not get relegated, your priority is not to get a new striker. That's next season's problem. The first job is to win the 3 games, right? How do we win the 3 games? Like the immediate to stay afloat.
Right, and I think this is exactly how the politicians are seeing this. We have an election coming up in November. There's a national election in a few years. They need to show to the South African population that they're doing something to help South Africans. That's welcome. They should be doing something to help South Africans. But what we would like to see, I think, is less this kind of fear-mongering and kind of distractions and more concrete proposals. I think South Africans are forgiving. South Africans are resilient. If one of the parties came with a real concrete plan to show us what they would do to rebuild the economy, people would support and embrace that. Instead, what we're getting is distractions and fear-mongering, which even if they got rid of all the immigrants, which won't happen, is not going to create jobs for anyone. And in the long term, we're all going to suffer, including those same politicians.
Okay, let's leave it at that. I appreciate your input here on what we call the big issue on the national path. Professor Lauren Landau, thank you for your time, and I welcome your comments on that. I mean, part of that is, should we tighten up labor laws? I mean, but again, how do you, and I think it's a fair question, how do you, in any country, how do you allow an undocumented foreign national to operate freely in a country? In fact, that doesn't happen in Dubai. I'm just using an example. In fact, there you legitimately have a job. You lose your job. I think you get like 3 months. You can tell me if you know more, like 3 months to pack up and go. Now, that doesn't mean, the flip side of that, we can't have a situation where we chase people out in their droves. But something creative has got to happen. And what I'm looking for is one of you providing the type of leadership by calling in and say, here's the creative solution. So let's hear that. Right, here's comments from you.
Good afternoon, Ashraf, and good afternoon to the SFM listeners. It's Mfunda from Durban. Ashraf, this country is a ticking time bomb, and people are going to show their frustration in a bad way. Last year alone, there was only 525 working critical skills visas that were issued to foreign nationals. Now we're in a country that now lost 300,000 jobs in a couple of months, and the government or South Africa only makes 100,000 a year. Now you need to understand that it's not anymore. It's now a battle for resources, and that is why you're going to get frustration, and you're also going to get this anti-illegal immigrant stance that South Africans are beginning to now take.
Okay, point made. Let's get further points. That issue about Zimbabwe, I asked the caller, show me the receipts, right?
Good morning, brah. How are you? It's Carlton from Eastern Cape. I just want to comment on the recent guy was saying about Zim. The president said things are all right. The president must not speak for the half of the million people. If the Zimbabwe economy was right, there will be no Zimbabweans here in South Africa. These guys, president, they speak just to cover things for them so that people, they will continue voting for them. But for the reality, the Zim economy, it's very, very bad. Yeah, very, very bad. Stop lying to people and say Zim, it's okay, people, they are employed. Why there are a lot of Zimbabweans here?
Well, I mean, look, that's the narrative I've heard over and over again. It's not bad. It's very, very bad. Even money transfers can't just happen. People don't just pack up a country and leave their families there and come and, work here to send money home just because they feel like it. Why would they do that?
Afternoon, Ashraf. It's Thokozani in Durban. In the conversation about illegal immigrants in the country, when professors and titled people are speaking there on the radio from wherever office they speak from, they criticize South Africans and perhaps call them xenophobic at times, and those things come up and how South Africans should stop doing what they are doing, but they actually don't say that South Africans should stop because the government is doing this. And these things have happened in 2008, and the government criticized South Africans, and South Africans were ordered to stop doing whatever they were doing. And since then, the situation has gotten worse. So what do you say South Africans should do?
Okay, are you asking a question? What else are South Africans meant to do? Right, there's more comments from you, so keep them coming via live calls when we open the lines, via WhatsApp as well, text or voice note. Voice notes must be 30 seconds, please. Otherwise, we have serious difficulty playing it. Anyway, this is the National Pulse. It's time for the news at 4 years on Della.
Thank you, Ashraf. On the top stories, deadline of the ad hoc committee extended, and Acting National Police Commissioner welcomes the arrest of suspects in a drug bust. For SAFM News, I'm Ondalambana, and a very good afternoon. The Speaker of the National Assembly, Thoko Didiza, has extended the deadline of the ad hoc committee that is looking into concerns of national security. The committee was established after damning allegations by KZN top cop Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi of political interference and the infiltration of the SAPS by criminal syndicates. The lifespan of the ad hoc committee expired at the end of last month. Zaylene Merrington reports.
Parliament has published a notice in which it states that in terms of Rule 253, an ad hoc committee may be revived if it has not yet completed its work by the date that was set. In terms of the rule of the NA, the mandate and membership of the committee remains the same. The committee met late last month and is now in the process of compiling its report. The committee has had at least 4 extensions in the almost 8 months it has been established. Its new deadline is to report back to the National Assembly no later than 12 June. Zaline Merrington, SABC News, Parliament.
Meanwhile, Didiza has tabled the Section 89 report that recommended that an impeachment committee be established to look into a prima facie case against President Cyril Ramaphosa. The tabling is in line with the process that Didiza set out on Monday on how she will implement last Friday's Constitutional Court judgment. The court ruled that Parliament should establish an impeachment committee to look into allegations of foreign currency stolen from Ramaphosa's Palapala farm in 2020. The Health Department says Minister Aaron Motsoaledi has sent his condolences to the bereaved family of the pedestrian who died after his official vehicle hit them on the N1 outside Bilabila in Limpopo. A woman with child who was strapped on her back were crossing the road to a scene where her husband was earlier hit and killed by a vehicle driven by an off-duty police officer. The minister's vehicle was driven by a member of the Protection Security Services. The woman's other child survived. Department spokesperson Foster Mohale says police are investigating.
While the matter is currently handled by the police, Minister of Health Dr. Aaron Motsoaledi would like to extend his deepest condolences to the family of the deceased on the tragic loss of their loved ones.
The Acting National Police Commissioner Puleng Dimpane has welcomed the arrest of 11 suspects following the discovery of a multi-million-rand drug manufacturing laboratory on a farm in Swartdragens in Northwest. Police say the suspects include 4 Mexican nationals and 1 woman. National Police spokesperson Athlenda Mate says investigations into the matter are continuing.
This intelligence-driven operation resulted in the successful dismantling of the drug lab worth 100 million and the arrest of the suspects. Lieutenant General Dimpane commends members for their continued commitment in dismantling organized crime syndicates involved in the manufacturing and distribution of drugs.
U.S. President Donald Trump has arrived in Beijing, where he will hold talks with his Chinese counterpart Xi Jinping over the next 2 days. Talks between the two nations are expected to cover their tense trade relationship, the war in Iran and U.S. arms sales to Taiwan. The BBC's Stephen McDonald has the details.
Xi Jinping once warned of the dangers posed by the US and China seeing one another as primary competitors, yet that's exactly what they are. But over the next 2 days, they'll look for areas of potential cooperation. With the tariff war launched by Donald Trump, a continuation of the current détente might be the best to hope for. China's leader wants the US to reduce arms sales to Taiwan, and the US president wants his Chinese counterpart to pressure Iran into opening the Strait of Hormuz.
Recapping the top story, the Speaker of the National Assembly, Toko Didiza, has extended the deadline of the ad hoc committee that is looking into concerns of national security. I'm Ndilambana for SAfm News. Headlines at 4:30.
In sports this hour, Nelson Mandela Marathon to replace Cape Town Marathon in October, and Erasmus names purpose-driven squad for Bok Camp. More details at 4:30.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Very good afternoon, Joburg. First up, the Mike 1 South. Pretty heavy today already, queuing from around Parktown all the way down to Boysons. N1 Ravonia down to Willie Mandela is jam-packed, and the N1 North has a breakdown at New Road, so pressure on from as far back as Buccleuch. Interchange. A couple of breakdowns around the Greater Durban area, one on the usual N2 northbound before Gateway, so automatically a queue pushing back the N2 north from as far back as KwaMashu Highway, and quite a backlog going into Pietermaritzburg. It's been really busy today. There's a stationary truck, another one today, just after Ashburton, between Ashburton and Market Road. So from Linfield Park, it all gets pretty heavily backed up through that Ashburton area. Some changeable information coming in from Cape Town with regards to the N1 between Worcester and Paarl. Now, the N1 driving into Cape Town has been reopened, so you can come into Cape Town between Worcester and Paarl. There are some stop-goes around the Rawsonville Weighbridge, which authorities say can add 90 minutes to your trip time. But if you're going out of Cape Town, you shouldn't even be trying to get through the Huguenot Tunnel. Outbound is still closed. The Toys Kloof outbound is still closed as well. So you've got the R101 and the N1, both closed going outbound, both open coming inbound. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAfm. You're listening to the National Pulse, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
So, do you have a solution for South Africa's immigration or immigrant crisis? Now, I say that, remember before when Trevor Manuel was the Minister of Finance, he would have those tips for Trevor. So let me put out this challenge to you right now, okay? I understand the levels of discontent, disgruntlement, concern, anxiety, frustration from many people in South Africa, South African nationals and foreign nationals living in the country. Something has to change, and you know that. So just for now, can we be creative and seriously look at the future and say, if I told you we know where we are, how do we get where do we want to get to? And how do we get there? Can we then look for solutions? Be completely optimistic, wonderfully creative brain whizzes looking and providing the type of solutions that this country needs. And what would they be? Send us a WhatsApp right away. We'll bank it and play it as soon as we can. In the meantime, we'll talk about other things. There's, as you've heard on the news, the plans to revive the ad hoc committee. Okay, that's one. And there's issues regarding the energy unit in eThekwini, and that being under pressure means they can't hire people, and that puts them under even more serious pressure. We'll talk about that next.
The pain of losing a loved one is never easy. At Clientele, we understand that burying loved ones with dignity truly matters. Our funeral plans pay out cash within just 24 hours, and you receive 200 Rand airtime when you claim. Plus, we cover up to 13 people on one plan. SMS SAFM to 48031. That's 48031. Clientele Life is an authorized FSP and licensed life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
As part of Africa Month, now we are profiling
Lesotho, Southern Africa. Southern Africa's mountain kingdom, completely surrounded by South Africa, a nation defined by altitude, the only country in the world entirely above 1,000 meters. Mountains shape the land and the people, remote, rugged, resilient. Sesotho is the language of the nation, a voice of unity, culture, and pride.
Lesotho gained independence in 1966, a small country with a strong identity. Its economy is driven by textiles, water exports, and labor links to South Africa. But challenges remain: unemployment, poverty, and economic dependence. Still, community holds firm, tradition is preserved, and dignity stands tall.
Lesotho stands above and stands strong. In every mountain, in every path, in every voice, there is strength. Lesotho, high, proud, unshaken.
Africa Month on SAfm. Conversations, context, connection. SAfm has signed a code of conduct that is enforced by the Broadcasting Complaints Commission of South Africa. Under the code, we are committed to giving news that is accurate, comment that is fair, and programming that is not harmful, does not amount to hate speech, or contain violence or explicit sex. If you think we are not living up to that code, then you can inform the Broadcasting Complaints Commission of South Africa. Direct any complaints in writing to the Broadcasting Complaints Commission of South Africa. PO Box 142365. Craig Hall 2024. Fax to 011-326-3198 or an email to bccsa@nabsa.co.za. For more information, please visit www.bccsa.co.za. X at SAfm Radio and at Ashraf Garda.
Well, let's. So I am looking at solutions. Can we genuinely find creative ways? That doesn't mean I don't want to know about your frustrations. I want to know about it. But more importantly for now is, can we find solutions to South Africa's immigration crisis that I can pass on to the president to say, hey, these are the brightest minds in the country, and look at what they've come up with. Well, I'll tell you what, let's talk about the revival of the ad hoc committee. That's an interesting one. The parliamentary speaker, Toko Didiza, has revived an ad hoc committee probing allegations of police corruption, as you're well aware of. Now, that should have officially ended already. Let's understand why has this been revived. With me is Dr. Mxolisi Matebula, the independent policing and crime expert. Dr. Matebula, welcome to the National Pulse.
Good afternoon, Ashraf, and good afternoon to the listeners. Thanks for having me.
Help us with some context here. Why has the ad hoc committee? Why are we now looking to revive it? What has happened?
I think the Speaker of Parliament didn't have much choice but to grant them an extension, because what they need to do now is just to consolidate the report. And politicians, when they have to deliberate, it won't be as easy like in Madanga. But here you have political members coming from different political parties with different ideologies. They'll have to agree at some point, disagree at some point. That takes some time as well. So I think it was necessary for her to grant them the extension.
So, you're not surprised at all?
I'm not surprised at all. Looking at their day-to-day duties as well, it's quite a lot. But my main worry is on the members that are part of the Portfolio Committee on Police, because they have a lot to do. They need to, try and extinguish the fire, because CSAP is on fire. So that is their duty. They need to work double time to restore the credibility of the institution, the integrity of the institution. That is what they need to do. But spending time on this other committee, it doesn't do us much good on the part of the SAPS.
Well, I will talk about that in a moment. When we talk about an extension, what would the extension allow them? More research, more witnesses, more what?
I don't see them calling more witnesses, because what they need to do now is to get to the findings, factual findings and factual recommendations, so that they are able to present those findings and recommendations to Parliament in time. I don't see them calling more witnesses, but hey, politicians, anything is possible.
But have they given a terms of reference to say this then means what? More time simply to close the books on this issue?
Indeed. I feel their pain. This is a very tight schedule, a tight deadline as well. Because if you look at it from now up to the 12th of June, it's not too far, considering that they have other issues from their political parties. They have other duties. From Parliament, they have other duties. And now this other committee will also be, taking from their time. So it might be tight, but they have to work day and night to make sure that we have this report, because we can't wait to read their report, considering that if you look at what Madlanga has done and what they have done, there are too many disparities, and we want to see what will be their findings after what they went through the entire process, and what will be the recommendations, most importantly.
How do you think the extension of the ad hoc committee or the revival will play out in the court of public opinion?
We always have our views as the public. That is given. But others may think, no, they are trying to take the process for no reason. But for them to get to factual findings, I think it's important for them to deliberate. And again, as I said, we have politicians from different parties. Others will are just there to ensure that they protect their very own who appeared before the committee. Others are there to make sure that they want to prove a point that they can also nail. So it will be a very tedious process.
What should we be looking out for now, between now and that final report?
Not much, because what they'll be doing it behind closed doors. I don't think that the deliberations, the findings, and recommendations will be done in public. But the only thing that we can do is just wait for the report and hope that that report will do justice to what we saw and heard during the testimonies of various witnesses. You remember, even in the Madlanga Commission's report, we never heard of the likes of Mr. Mkhunu, the likes of General Sibiya. We have that hope that perhaps they will touch on those as well.
Yeah, maybe that's a good way to end. Just before we do that, these issues around the various allegations that have taken place, and therefore being, in this case, investigated, right? Do you think, therefore, that ultimately, and I'm narrowing it down to the ad hoc committee only, would it have served its purpose?
In my view, not really, because when I watched the proceedings, it was mainly political. Instead of looking at facts at some point, others will try to defend their own. There were so many things that I was not quite happy about, and I don't think they've done justice to the entire process. I don't think so.
Okay, anything else? What were you not happy with?
I remember when one police general, I don't know, I think it was General, I can't remember the name, the one of BBL. I was not happy. When I think it signed, there was a PA to Paul O'Sullivan as well. Some of the witnesses were not treated in a respectable manner. And at some point, I would look at them and say, these are parliamentarians, these are lawmakers, these are the people who are supposed to show that they know the laws and they respect other people as well. But there were so many things that happened there that shouldn't have happened. But it's Parliament for us.
Okay, it's Parliament for us, Dr. Mxolisi Matebula. Thanks for your time and appreciate your insights here on the National Pulse. And as always, that's an opinion. That's one person's perspective. You have your own perspective. You can react. Let's get your reaction next.
You can become a victim of a legal problem: wrongful arrest, assault, uncontested divorce, rental disputes, maintenance matters, or labor problems. It can happen to you. Clientele Legal provides tough professional lawyers for an affordable monthly premium. Our legal team is standing by to assist you 24 hours a day. Join today. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
With the ever-changing financial landscape, it can be difficult to make sense of all the moves at times. Join me, Jimmy Moyaha, on the SAFM Market Update with MoneyWeb, Mondays to Thursdays, 6 to 7 p.m, as we break down the key market trends, top financial stories, and smart investment insights, all in one place. It's everything you need to stay financially informed and ahead of the curve.
Conversations that you connect with and react to. SAFM.
Any thoughts on the revival of the ad hoc committee, although it appears, based upon my conversation with the analysts we just had, that in fact it's not so much more witnesses, it's actually more time to complete their work. So I think In the meantime, Tekwini's energy unit is under pressures. Staff shortages and budget constraints weaken service delivery amid rapidly expanding informal settlements, around the city of Durban. So hundreds of thousands of households still unserved and rising electricity losses. The municipality struggles to keep up with electrification demand, illegal connections and infrastructure strain. I hear that in so many of our metros, okay? So what's the plan regarding the energy unit being under pressure and unable to do its work? Therefore, with me is Tapelo Mohapi, the General Secretary of the Abadlahli Basim John Dolo. Appreciate your time and thanks for joining us on the National Pulse.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon to the listeners.
Thank you so much, Ryan. So talk to us about what you see as the energy unit of Tekwini, that area being under pressure, and therefore there's staff shortages, and that directly impacts service delivery.
Yes, that is true. There is a crisis when it comes to the energy, particularly electricity in the Tekwini municipality. But the informal settlements that are connecting to the grid without paying or offering anything is as a result of the municipality's failure to actually electrify the informal settlements. The people in the informal settlements want to pay.
I tell you what, Tapelo, we're just struggling to hear you at the moment. Let's see if Keys can reconnect you. Otherwise, we're going to miss out on all the things that you say. We certainly want to know what the Abatlali representative has to say. So let's see if we can sort that out in a moment, right? In the meantime, let's get to some of your thoughts. And one of them is the issue of government and media to find solutions. Interesting.
Shalom Ashraf, this is Wisdom. The situation of the foreigners, illegal immigrant that are in the country. Okay, what is the problem here? The problem is the government and the media. This is the first. And secondly, we as South Africans, we have the problem. Now, how to solve this problem? Government and media must stop try to continuously condemn, but don't come with solutions and intervene in the way South Africans that is raising these issues. Secondly, people or foreigners, they don't enter in this country like ghosts or butterflies. They enter via borders, airports, and all these places through us South Africans. So we need to be true, and us South Africans start to be true to ourselves and do what is right. Thank you. Bye.
The question is, what actually is what is right? I think everybody battles with that. Tapelo Mohapi from Abatlali, rather, back with us. Hopefully the line's better this time. I was asking you about the impact of service delivery in informal settlements to a large degree because of the Tekwini energy unit itself being under so much pressure. Tell me more about that.
Yes, often whenever there is a crisis in the city, in the metros, the poor and marginalized, particularly those who are living in informal settlements, are the ones that are blamed for, tapping into services that are not provided to them and that the city is unable to provide services for them. But the people in the informal settlement, the reality is that they would want to pay. And I think a city that is progressive would actually allow people to be able to pay for the electricity and install electricity. The so-called illegal connections that are taking place because of the service delivery that is taking forever to get to the people in the informal settlement. So therefore, people connect water and connect electricity as a result of the failure of the municipality to provide these services to the people at a speedy, so that people can be able to pay. So we want to pay. We want to pay for electricity, we want to pay for water in the informal settlements, but we cannot do that if the city does not provide it. And these things are needed and essential for our lives.
So how do you think you get that right between you wanting to pay, although many people in those communities can't afford to pay, and the city that says, if we don't get the money, we are unable to hire people, which then compromises our own service delivery to the people?
Yes, I think there should be a radical approach to this. Identify people in the informal settlement. Of course, you can work with us as the Shack Dwellers movement to identify those who are unable to pay because of the unemployment rate that increases. And one of the reasons, of course, for municipalities to underperform is that there is a low revenue, and that low revenue is caused by the economic crisis that we are facing. And that's why I'm saying that often, whenever there's a crisis economically, the poorest of the poor in the informal settlement are the ones that are blamed and become scapegoating for these. But there are people in the informal settlements who can pay for electricity. There are those who cannot. So there needs to be identification of that, and the city must provide for those who can pay, who are right now connected to the grid, and see if there are any other means to provide cheaper ways for those who are unable to pay, because there are very desperate families in the informal settlement. But not everyone who lives in the informal settlement needs services for free from government, needs housing from the government. The rapid provision of service stands, provision of services for people who are in the informal settlement. And if you apply that UISP, the upgrading of informal settlement policy, you will be able to deal with all these crises that we are facing, that we are talking about every day, because it speaks to how do you bring services to people who are in needy, but to those who can pay as well.
What then is that overall solution? I mean, you're talking about providing services, because I take it as I talk to you that therefore living in informal settlements, as you talk about shack dwellers, right? It must be the most difficult thing. I mean, can you share with us, anecdotally, what's it like?
Yeah. No, it's a terrible state. Right now, we were in one of the communities in Ward 101 in the Ekenana area. The gift of the givers gratefully so provided some form of sanitation, 12 toilets for the community as a donation, flush toilets that were built with containers, public toilets, communal toilets. And this is, of course, an example of how you can actually slowly bring incremental services to the poor and marginalized. And we think that government should do that. We have stories of women who are sexually harassed for seeking a basic necessity. 32 years down the line into democracy, they are sexually harassed on their way to seek a basic necessity like a toilet. It's unheard of in a democratic country. So people right now, as the floods, the heavy rains are coming, people are in the community halls, they've lost everything. In the shack fires, all these things happen as a result of services not being provided in the informal settlements. And therefore, people struggle, face these struggles on a daily basis. So it's like living in a pigsty in the informal settlements. And sometimes children are exposed to diseases that children who live in affluent areas do not have to face. So there are many rights that have been trampled on as a result of the conditions that people who are living in formal settlement face on a daily basis.
Mm-hmm.
So we are saying to government, work with us. We have a plan, and we know that not everyone who lives in the informal settlement is a house beneficiary from the state. Let's identify those. Let's build social housing at a speed rate so that people can contribute. The revenue municipalities can get from certain people in the informal settlements, but the municipality, if they do not provide services, they would not understand who really can pay for services in the informal settlement and those who are, unable to do so.
And just lastly, you say the invite is to government to work with us. Is government working with us?
Well, the government is working against us. Right now, we have a bill that seeks to evict people who from the informal settlements, criminalizes activists like ourselves who are protecting people from unjust evictions that are taking place. So that on its own, a bill that is not actually communicated with us, the people who are affected on the ground, and we hear it on the news. And so you have a government that does not speak to the people and speak about the people. And if the government speaks to us, then we will have solutions to our own problems. It's only it's only the people who are in a crisis that knows how to get out of that crisis. But if the government thinks that they can take us out of this crisis that we are facing in the informal settlements of disasters like floods, and fires and talk about us without us, then it would not solve the solution. But we're saying that government must come on board, involve us in the discussions, in the decision making, so that we become the stewards of our own struggle, and we give government advice on how to get out of this situation.
Well, thank you for giving me an insight into the brain's trust of the shack dwellers, I would say. Much appreciate your time. Government must work with us, not against us, says Tapelo Mohapi. I wonder if you concur with him. Let's get the news headlines. Here's Ondela Mbana.
Thank you, Ashraf. On the news headlines, the Department of Home Affairs says it costs over 60 million rand each year to deport foreign nationals by road through the neighboring countries. The Speaker of the National Assembly, Togo Didiza, has extended the deadline of the ad hoc committee that is looking into concerns of national security, and gunshots have been reported inside the Philippine Senate, which has been put under lockdown by security forces trying to arrest a fugitive senator. A full update follows at the top of the hour with Greg Rose.
SAFM, guiding you through the
Good afternoon. Fairly busy on the run through Midrand. Traffic currently under pressure from around about Buccleuch all the way through to SAmRadio Road before you can safely feel like you've got through the worst of it. Reasonably heavy for a Wednesday as you head up through that region on your way to Pretoria. The main road from Bryanston up towards Witkoppen is heavy, and Beyers Nordier, if you're leaving Cresta, quite a backlog out towards the M1 highway and across it towards the Rampark Ridge area. N3 North struggling today between Geldermees and the link to the N12 East at Gilulu's interchange, and that Mike 1 solid from Parktown through to Boysons. It's been a very busy day today, getting up from Ashburton into Pietermaritzburg, one stationary truck after another, and we have another just there at the moment. It's just past the Ashburton exit, pushing a queue back through towards Linfield Park. And what happens when it's so busy like that? The N3, the R103 up through Polly Shorts gets busy with motorists diverting away from that. Breakdown on your way to Durban, just around the Cliffdale exit. Left lane is currently closed, and a major backlog if you're heading north on the N2 from Durban, from Queen Nutty Drive up towards the Gateway, a breakdown causing that backlog as well. Some good news coming in from Cape Town this afternoon, the N1 inbound. So you're driving to Cape Town, N1 inbound between Worcester and Paarl via the Huguenot Tunnel has been reopened. The old R101 to Toys Kloof Pass is open for inbound travel, but both the N1 out of Cape Town and the Toys Kloof Pass out of Cape Town remain closed. You can't get through that area leaving Cape Town. You can come in. There are some stop-go controls which will cause some problems and delays around Rawsonville, but apart from that, the inbound sides have been reopened. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAFM Sports with Tuming Kapele.
So, truly, we touched on this the other day, that there's going to be a change of that Cape Town City Marathon.
Yeah,
right?
The inaugural Nelson Mandela Marathon will make its debut in Cape Town on the 18th of October. This is after taking over the traditional slot previously occupied by the Cape Town Marathon. The race weekend will feature a full marathon, half marathon and fun run events aimed at attracting runners of all levels. During the launch of the Nelson Mandela Legacy Sporting Series in Johannesburg, Galazo South Africa CEO Bruce Parker confirmed that the new marathon was introduced following successful discussions with all stakeholders.
Essentially, we've taken the Cape Town Marathon slot, and I think the idea being that we would actually in the end work with the Cape Town Marathon and work with comrades, and the timing for the marathon is a perfect qualifier going forward. So that's what we're working towards. Although the whole idea about the Nelson Mandela Marathon is to remember and to honor the values of Nelson Mandela. So it's a value-based event, not necessarily based on timing and records. It's more for people to run and to live by the values of Nelson Mandela.
In football, TS Galaxy coach Bernard Parker says that he sensed a renewed energy and belief from his players ahead of facing Mamelodi Sundowns, a side that they defeated 3-2 to secure their top flight status. Parker stepped into the role under immense pressure following a 10-match winless run that left the club staring at the threat of relegation, forcing chairman Tim Sukazi to dismiss Adnan Beganovic with 5 matches remaining. In the meantime, the 2026 FIFA World Cup will begin at the legendary Estadio Azteca in Mexico City, where both Pele and Diego Maradona lifted the trophy in past tournaments. The refurbished stadium, now with a capacity of 83,000, reopens to host the opening match on the 11th of June, with Mexico facing South Africa. Now, Mexico will stage just 13 of the tournament's 104 matches, but becomes the first nation to host games at 3 different World Cups. The Aztecas' history includes Pele's Brazil dazzling in 1970 and Maradona inspiring Argentina in 1986. In rugby, Springbok coach Rassie Erasmus has named a 40-man squad for the team's second in-person alignment camp in Cape Town next week, describing it as purpose and goal-driven. The group includes first-time invitees Sibaba Lwa Mahashe and Siketelo Siyaya, alongside familiar faces such as Frank Horn and the likes of Hanko van Wyk. With several experienced players sidelined through injury, Erasmus says that the camp aims to expose emerging talent to the Springbok structures and standards, building depth for the next 2 seasons and beyond. In cycling, decorated South African cyclist Lutando Kaka says that the addition of Mozambique in this year's Legacy Nelson Mandela Ride for Hope adventure is aimed to expand the legacy of Nelson Mandela beyond South Africa's borders and promote unity through sport. The Nelson Mandela Foundation recently launched the Legacy Sporting Series, which includes the Nelson Mandela Marathon on the 18th, which I just spoke about, the cycling tour from the 2nd to the 5th of September, and the Nelson Mandela Remembrance Walk and Run in December, and the Mandela Walk and Run in July. Shoo! A lot of Nelson Mandela this, Nelson Mandela that, Nelson, but
a soccer team called Nelson Mandela.
Also
Or maybe a cup called Nelson Mandela, like a PSL Cup. Why don't we have one?
Well, this year's cycling tour will begin in Maputo and it's going to finish in Howick.
No, this year the Legacy Ride for Hope will be seeing a different start. We're very proud to announce that we'll be starting in Maputo and then finishing at the Nelson Mandela capture site in Howick, KwaZulu-Natal. This will be on the 2nd to the 5th of September. We'll be seeing over 100 cyclists from all walks of life coming to join us on this remarkable journey. And it also traces Nelson Mandela's journey, having a house in Maputo. So it actually bodes well for the event, and as we edge closer to 10 years in 2027. But most importantly, it also spreads our reach in terms of impact, and also having people that participate to actually bring about impact in people's lives. The Legacy Ride for Hope is not only a cycling ride, it's a vehicle whereby we are able to bring a contribution to places in Maputo, because this year with our partner Romco, we will be doing a total renovation for a school which is Maputo based, that is based in Bella Vista. So we will be unveiling that on the 2nd of September. And then
well, that's it from me for now. I'll have more in the next hour.
Okay. So, by the way, just a quick one, that the Nelson Mandela Marathon replaces the Cape Town Marathon. So why does it replace it? I mean,
it's taken its spot.
So they've agreed. I mean, together.
Yeah.
It'll be. Is it a renaming?
No,
as opposed to like they vacate.
I don't think
say,
I don't
we
think
vacate, you take over. Okay, bye.
Economic news on SAFM. Facts and figures you can count on.
Right, there's interesting results from Dipula Properties with all those numbers. Here's Makwe Mazilela.
Yes, I have remembered these guys, they've got a portfolio of retail, office, industrial, and residential property assets. Owners of Bella Ombre Shopping Center, Chile on top. Revenue up 6.4%, dividend per share up 7.4%, profit as headline earnings per share up 5.7%. The outlook for the property sector remains cautiously optimistic, but the bullish continued focus on prudent tenant selection and tenant retention is expected to support their stable income growth. And Ashraf bets that interest rates will rise are still alive. Although consensus remains that the central banks will generally keep rates unchanged this year, markets also remained on edge over little progress towards US-Iran peace deal, and Trump landed in Beijing for a high-stakes summit with trade and Iran on the agenda. Inflation is now becoming a real issue and worrisome, and especially given that already is starting to show its ugly head, and mainly in the US, where we thought the economy is better cushioned, given that they are net exporters of oil. Yesterday, it was a hotter than expected consumer inflation. Today is producer inflation, and locally pay economic index declined by 0.5% to 104.8 in April compared with March, meaning economic activity moderated in April under pressure from rising fuel prices with lower transactions across several payment streams during the month. Gold traders looked past high inflation, which basically diminishes interest rate cut bets, and we see gold is up 0.1% at 4,694. Also, platinum up 0.1% at 2,148. And after snapping 3-day rally ahead of that US-China summit, oil prices recovered all those losses as Trump continued to reiterate war threats, and Brent crude is up 0.2% at $107. Global stocks, Ashraf, are cautiously up, with the JC up 0.3%, and the rand firmed 0.5% against the dollar, 16.42, 22.21 against the pound, and 19.24 against the euro.
Okay, there we are. Thanks for that, Makwe Masilela. Apology for the sound. I think in the early parts we just struggled with just some just bad connectivity, but hopefully it sort of evened out as the crossing progressed. Anyway, an hour of the markets coming up. SAfm Market Update 6 to 7 this evening.
You are listening to the National Pulse with Ashraf Garda.
Right, as always, I ask you for reaction. And by the way, there are people, let me find this. Some people have sent pictures. I really appreciate that. Send a picture of wherever you are today. You can send it via WhatsApp. And you have the number because you're a regular, right? I think you are. Or you can tweet it as well. Hashtag the National Pulse when you tag SAfmRadio. And then tag me, Ashraf Garda. Just follow us. Please do. Here we are.
Good day, Ashraf. Takarani here. Ashraf, I think I agree with the other gentleman's voice note. We are the problem. We employ these people, the foreign nationals, in our houses, in our small businesses, even in big businesses. I mean, the government does not employ them. Well, maybe they are there, but not at the scale that is out here. And I mean, we are the problem in most of the cases. The government doesn't steal. The government doesn't rape. It's people who don't have values that do all these wrong things. Thank you.
We are the problem. The government doesn't rape. But can the converse apply to say if this crime and the government does not institute the checks and balances to prevent crime or to ensure that criminals see their day in court and justice is carried out, then can they also be to blame? Good afternoon, Ashraf. The irony of what your guest is saying about a shortage of skills in South Africa is that I'm a qualified mechanical engineer who is unemployed, and I know a lot of graduates, even doctors who are unemployed. Downgrading the extent of the problem we have is escalating and is not solving the unemployment issue. Who's downgrading? I mean, how are they doing that? Tell me. Ashraf, a lot of people from SADC want to return, but lack the financial muscle to take what they have worked for home. And leaving all your stuff behind will guarantee a painful life back home. If there was a provision for transportation, a massive difference would be seen with big numbers leaving voluntarily. I don't know if that's true. You think it's only about transport? Or is there more? I mean, you have to ensure that for a person to want to go back home, that the economy that they would go back to would give them their own version of the better life for all, isn't it? And if it doesn't, then they're not going to be in a hurry to go home.
Hi, Asra. Respectfully, man, I'm listening to the gentleman from Zim saying this, the economy there is not good and everything else. But is the gentleman aware that South Africa has got exactly the same phenomenon? The economy here is not good. And yet our guys keep on adjusting and they keep on saying that, no, man, it's going to come right, it's going to do this. Zim and South Africa, identical, the same thing. And go to Sunday.
Do you really think we're identical? No, man. We know that we're neighbors, yeah. Identical? Same, exactly the same gravity of the problems? I genuinely think not. I really do. Here we are.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. I am a truck driver. I was working for this company there at Al Road. And then January, 33 South Africans were retrenched. And then there are 17 foreign nationals who are truck drivers. They were not retrenched. They are still working even today. So is it fair to retrench South Africans on the job that doesn't need skills, like truck driving job? Is it fair? And also, what are the laws of South Africa says about hiring foreign nationals? Thank you.
I'll tell you what, maybe leave your details with Keys. Seriously, I'd like to follow up on that conversation in terms of what you say. Leave those details with him, please do. All right, there's more.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. Sfisolo from Durban. The gentleman that you're interviewing about foreign nationals within our country, the government has failed. Firstly, the government has failed. So obviously the citizens of the nation are going to take matters into their own hands. In some cases, they're not going to be good in what they do. They're not going to be right in what they do. But what can we do if the government has failed the country? What else are the people supposed to do? Because the government can't lead its nation. It's that simple. But I do agree with the points where he says that it's sad that we only target the African people instead of the Europeans that are here illegally or the Asians that are here illegally.
Okay, got that. Let's see if we've got another comment from the audience.
Afternoon, Ashraf. It's Vugani from Durban. Your guest was talking about the reputation of a country, South Africa in this instance. I would have loved if you could have asked him about the hypocrisy of some of the African countries who have issued warnings against South Africa when they are extremely strict with their immigration and with their immigration laws and have a history of deporting others in numbers, like Ghana, for instance. There's a lot of history around them deporting Nigerians in particular. So I would have loved you to have asked him about that. Thank you.
Yeah, look, I mean, I hear that point, right? The question is, for now, we needed to focus on the one issue. But the truth is, yes, some have said, many of these countries, what have they done to create the conditions for their own nationals to flee those countries? Like, why have they done that? They need to. You may wonder about that too. Right, we're having a thought leader conversation coming up next.
X at SAfmRadio and at Ashraf Garda.
Okay, so one of the things, so there's been a couple of changes on the show, and you may be aware of it. One of them is a feature where we call it the big issue, and we identify a big issue, and we slice it 5 ways, not 4 ways, not 8 ways like pizzas, 5 ways. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, 5 different takes. So this week, it is about South Africa's immigration crisis. How did we get here, and what do we do next? The other features we've reintroduced things like tech, so we understand there's a demand for that. Tech and artificial intelligence, so we do that in Tech Talk. We'll also have a marketing feature on a Friday, and we have a daily champion story, and that's the plan. What is it that really, a great champion story that will inspire all of us? Now, another feature we've introduced is a thought leader conversation. We get someone who effectively has an opinion about a big issue, and we just talk to that person. Well, here's one, Tebogo Gas with me, and he's put together a piece regarding General Fani Masemola and the charges against him and the implications thereof. Now, you may know Tebogo Gas is the founder chairperson of Public Interest South Africa. Tebogo, much appreciate you joining us here on the National Pulse.
Good afternoon, and thank you for having me, Ashraf. It's a pleasure to be with you.
Absolutely, thank you. Right, so you put together a piece, in the Sowetan, right? Perhaps let's start with that. Let me give you a blank slate here and start with maybe mentioning 5 key points that you raised. You don't have to read it verbatim, but just 5 key points that you've raised.
Look, I obviously don't have the article here in front of me, but the essence of it all is I wanted to emphasize the fact that nobody is above the law. In other words, the rule of law must apply irrespective of your position in society or anywhere else. And that applies to the National Commissioner, Fani Masemola. Having said that, the second aspect of it all is that those who are vested with the public authority to lead prosecutions or to institute prosecutions on behalf of the people, that is you and I and everybody else listening here and not listening, they must act in a manner that shows that they have used diligence and in a manner that is also consistent, that doesn't show any inconsistency or selectiveness or being open to abuse. And this I'm saying with a heavy heart because over the previous months, we've learned to officially now be hearing from the police officials or those in the criminal justice systems themselves, telling us, the public, that they represent, that there are factions within the criminal justice system, be it in the NPA, IDEC, SAPS, or anywhere else where the criminal justice system is being served on our behalf. So we are saying if you're going to litigate, remember when the state charges you, it is the people versus X. So to extend that you're doing this on behalf of the people, you must show the people that you are not executing or pursuing personal agendas or interests in so doing. That we are saying because, as you would have heard, even going back to last year, during hearings for the appointment of the NDPP, which the head of the IDEC herself was actually asked, and she admitted to the fact that there are certain things that she has done that ought not to have been done, which ordinarily, if it was you and I, would be summoned through a process, whether it's a disciplinary hearing or an outright dismissal. Whereupon she said in the appointment of her husband, in interviews for the appointment of her husband, who is part of that factions that are referred to in the second part, that is fighting against Masemola. So whilst civil society organizations such as Public Interest SA has made representations to both the National Prosecuting Authority as well as Department of Justice to look into that matter, nothing has happened. And we did not preempt, we could not have expected this. But here we are sitting where the very same person with a cloud on their head, they are now executing a prosecution or pursuing a prosecution against somebody that she herself has admitted that she was involved in appointment of her spouse who has got an ex, who might have an ex to also cry with regards to that. So we're saying if accountability is taken irrespective, it is fine, but there shouldn't be any selectiveness. And the system as it stands now is impeached on that regard. In other words, it's accused of having not had blind eyes as Lady Justice should have, but instead it is seeing where it needs to wage the sword. And it is something that you and I should be alarmed about.
Okay, because I mean, one of the things, and it's the headline of your piece, right, is you're saying the case against General Masemola points to dangerous bias. So why do you think it's biased rather, and what would be the dangerous outcome if indeed you are correct?
Yeah, look, Ashraf, citizens of these countries, those old enough to watch what is happening, we cannot say that most of the actions that is being taken, especially in regards to Fanny Masemola, is innocent. And by the way, I do not hold any any brief for Masemola, who is well, in a position to actually defend himself or any accusations leveled against him. But having said that, we are saying that to the extent that this seems to be targeted, in other words, even the charges that he faces, which are in nature charges that amount to, as it has been now confirmed, to transgressions of the PFMA, those charges themselves can be leveled against any or most current and past accounting officers. And they're serious make no mistake, those are serious transgressions. But you ask yourself, why do you select this one and go after for this charge?
All right, maybe,
could it be that there's bias because
Yeah.
there's perceptions that is in a group with Tumisani Kumalo, Mkantla Mkhwanas and others that which you might actually be against? Sorry.
Okay, no point. I'm reading from your piece verbatim, and this part I think is very, very, well, if not telling, very thought-provoking. It says, the lessons of the state capture era were clear. The abuse of public power, whether through action or omission, can hollow out institutions from within. Indeed, policy discussions following the Zondo Commission have explicitly contemplated the creation of a statutory offence for abuse of public power, recognizing the need to hold public officials accountable for conduct that undermines governance and legality. And then you say, what makes the present situation particularly concerning is that the alleged abuse does not arise from overt corruption, but from the misuse of lawful authority. This is a more insidious threat. It cloaks itself in the language of legality while subverting its substance. Eish, man.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. The essence of it all is that here you are using the PFMA, which is correct if you are going to use it, but you're clothing your own biases under the pretext of saying you are pursuing the rule of law in circumstances where you know that you yourself could easily be charged of the same offense, where you said in an interview of your husband, whom you tell the world that you never talk about work, which is unbelievable. You tell me anybody who doesn't talk about their husband or what day they had at work, then that relationship needs to be relooked, because certainly we do share with our spouses or those who are close to our heart what trials and tribulations that we enjoy in our work life. And now that on its own sits at the heart of abuse of the system, which the Zondo Commission has said we must guard against. In the past, where we found people being appointed or removed from positions simply because they are a threat to a particular interest. And as it is the case now, we do believe that might very well find resonance in Fanny Masemola, who's currently tasked with a new role of forming a task team emanating from Madlanga Commission's work to look into following up the issues raised there. And within the crosshairs, to a large extent, are people who are actually accused of being, in the wrong, and who in large instances also implicates those closer to the grouping or the faction that is aligned to her husband, or that is allegedly aligned to her husband. Here I'm talking about Idex Johnson's husband. So that perception itself is a heavy perception, a heavy cloud that needs to be removed to make sure that if we are going to be pursuing somebody like this at this stage, I can even invoke the now rush to actually get to the president impeached without following due process or affording him the very rights that you and I and others, including those who are accused, and not only accused, found guilty and sentenced to 5 years, advocate, but they don't want to step aside. They know that the president, I'm happy that the president mentioned this in the state of, his address last night or whenever, that actually he won't go away because there's important things that he needs to do. The same argument we want to make, that Masemola, people want him out because of the important work that he has to do. He's got less than a year to go, or about a year to go before his contract expires. And by the way, we don't say if there's wrongdoing, charge him. But also, why do you want to lump him with the likes of Ket Matlala? The optics themselves are just to humiliate the man. To see him sitting behind accused number one, accused of so many heinous crimes, multiple crimes in different courts. It is something that it wanted to send a message, and that, or an image that he is corrupt, when in fact he's not being charged for corruption.
All right, just to end with, and we got 30 seconds for your answer. And again, I'm quoting you. You're saying the rule of law demands that power be exercised with discipline, integrity, and fidelity to the facts. Now, just quick answer, because we're on to news. How then do we get to that situation?
We can only get to that when people play transparently, and we make sure that we don't use a cannon where a fly swat would be useful. If you want to charge somebody on a transgression of the PFMA Act, do expedite trial for them, make sure that they get found guilty or acquitted, and then life carries on one way or the other. Either they serve the sentence or not, and then life proceeds. But to now drag them in a court of law where they're with 16 other accused in a matter to drag on for years, it is just not what we call fidelity to the rule of law.
All right, and for that thought leader conversation, thank you, Tebogo. Certainly got us thinking, and we'll do another thought leader. By the way, you can tweet that piece. I'll gladly share it. Take SAfmRadio and take myself, Tebogo. Certainly wants to reach a broader audience with that. We'll have a podcast of that up as well later on after this show. Right now, let's get the news. It's 5 o'clock.
Thank you, Ashraf. Millions spent on deporting illegal immigrants, and case against taxi boss postponed in Mpumalanga. Good afternoon. The Department of Home Affairs says it costs more than 60 million rand a year to deport foreign nationals by road through the neighbouring countries. Chief Financial Officer at Home Affairs, Gordon Hollenby, says most deportations happen via the Beitbridge border post, which is the busiest port of entry between South Africa and Zimbabwe. He was briefing Parliament's Standing Committee on Appropriations.
Of just over 60 million rands per annum. Now, Chairperson, the question was, does deportation make sense? And do they not come back quicker than what we deport? And unfortunately, Chair, in some instances, and that's anecdotal, I'm told that some of the people say to the drivers, or say to our drivers, that they'll see us back in Gauteng. So that's what they say to us at Beitbridge. So Chairperson, what we do from a deportation perspective is we bought our own buses, we have bought vehicles, and we also benefited from CARA funding in that regard.
Meanwhile, Hollenby says costs to fly them out to the country of origin can go up to about 5 million rand per chartered flight.
The expense of deportation is to charter flights, and Chairperson, to charter one flight to Pakistan is going to cost you about 5 million rands. So deportation is an expensive business. Is deportation very effective without an effective borderline? Chairperson, it's something I believe we need to do in a holistic fashion and fix all the problems. Not everybody is coming through the river at Beitbridge, Chair. People fly into the country on a normal visitor's visa and then just simply overstay and never go back.
The Speaker of the National Assembly, Toka Didiza, has extended the deadline of the ad hoc committee that's probing concerns around national security. The lifespan of the committee expired at the end of last month. Celine Merrington reports.
Parliament has published a notice in which it states that in terms of Rule 253, an ad hoc committee may be revived if it has not yet completed its work by the date that was set. In terms of the rule of the NA, the mandate and membership of the committee remains the same. The committee met late last month and is now in the process of compiling its report. The committee has had at least 4 extensions in the almost 8 months it has been established. Its new deadline is to report back to the National Assembly no later than 12 June. Celine Merrington, SABC News, Parliament.
Case against prominent Mpumalanga taxi boss Joe Ferrari Sibanyoni and his 2 co-accused has been postponed to Friday for a formal bail application. They appeared in the Kwaggafontein Magistrates Court today. Accused legal representatives have criticised the state, arguing it violated the accused's right to bail by requesting additional time to gather information. However, the state maintained that all matters before courts must be treated equally and that no preferential treatment should be afforded to prioritise this case. The three are facing charges of extortion and money laundering. Shanshan Chengila has the story.
Lawyers for the accused says their client were in good spirits and ready to proceed with the bail application, adding that all signed affidavits had already been submitted. However, the state requested a 7-day postponement to allow for more time to gather evidence to be presented before court, a move strongly opposed by the defense. Meanwhile, Presiding Magistrate David Erasmus informed the court that the Chief Magistrate of the Mbombela District, Tule Tonjeni, had directed that the matter be postponed until Friday, when she is expected to preside over the case. The accused have been remanded back in custody.
Gunshots have been reported inside the Philippine Senate, which has been put under lockdown by security forces trying to arrest a fugitive senator. Earlier, armed soldiers were seen entering the building where Ronald De La Rosa has sought refuge from extradition to the International Criminal Court. He's accused by the ICC of killing dozens of drug users when he was police chief during former President Rodrigo Duterte's war on drugs. Demonstrators outside the Senate are calling for his arrest.
It is highly shameful, disgraceful that the Senate, that is supposed to be a bastion of accountability and justice, is cuddling a fugitive from justice. This is unacceptable.
The top story, the Department of Home Affairs says it costs more than 60 million rand a year to deport foreign nationals by road through neighbouring countries. That's SAFM News. I'm Greg Coase.
In sports, the Sao Cardoso yet again points to schedule as title hopes slip away. Erasmus names purpose-driven squad for Bok Camp and Nelson Mandela Marathon to replace Cape Town Marathon in October. More details at 5:30.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
It's a very busy run through Midrand this afternoon. Traffic on the M1 we've been keeping up to date here. It is just jam-packed from Buccleuch all the way through to about SAMRadio Road before you've sort of outed the feel of heaviness. The M1 south from Buccleuch down to William Mandela is quite slow. The Mike 1 from Houghton Drive all the way down to Ormonde, down towards sort of the Nasrec exit. Absolutely jam-packed through there. And a crash on the N12 heading out to Boksburg just before Craft Road. So that is quite slow. Both Malabongwe and Bayers Nordia routes are heavy as you head out and try and get across the N1 highway. Pretoria jam-packed. Remember, the roadworks, M1 North at Linwood Road, they're there now until further notice. What you Saturday, Monday, Tuesday, hitting it again today. Very heavy backlogs heading up that N1 North in towards that Linwood Road exit. Now, Durban to Pietermaritzburg, just a really heavy congestion alert here around the Ashburton area. There's breakdowns coming out of Pietermaritzburg, causing heavy delays towards Ashburton, and there's breakdowns between Ashburton and New England Road on the Pietermaritzburg bypass, causing a major backlog northbound, and just off the highway, the R103, very heavy up through Polly Shorts into Pietermaritzburg as well. Durban's N2 jam-packed from Queenlandy Drive up to a breakdown before Gateway. M4 taking some extra volume as well, Blue Lagoon through towards Umhlanga, Virginia Airport side, if you like. That's pretty heavy. And Cape Town, after a gap yesterday, which was largely a traffic missing day, it's all back today. Traffic levels peaking, congestion around Cape Town. Marine Drive is heavy out to Sunset Beach, and there's some real backlogging coming out of the city centre on the N1. It's heavy out to Kuberg Interchange. A lot of traffic around the sort of Pardon Island and Maitland areas, both sides of that Kuberg Interchange. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAFM. You're listening to the National Pulse, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
I'm looking at, me, I love reading. I always say this. I only give away gifts. I only give away books as gifts, unless it's a wedding gift. That's different. Otherwise, it's books, okay? And I'm looking at a picture of Adrian Gore, the founder of Discovery, on his Instagram feed, and it says, Adrian Gore, the 4 principles, multiply your impact in life and leadership. And I think it's not yet launched, the book, but the plan is for you to pre-book it, which I think will be an absolute bestseller. So, see, Desiree Chauke's tweeted, or rather responded on Instagram, saying, can't wait to get the book. Well, I would add my name to the can't wait to get the book, and I'd love to throw that in by talking to him as well live here on the National Pulse. Adrian Gore, there's a challenge to you. Come on, let's talk about the 4 principles on this show when you are up for that. The other thing, from an Orlando Pirates point of view, seriously, tell me what you're feeling. You must tell me what you're feeling. Now, what about the taxi boss with the incredible name called Ferrari? We're going to talk about him. It was on the news with Chad Thomas, and we'll do that right after this.
The pain of losing a loved one is never easy. At Clientele, we understand that burying loved ones with dignity truly matters. Our funeral plans pay out cash within just 24 hours, and you receive 200 Rand airtime when you claim. Plus, we cover up to 13 people on one plan. SMS SAFM to 48031. That's 48031. Clientele Life is an authorized FSP and licensed life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
Get into the beautiful game with a free Spar limited edition soccer ball when you spend 650 Rand and buy any 3 participating products. Like 4 kg Spar IQF chicken mixed portions for 169.99, save 30 Rand. Or 500 gram Spar red or smoked Viennas, excluding chili, cheese and chicken for 46.99, save 13 Rand. Price is valid from 11 till 24 May, while stocks last, only at Spar. T's and C's apply.
As part of Africa Month, now we are profiling
Kenya, East Africa. With a coastline that opens to the Indian Ocean, bordered by Tanzania, Uganda, South Sudan, Ethiopia, and Somalia, connecting Africa to the world.
From the Great Rift Valley to the Masai Mara, this is land alive with movement, wildlife, migration, and natural wonder on a global stage. Over 40 ethnic groups, Swahili and English, unite a nation of many voices. A culture where tradition and modern identity move side by side.
Kenya gained independence in 1963, a nation shaped by resistance and built through resilience. Agriculture, tourism, and technology drive the economy. Nairobi, a continental tech hub, Silicon Savannah. But the journey is not without challenge: inequality, youth unemployment, and climate pressure. Still, Kenya adapts, Kenya innovates, Kenya rises.
Kenya doesn't follow, it sets the pace. In every stride, in every skyline, in every story, there is momentum. Kenya, bold, dynamic, unstoppable.
Africa Month on SAFM. Conversations, context, connection. X at SAfmRadio and at Ashraf Garda.
Right, in fact, we said we'll speak about the Ferrari, but the Ferrari has not quite parked as yet, so we'll get to Chet Thomas just now. In the meantime, there's another development that's very important, and that is the position of Sitembiso Ngema, the newly elected leader of the DA in KwaZulu-Natal. Now, as the new leader, he wants to rebrand the image of the party so that it can attract disillusioned voters from other parties. Ngema is a former DA councillor. He succeeds Francois Rogers, who had propelled the party to snatching the Mgeni local municipality, the only council currently governed by the DA in that. What about the rebrand? Let's find out what that really means. Sitembiso Ngema, newly elected DA KZN leader, welcome to the National Pulse.
Hi, how are you today?
I'm very good indeed. I'm very well. Congratulations first on getting that the top job in KZN for your party. I suppose the big question, even as you talk about a rebrand, is: are you in a position that the party, your party, can actually run the province sometime soon?
Yeah, thank you to you and to your listeners. Maybe one should say it's not of some sort of a rebranding the organization, as the organization already got its footprint in different areas across the province. And secondly, that we've already made inroads in rural areas. We've engaged with Amakosi and his Indunas. We've engaged with the church leaders. We've engaged with the civic societies across the province. We've engaged the businesses across the province with one purpose of ensuring that we secure service delivery in all corners of this province of KwaZulu-Natal But what is mostly important for us as a Democratic Alliance is to continue to build a sort of a emotional connection with our voters, to encourage them to register to vote, and to ensure that on election day they go out and vote. And also they've seen the situation in KZN where actually the eThekwini is falling apart, not only eThekwini but the entire province in different municipalities falling apart. So as a Democratic Alliance and a newly elected leadership, we just want to close that gap so that we ensure that we appeal to our voters, whether they are Indians, whether they are coloreds, whether they are whites or blacks, in urban, suburbans, and also in rural areas. So we ensure that we assist as and when, and we raise issues with regards to service delivery.
How do you plan then to close that gap? It's easier said than done, isn't it?
As I said in the beginning, that we've already built relationship with the key people. In KZN, the key people are izindunas, the key people are amakosi, the key people are business owners, the key people are actually civic societies. And so we've already met with these people to build the bridges, because remember that these people are also influential within the communities where they are, where they exist. And that is the starting point. But the second point is when we actually go to our communities, knock on the doors, be on the ground, so that we don't rely on the researcher, but we rely on the information that we get straight from the horse's mouth to be able to drive those issues, whether it can be in council or in the National Assembly or at a legislature.
But as you do so, it's not like other parties are also going to be sitting still. Everybody's fighting for the same piece of cake.
I agree with you, but the question will be how many political parties are always taking the government to court? We lead by an example that we are always the one who takes the government to court with regards to service delivery.
Yeah, but the position may change. You also co-govern with that same government that you take to court.
Having co-governing with other political parties, we were clear to say we will never compromise our constitution as an organization. We will never compromise our principle as an organization, and we will never compromise our values. But also we will never compromise issues related to service delivery, because our core mandate is to deliver to our people. We are the only one in KZN who's got a municipality that is delivering to the people of KwaZulu-Natal in Umgeni. But far more than that, is that even the president of the country, Cyril Ramaphosa himself, said when you look at the municipalities that are delivering to our people across the country, the municipalities that knows how to spend the money, the government money, in order to deliver services to our people, those municipalities are actually run by the DA. Even encourage the ANC-run municipalities to go and benchmark with the DA. That tells you if the president himself can see what we are doing, the ANC members on the ground, they could also listen to their president and do what the president is advising them to do.
Well, look, I heard that part about the president, and I heard that part about the president, and of course, maybe the DA rightfully made some big mileage out of that to say it suggests the president's endorsing our leadership. I hear that, but the reality is, most people don't live on Twitter, right? And the big perception, and it remains within the DA, that they are unable to connect with the majority of South Africa. There's something about the DA that keeps the majority, who happen to be black South Africans, away from that party in big numbers. And you may say, yes, we've got big black support, but not big enough, and we know that the numbers tell us that. How then do you intend to address that?
I must say that, thank you for that question. I must say that for one to be able to build gaps with communities, it's not something that you just do it in one day, because these people, they're coming from different backgrounds. But also it's a project, and that is why I touched on the fact that in that project, we have already managed to build relationship, because that's where mostly it starts. It's a trust, it's a relationship, it's a connection, So now that they've got a leader that can resonate with both these communities, black or white, then it means then that there is a trust that exists, there's a credibility in it, and therefore people will buy into it.
Okay. What then for you would be your, and I'm talking about you specifically in KZN, would be your absolute biggest challenge? That means, of all the many challenges you face, what's the number one that keeps you awake at night?
You see, it's a good question, hey? But my number one challenge in KwaZulu-Natal is actually how we manage to bring people together, and also to ensure that we mobilize more people to vote for the DA, and also to buy into to ensure that people, they also buy into our message of hope, the trust, as I said before. So because those are the most important things. Remember that for a voter to be able to vote for you, they need to trust you. They need to believe in you, which is then a challenge that one cannot shy away from it. But also, once you've won, or you've managed to win hearts and minds of those individuals, it then makes it easy for you to actually garner the support from their side.
So let's end with this. I mean, there's a local government election coming up. Yes, each party trying to jockey for position. I get that. The ANC has got its own problems with its own leader and the issues around the impeachment. Who knows what may happen there. But if I asked you what's your biggest challenge that keeps you awake at night, you've answered. What, however, do you think is the biggest challenge for the people of KZN? Of all the many things that they are grappling with as a people, what's their number one problem?
I think the number one problem across KZN is firstly the issue of water, the unemployment, the status of our road infrastructure, the corruption within the municipalities, as well as the when the municipality are hiring, they're hiring incompetent staff. So, which some of these problems to us are actually not something new. We've done it in Umgeni, and we also have a governance team that assists as and when we win the municipality to come in with an expertise to assist us to win those municipalities. That is why I think, be as it may, that this is a bigger challenge, and this is what is expected to us as the DA in KZN, but also there is a way to navigate it.
And lastly, very quickly, just one word, not a sentence, a word that best describes your leadership capabilities and characteristics. One word.
Trustworthy. Communicable.
Okay, two important words. Trustworthy and communicable. Let's see how that plays out in the future. The DA KZN leader, Sitembiso Nkema. Trustworthy and communicatable. Do you see that as well, if you're from KZN? I appreciate your time. Well, people from that region, what do you make of the new DA leader? Would he get your vote? What is it about what he says that gets you drawn to giving him his votes, or to turn you further away? Either way, you're on the pulse, fingers on the pulse. Let's hear you out.
Add to cart. Love it.
Let's clear your cart when I get.
For real?
Yeah, bo. With my cashback from MyWay, I will be getting 10% of my premiums back for staying claim-free for 2 years. So I'll have some extra cash to spoil you and let you live your way.
Dad, you're the best.
Real people, real cars, real rewards. For a quote, visit myway.co.za. My cashback is a feature on qualifying products paid after 2 claim-free years and all premiums paid. Premiums are risk profile dependent. MyWay is a licensed non-life insurer and FSB. T's and C's apply. MyWay. Live your way.
Hey, we buy cars. How does it work if I want to sell my car?
We'll drive to your place. You can visit our pods. Even if you don't have space, then at the mall in a parking lot, we've got lots of depots all across the land. Contact We Buy Cars. You're in safe hands. Safe hands.
Wow, that's great.
We Buy Cars, the easiest way to sell your car by far.
Quantum on SAFM.
Step into the future with Quantum. The radio show that goes beyond the headlines to explore how you can evolve, adapt, and thrive in times of rapid change. We will explore cutting-edge thinking coupled with practical life design applications. I'm Angela Ludek, and I invite you to join this community where real progress begins with human capital development. Quantum, Monday to Friday, 3 to 5 a.m. on SAfm.
That was Quantum with Angela Ludick. You are listening to the National Pulse with Ashraf Garda.
Right, we should be connecting to Chet Thomas. We're just battling to connect with him. Well, that's the bad news. The good news is, in fact, it means I can connect to you. So let's get to your calls first up. And amongst the things, right, I'm particularly interested to take this story forward because it doesn't mean we are absent in listening to you talking about issues of foreign nationals. Absolutely, we're not absent. We hear that. But we have to move towards solutions. What then for you are the solutions? So if we say our theme for this week is how did we get here and what do we do next? Please let me know. To get your calls, in fact, we're getting to BK in a moment because I did ask you about Pirates fans. Like, hello, Pirates fans. Tell me what you're feeling right now. Tell me what you're thinking. Tabo in Germiston, hi.
Hi, good evening, Ashraf. How are you?
I'm good indeed, right? What's your point?
I'm good, man. Ashraf, I hear you want solutions, Let me say this to you. Regarding this so-called asylum seekers and all of that, and refugees, our laws are very clear in South Africa. Earlier on, you interviewed some professor, I can't remember his name, Lucifer or something.
Lauren, Lucifer.
Lauren,
if you say Lucifer, Lauren. Someone's going to Google the name Lucifer and it means something totally different. You know that. Lauren.
Sorry, Ashraf. Sorry, Ben. Sorry. What is happening is we're really sick and tired of these so-called professors who always come on radio, to come and safeguard foreign interests, in South Africa. Because what he said, it's very hypocritical. South Africa in South Africa, we've got what we call a scarce and critical skills list. You can check with the Department of Higher Education, Arshaf, and also the Department of Labor. That list is there to say any foreigner who must be employed in South Africa must be employed for either a scarce or a critical skill. Not petrol attendants, not work in the factory, not domestic work, because those are the types of work that South Africans can do. So for him to come and say whatever that he was saying, it's very hypocritical and disingenuous. What we are lacking, Arshaf, in South Africa, our laws are very clear. What we are lacking is enforcement, by government. Our government has actually failed, the people of this country, South Africans, by
so
not
how do they turn that around?
law.
Because Lauren Landau then spoke about structural reform, and you probably heard my example where I said, if you need 6 points from 3 matches to survive relegation, you can't worry about a striker for next season. You need now to win those 2 games. And that's where we are as a country right now. We need to win the 2 games out of 3, isn't it? What do we do now?
Absolutely. And once again, if you allow me, Arshaf, there was also a serious talk around the whole question of documenting foreign nationals.
Yes.
Okay, fine. You document them and then what? Are you going to give them jobs? Are you going to give them grants? Are you going to give them a house? Because at the end of the day, they have to survive. And hence, it's one of the reasons why we are sitting with, particularly those that are not documented. We are sitting with foreign nationals who are committing heinous crimes in South Africa in order to survive. So you cannot just document everybody. Because some of them, as we speak, Arshaf, are criminals who ran away from prosecution, in their own countries. They are wanted in their own countries.
All right, Thabo, I think you've made your point very telling indeed. Thanks for putting it on the agenda, as we do here on the National Pulse. Right. Okay, let's move on to BK in BK, Boksburg.
Hi, Shaf. Hey, man, on your question, you know what? I think we're feeling mixed emotions. I think the boys have got a chance of proving the stage in this start phase. It's not about how you start, but how you finish. Pirates lost 2 games beginning of the season, but sitting at the virtue of winning 2 games at the end of the season. That will entitle them.
I think they need to win 1 game. They need to win 3 points, right? 3 points in 2 games.
Yeah, it's one game, but the two games will then complete the sentence the same English. That it's not about how you start, but how you finish. So we'll definitely go for 6 points. I think in the two games, even if they win in Orlando, I think the last game they will also want to finish in this style.
Okay.
That will even improve the points they've accumulated in so many years.
Thanks for that, BK. Slightly emotional, and I think it's a good question to ask you. Orlando Pirates fans, the league title is imminent. What is it? Pirates winning 9, Sundowns winning 9 on the trot, right? So, for the first time in 10 years, you should have a new title holder now, really. They can't botch it up. Orlando Pirates fans, tell me what you're feeling. Seppo in Pretoria.
Hi, Ashraf.
Yeah, how's it? Go for it.
I'm good. You know what? The problem with us, or the problem in general, is the globalist, the capitalist. And as long as we have the two, nothing will go right in any country. What is currently happening with illegal immigrants and all those things, the NGOs that are in South Africa to push the globalist agenda and what they're funding, the politicians, they're funding organizations. Who are we to talk? Because at the end of the day, everybody's being funded to say something. It is sad, Ashraf, to see a situation where South Africans are being made to feel like they're delusional. They know what is the problem, but somebody just forces them to say to them, you guys are not normal, you are not right. It started with genocide, it's xenophobia, it's an agenda, it's a systematic thing that has been done. And unfortunately, we can fight tooth and nail. There's nothing that we can do.
Okay.
Money. It's money here.
All right,
we make brothers to fight against each other. But Zimbabweans will fight South Africans. They will hire a capitalist. They will hire them, and then we'll fight. The rest of Africa will turn against each other. It has always been like that, and it will always be.
I don't know if it's always been like that, but I hear you. But what's the agenda right now? It sounds like, when we say it's always been like that, and we talk about Africa, it suggests that other countries and regions in the world don't have fights. I can tell you now, I can list 10 regions in the world right now that there are major fights, major rows in Africa, in Asia, in Europe. Yeah, Ukraine, Russia. Need I say that? In the Middle East, in the Americas, North America, with the American policies, as you would know. There's so much. Let's get the news headlines. Here's Greg.
Look at the headlines. The acting police minister says there's been no interference by the police ministry to classify IPID's Phala Phala report. The Department of Home Affairs says it costs more than 60 million rand a year to deport foreign nationals by road. And French authorities have confined more than 1,700 people to a cruise ship after an elderly passenger died from suspected norovirus. More on that story and other news at the top of the hour.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
We kick off with a reminder about the roadworks on the M1 North in Pretoria. These are sort of permanent, I guess. They've been there all week. M1 North going into Linwood Road. Really big backlogs this time of afternoon. Queues right back beyond the R21 and back to Botha Avenue in Centurion. It really is approaching that M1 with a good plan, which would see you diverting to some alternative routes in the afternoon peak. It really is very heavy. Breakdown at Van Buren Road on the N3 South. That's all backed up from Alexandra as you go slowly passing Edenvale and down through Galulis today. Mike 1 from Melrose all the way down to the Nasrec exit looking very slow as well. And that earlier crash on the N12 at Craft Road is pretty much now out of the way. Major delays on Durban's N2 North, routing from Queenlandy Drive up to Gateway. Absolutely jam-packed. Spillover delays on Umhlanga Rocks Drive and on the M4 going north. A breakdown N2 South at Spaghetti Junction. Queues coming down from Magedi Road. And there's a major delay around Pietermaritzburg today. Broken down vehicles southbound from Pietermaritzburg to Ashburton. That's a car park. And broken down trucks between Ashburton and New England Road, or a lost load up at New England Road. They're busy recovering on the bypass. It means the N3 is equally jammed both directions. The R103, as you can imagine, taking a big overflow there. Ashburton through Polly Shorts up to Market Road, absolutely jam-packed. Cape Town, no traffic lights. Lord Charles Hotel out at Somerset West, so the Broadway Boulevard run into town is busy. Also heavy pressure through Somerset West. Some lights down at Broadway and just generally busy conditions. Everything busy coming out of the city centre of Cape Town. It's a jam-packed afternoon. And that pothole and faulty traffic lights causing delays both ways on Baden-Powell around the N2 highway, bottom of Khayelitsha. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAfm Sports with Tuming Khapele.
Right, Jimmy, I've been asking questions from our Pulse communities like, hello, Orlando Pirates fans, tell me how you're feeling. And they're responding.
I actually heard a song just in the studio now. Yo, 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 sexele kancane. So I think most of the Pirates fans are just saying it's just a little distance to go.
Two games. When is the big day?
On Saturday.
Saturday, right? I mean,
obviously they'd want to win it in Orlando. Obviously, sold out affair.
If they win on Saturday, that's it. It's history.
Yeah, literally.
I mean, I can't imagine, and I'm sounding nostalgic, but I can't imagine a Pirates fan this week saying, I'm going to the movies with my family Saturday afternoon. Like, no ways.
No.
You have to get the braai ready and whatever it is.
Literally.
And
but even
whether you're going to the stadium or not, something is going to happen that has not happened in a long, long time.
I actually think even non-Pirates fans will be watching to see if Pirates will actually do it.
Would they want them to win?
I don't know.
Non-Pirates fans.
I don't know, but they just want to see if they'll be able to do it.
Saying, if we don't win, please can Real Madrid win?
I mean, yesterday they were friends of TS Galaxy.
Yes, they were.
Who were not TS Galaxy fans. So, hey. Yeah. Well, in football, Mamelodi Sundowns coach Miguel Cardoso remains adamant that the club's congested fixture schedule could ultimately cost them the title should rivals Orlando Pirates go on to dethrone them as champions. The Brazilians suffered only their second league defeat in the Betway Premiership, falling 3-2 to TS Galaxy. And Cardoso has admitted that Sundowns failed to convert several clear chances, but insisted that fatigue has also played a role. And interesting enough, I saw a comment by Sbusiso Vilakazi, who's a former Sundowns player, saying that, listen, I played at Sundowns for 6 seasons. I've always known that the fixture is congested, and we never complained. But hey, who am I to say anything? In the meantime, the 2026 FIFA World Cup will begin at the legendary Estadio Azteca in Mexico, where both Pele and Diego Maradona lifted the trophy in past tournaments. The refurbished stadium, now with a capacity of 83,000, reopens to host the opening match on the 11th of June with Mexico facing South Africa. Mexico will stage just 13 of the tournament's 104 matches, but becomes the first nation to host games at 3 different World Cups. On to rugby. Springbok coach Rassie Rasmus has named a 40-man squad for the team's second in-person alignment camp in Cape Town next week, describing it as purpose and goal-driven. The group includes first-time invitees Sibabalwa Mahashe and Sikhetelo Siyaya, alongside familiar faces as like Ambrose Papier and the likes of Henkel van Wyk, with several experienced players sidelined through injury. Erasmus says that the camp's aim is to expose emerging talent to the Springbok structures and standards, building depth for the next 2 seasons and beyond. Then in cycling, decorated South African cyclist Lutando Kaka says that the addition of Mozambique in this year's Legacy Nelson Mandela Ride for Hope adventure is aimed to expand the legacy of Nelson Mandela beyond South Africa's borders and promote unity through sport. The Nelson Mandela Foundation recently launched the Legacy Sporting Series, which includes the Nelson Mandela Marathon on the 18th of October, the cycling tour from the 2nd to the 5th of September, the Nelson Mandela Remembrance Walk and Run in December, and the Mandela Walk and Run in July.
No, this year the Legacy Ride for Hope will be seeing a different start. We're very proud to announce that we'll be starting in Maputo and then finishing at the Nelson Mandela capture site in Howick, KwaZulu-Natal. This will be on the 2nd to the 5th of September. We'll be seeing over 100 cyclists from all walks of life coming to join us on this remarkable journey. And it also traces Nelson Mandela's journey, having a house in Maputo. So it actually bodes well for the event, and as we edge closer to 10 years in 2027. But most importantly, it also spreads our reach in terms of impact, and also having people that participate to actually bring about impact in people's lives. The Legacy Ride for Hope is not only a cycling ride, it's a vehicle whereby we are able to bring a contribution to places in Maputo, because this year with our partner Romco, we will be doing a total renovation for a school which is Maputo based, that is based in Bella Vista. So we will be unveiling that on the 2nd of September. And then
Well, that's it from my side. I think Friday, Ashraf, I am going to do predictions.
Friday, okay. Well, we leave it for Friday then. Yeah.
Friday,
I will
I'm
say
gonna do
one thing. I did
predictions.
ask to Orlando Pirates fans, tell me what you're feeling. I could say the same about Arsenal fans.
Mhm.
And, Temba Dlamini, our former producer, would fall into that category of both, because my understanding is if Man City drops points today, not if they
yeah.
lose, even if they draw tonight, Arsenal could win the league this weekend. So in cases like Temba's, then they'll have like a double bribe. Like, how are they going to spend so much money, man?
Literally.
How are they going to cope?
They'll be too happy to
Arsenal
think about
and
money.
Pirates fans, tell me how you're feeling.
Yo. Sexele kancane. I'll be back tomorrow. Ke nna tume kgapele, Modimo ke yo.
You can become a victim of a legal problem: wrongful arrest, assault, uncontested divorce, rental disputes, maintenance matters, or labor problems. It can happen to you. Clientele Legal provides tough professional lawyers for an affordable monthly premium. Our legal team is standing by to assist you 24 hours a day. Join today. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
Economic news on SAFM. Facts and figures you can count on.
That's, as you know, Jimmy's away, probably in the Free State, if I know what he's done the last couple of years around this time of the year. Anyway, Dudu Ramella's standing in for him. Dudu, hi.
And you don't have to wait much longer, because he will be back tomorrow with you. Hello, Ashraf, and thank you so much. Let's check how the markets performed today in various geographies. We're going to be joined by Henku Creel, who's MoneyWeb's contributor for that discussion. Henku, a mixed bag in a number of countries. What are we seeing?
Yes, Dudu, good evening to you and Ashraf and all of our listeners. Yeah, quite a mixed bag in the US markets, because the Dow Jones at the moment 0.6% weaker, but we see the S&P 500 gaining 0.2% and the Nasdaq 0.8%. Then in Europe, the FTSE 100 today 0.4% up, the DAX 0.8%, and the CAC 40 in France gained 0.4% today. Very similar picture here by us, where the JSE's all-share index finished today 0.6% stronger at a level of 117,380 points. The industrial index closed 1.1% stronger at the end of the day, but the financial index lost 0.8%, and then followed again by the resources index, which jumped by 1.4% at the end of the day. Some of the companies on the JSE that really gave some stellar performances were Northam, 6.5% stronger, South32, 4.5%. One of the 10 largest companies on the JSE, BHP, gained 4.1% today. Another big one, Naspers, gained 3.5%. And the Foschini Group, Implats, Process, and Anglo, they each finished today 3.3% stronger. Here and there, a couple of losers also today on the JSE, like Mass, 3.6% down, Sun International, 3.5%, Redefine and Telkom, they each lost 3.3%, and DRD Gold, Capitec, and Karoo finished today 2.2% weaker. Then if we have a look at the foreign exchange market, the US dollar now trading at 16 Rand 42, and then 19 Rand 23 for a euro, 11 Rand 92 for an Australian dollar, and 22 Rand and 22 cents for a British pound. And the price of gold, $4,690 an ounce, and platinum, $2,170, and palladium is also there, $1,505. Brent crude is trading at $107.40 a barrel. And to close off, the price for Bitcoin, $79,500, which is also 1,310,000 Rand for a whole Bitcoin. Dudu, that's how the markets performed today.
Hengo Creel, thank you very much for that update. And here's what you can look forward to come 6 p.m. Ashraf. We're going to be speaking to the Citrus Growers Association in terms of the stellar year that they had in 2025, and that being threatened by, of course, what is happening in the Middle East, but also because of the recent heavy rains that we experienced in South Africa. They're saying that they are seeing that the cost is yet to be determined, but it's going to have an impact not in this season, but in the next harvesting season in terms of prices as well. We speak to the Competition Commission about the concentration of South Africa's economy, what that all means. You can find out at the top of 6 p.m. And in our Executive Lounge feature, we speak to Ray Langa. He's the Group Chief Executive of Lee Gas Delaney South Africa, a global communications firm and dark arts studio. And we're going to be speaking all things leadership, all that and more. Come 6 p.m. on the SAfm Market Update. It's back to you, Ashraf.
Thanks for that, Dudu. Right, 6 to 7. SAfm's Market Update. Do not miss that. Sport following thereafter. Then you have, from 8 o'clock, of course, you have a recap of the Madlanga Commission in detail, 8 to 9 this evening with the further updates, and then John Carricker takes over. So all of that happening here on SAfm all throughout the day. And you know what? We do it all again tomorrow morning early.
X at SAfmRadio and at Ashraf Garda.
Okay, so I'll tell you what. I'm looking at two things. I need to get to your calls. We need to, because you're on the pulse, need to hear you out. And many people commenting, but we do need to do the Madlanga Commission wrap for the day on this show. So let's do that first, in fact. So the SAPS National Intervention Unit Officer, Warrant Officer Steve Pakula, took the stand before the commission, and Pakula testified following allegations that he contaminated the crime scene with 750 kilograms of cocaine bricks worth an estimated 300 million rands were seized in July 2021 in Ayrton, south of Joburg. Now, the drug syndicate concealed the drugs in trucks transporting legitimate cargo to Scania, South Africa in Ayrton. Now, Pakula's testimony implicated Feroz Khan, a crime intelligence officer who was arrested over the weekend, along with the Gauteng crime intelligence head Ibrahim Kadwa and the Durban businessman Tariq Downs. He said Feroz Khan was among the officers who arrived at the scene and told him to step back from managing it. The commission then moved to the events of the day. The crime scene was contaminated in Ayrton. We've got some sound clips we want to play. Let's start with this. Commissioner Baloyi asking Warrant Officer Boy Steve Pakula whether Officer Magani, that is, specifically instructed him to organize role players for him.
You specifically to organize role players for him. Did he tell you, I haven't done this, I need you to call the forensic laboratory, for example, because you called the forensic laboratory?
Yes, that's another one. Because initially when I phoned the forensic lab, I was of the opinion that they still come to the crime scene and package everything. So that's when I was told they no more do that. So when he phoned me to say he wants backup, so I understood it. He wants me to arrange every role player for that scene.
Now there's more. Then Officer Boy Pakula, told the commission that he did not wear PPE during that operation.
Well, the two that you mentioned, and you did not wear any PPEs. You accept that?
Yeah, but I made a walkthrough when I first went to introduce myself to Mokana and Mashaba, and then went to the Boysen's police officers, and I also approached the witness who I was busy with, and I considered that within 30 minutes of my arrival, the scene was now starting to be chaos, uncontrollable.
In your statement, you say nothing about doing the walk through the scene. It's quite clear you say that you met Warrant Officer Makhane and he introduced you to Mashaba and briefed you on what happened, and then what you did was to then instruct them, together with the assistance of the boys and police, to cordon off the area, and you started conducting the interviews, and later on you told Captain Midubi to arrest, or at least to effect the arrest of the driver. Nothing of sort to say you, and it says you must first walk through. You did not do that. You accept that?
I accept that.
And even if you walk through, you never wore the PPEs.
Yes, I did not wear the PPE.
Yes. And for the purpose of this conversation, I think they're quite, the rest of the requirements are quite obvious and apparent that they were not met. What I want to read to you is at least on E, it says you must keep the crime scene, or when I say you as the commander, the crime scene commander, you must keep a crime scene report updated. And you never said that. You never attempted to keep a report. All you did was to rush to start taking statements. What's your comment?
Commissioners, if I may say, yes, that's true what happened.
Well, there's more. Warrant Officer Pakula then spoke about the 23 bags inside the black bakkie.
Out of interest, how many bags were in the back of the van, the black bakkie?
23, Commissioner.
23. And what was inside? Did you count? Did you check what was inside? Inside the bags themselves?
When I arrived, or as we were arrested?
At any stage before you were arrested? Because you say your responsibility was to look after the exhibits. You didn't have time to do the walkthrough. So I'm just testing with you whether you actually looked after the exhibits and you checked that they were secure.
Yes, I checked on the exhibits, and
what did you check?
That they were still the way they were when I arrived on the scene.
So you found the bags in the back of the bakkie and you were satisfied that they were still in the back of the bakkie?
Yes,
that's all you did?
Yes.
The primary scene, did you know where it was? The primary crime scene?
Yes, at the back of the trailer, yes.
Did you check that?
It was now impossible because the truck was now reversed to the loading bay.
And there's more from the Madlanga Commission next.
Investing shouldn't feel risky. It should give you security and good returns. Earn up to 7.25% interest per annum with an ABSA Cash Invest Tracker for an investment of 100,000 rands or more. Your capital is guaranteed with immediate access to your funds. That's minimum risk, maximum benefit. ABSA Private Banking customers can invest from just R1. Open via the ABSA Banking app, a branch, a private banker, or 0860 111 515. Your story matters. ABSA is an authorized financial services provider. T's and C's apply.
Ashraf Garda on SAFM.
Right, let's conclude the Madlanga watch for today with this. Warrant Officer Boy Pakula then, he was asked whether he touched the exhibits at the scene. This is what he said.
Admit that I did not put that in my statement.
So you're saying to us now that you in fact did touch the exhibits while you were on the scene.
Correct, yes, that's what I'm saying.
So when you told us earlier that you did not touch, when you were asked specifically the question, why did you, when you got there and you saw these things on the back of the bakkie, why did you not instruct that they be removed? Why did you not remove them? And you said, I saw that they had already been touched, and I didn't want to add further to what is the word? Tampering, yes.
Yes.
Contamination is the word I was looking for. Thank you, Chair. You didn't want to contaminate further. So earlier on, you told us you didn't
Yes.
touch these bags. Now you say you touched it.
Correct.
But they can't both be true. There's where one of them is false. You can choose, you can tell us which one is false, because you said two different things that cannot both be true. One of them is false. The question is, and maybe let's simplify it so that we finish very quickly this question. Which of the two versions that cannot stand together is false?
I think let's take it this way, Commissioner. I did not submit it in the statement that I touched. So if the paragraph 20, the one that the Commissioner was reading, it is what it is when I arrived at that time.
Okay, I want to be clear. Are you now telling us you did touch these exhibits while they were on the scene? Is that what the last word on this?
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay, so your earlier evidence that you didn't touch these because you didn't want to contaminate them any further is false. It must follow. That statement is false.
I concede, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Okay, that's it for the Madlanga Commission. We'll have another, Madlanga wrap or Madlanga watch tomorrow around 4:45-ish. What we will do now is get to you. Your fingers are on the pulse, aren't you?
You are listening to the National Pulse with Ashraf Garda.
Well, we have confirmation that the National Assembly's Chief Whip, their forum itself, has agreed on the composition of the Section 89 committee that will determine whether there is prima facie evidence to institute impeachment proceedings against President Ramaphosa. The committee will consist of 31 members, with the ANC securing the lion's share of representation, linked very much to the parties. The proposal, ultimately adopted by parties, allocates 19 seats to the four largest parties in Parliament, the ANC, the DA, the MK Party and the EFF, with the remaining 12 seats which will be shared amongst smaller parties. Right, let's get to you. Of course, I asked you about pirates.
Hi, very good afternoon to you and the listeners. Excuse me, I'd love to remain anonymous. Coming to a conclusion that Pirates have already won the league, I think it's far-fetched. Many, many years ago, Chiefs were in a similar position, 6 points leading the pack, 3 games to go. I remember Mark Williams and squad were commentating on SuperSport, and Mark Williams specifically said, Chiefs players can pack the bags and get ready to go for a nice holiday after they worked so hard for the league. But came end of the year, the fat lady sang another song. Sundowns won that league. So it's never done till it's done. Thank you, bye.
Well, of course it's never done till it's done. But when it's imminent, you can't tell me that you're just going to be blank and have no emotions around it and say, well, we wait till the end. It doesn't work that way.
Good morning, Sir Ashraf. Today my heart was it was so painful to see General Masimula appearing with the criminal, the cartels, the drug cartels. He was charged with them, but knowing very well that General Masimula stopped most of the tenders that he must not carry on. But the person who signed those tenders, that CFO is made the national commissioner today, and she's up there shaking hands. I thank you. God will be there for us.
God will be there for us. What about Mamelodi Sundowns?
Evening, Ashraf. Today, I won't be commenting much about the crime rate and statistics in South Africa. I'm a happy man. Sundowns lost yesterday, and I had to say it felt so good. So good. Thank you, TS Galaxy, for making our work very easy. On Saturday, we're going all out. We're winning this one. It's our trophy. It's in the bag. Yadim yum, yadim yum, yadim yum, yadim yum, yadim yum. Thank you, Ashraf. Great show, by the way.
We're going
Mohan
to
in
talk on
Bombela.
Monday.
Cheers. Bye.
We're going to talk on Monday when you win that title. I mean, what's the bottom line here for Sundowns? The sky's the limit because Sundowns owns the skies, but clearly the galaxy belongs to somebody else, isn't it? I mean, that's what I'm just thinking about here. Right, here's some serious things.
It's thugs who are running our country like the family business, who simply don't care about the service delivery. Our country, our provinces has become the pigsties because of these corrupt individuals who simply don't care about the masses, who only need them when it's election. Philip Marshall.
Only worry about election time.
Good day, SAFM. This is Zoe from Mohale City. Breaking news is that Parliament has just established a 31-member panel to look into this impeachment. Joe, with such speed, may all government departments move with such prompt.
There's another.
Good day, Ashraf. I'm a truck driver, Leon here. The problem is with this immigrant issue, the employers are taking advantage and they've got no consequences of that. Like where I'm working, they are doing whatever they want, exploiting people here. And the number is like foreign nationals and the locals is almost 50-50. In that case, we need people to come and address that issue so that maybe you have 3-4 foreign nationals and the rest must be South Africans. Not this issue of having 90% of foreign nationals and the employer takes advantage of that. It's not on, man.
Not on is what you say. We're going to leave it at that. Excepting, I'll tell you what, I'm going to the Greenside Residents Association AGM tonight. And it just leaves me with asking you this, right? Do you go to your local community, elections and community town hall conversations, not election time, throughout the year, like this one year? Do you go? Are you interested? What sort of pressure do you put on the leadership? How successful are they? You build a champion nation by building a champion community, and you start building a champion community by ensuring you have a champion residence body, isn't it? So am I going? Yeah. Will you go? For yours? I hope you say yes. That's the show. Let's get the news now with Greg Host at 6 o'clock.